Welcome back, everybody, because this week we have a lot for you on Big Apple Hockey. I am, of course, and I have brand new graphics for this, so I have to show this off. I am, of course, your host, Mark Williams, and I am joined by the man, the myth, the legend, long live the king, Mr. John Filkowski.
Long live the king, number 30. We want to number retired. And MSG, give us our date so we can spend and give you our money.
Yeah, I have to agree with that, John. It's like, shut up and let me give you my money. That's the one thing I want for all this.
Fry from Futurama meme.
Yeah. And of course, a man who's had a long day between all the Islanders news and as well sending his daughter to kindergarten, Mr. Anthony Larocco.
Yeah, Big Lou finally showed his cards. It's a long time coming, but everyone was bang on. Those guys weren't going anywhere, and he had them locked up from the beginning. So it's nice to see those deals out in the open now.
Well, first things first, thank you all for supporting us, and as well as all the different videos that we got going on. We started the what if.
I feel old.
Well,
I feel old with knowing that Ella's going to kindergarten.
I'll be having drinks with my nephew at the end of the year, so I can't wait for that one. So yeah, then you feel old. Anyway, of course, thank you all for supporting us on YouTube. We're also on Spotify and iTunes. The What If series dropped this week. We'll have our second episode hopefully coming on soon.
Check me out, please.
Always interested in what topics you might want to choose for our What Ifs and our top 10 list, the worst breakups in NHL history. If you haven't watched that, check it out. All right. We're also going to have guests galore today, as you could all see. But we're going to start with the rivalry we didn't know we needed in the NHL.
Guys, your fame is well-deserved, Spaniard. I don't think there's ever been a gladiators match.
Yes. It is Sebastian Aho getting offer-sheeted by the Montreal Canadiens to a 5-year deal.
Why doesn't the hero reveal himself and tell us all your real name? You do have a name.
My name is Gladiator.
How dare you show your back to me? Slave! You will remove your helmet and tell me your name.
This offer sheet, a mess, great fodder, or both?
Both. And total savagery from the Carolina Hurricanes.
And I will have my vengeance in this life or the next.
I mean, all this over Jesperi Kotkaniemi. So, I mean, it's hard to believe that all that is even happening. So again, 2 years ago, Montreal offer sheet Sebastian Aho. So they grossly overpay and offer sheet Jesperi Kotkaniemi. Phil, your thoughts on this?
Frank Saravalli kind of said it best. It's fodder. It's a mess, and it's funny at the same time because just the savagery on Don Waddell's part in Carolina. I mean, he turned around and gave a $20 signing bonus. If that's not a legendary troll job, I don't know what is. And no, DP, they should not be worried about what they did 24 years ago with Joe Sakic. They shouldn't be worried about that. Retribution would have already been had by now. But I think that this is a A+ level troll job, and this is absolutely retribution. It gives Marc Bergevin something to think about, because now do you really want to turn around? You give a player that's really scored at about like a 30-point pace so far in his career, $6.1 million. I mean, even Carolina, they can turn around, not qualify Kotkaniemi, and then sign him for like $4.5 million a year after that. And it ends up being an A+ move because you get a young player with a lot of potential for not a whole lot considering the size of the offer sheet and the tiers. And then you really kind of stick it to somebody who, I'm not going to lie though, but now going back and thinking about it, Montreal actually helped Carolina with that one, because if Aho would have hit the market, he would have gotten more than $9 million, and he didn't even get $9 million. So, I mean, I guess Carolina is really just doing this out of, what's that?
No, I just realized I had the wrong ticker. So,
okay.
Sorry.
So, yeah, so I mean, I guess Carolina is really just doing this to be petty because it helped. They kind of signed Aho for them, to tell you the truth. So, A+ troll job, and it gives us news and it gives us something to laugh about. So, bravo.
Anthony, going to you on this.
Elite level trolling by the Carolina Hurricanes social media team. I mean, from the quote from Don Modell being pretty much the exact quote Marc Bergeron gave when he offsheeted Aho, his comments on it word for word, it was pretty much identical. The Hurricanes tweeted it out in French as well. On their Twitter profile, it had Carolina Hurricanes written in French. The tweet, "We've offer sheeted Jesperi Kotkaniemi, LOL," and just the $20 signing bonus, and then he got $6.1 million, but then he got $15 on top of that, which is Kotkaniemi's number. It was just, again, elite level trolling. However, though, when you really break it down and look at it on the hockey side of things, Jesperi Kotkaniemi is not worth $6.1 million. And sure, one of the criticisms of the offer sheet from the Canadians to Aho was that if you're going to offer sheet it, make it worth to where the team really has to think about matching or not. That was a simple, easy decision to match. It wasn't an exorbitant amount of money. It was a dollar amount that was way too high for the player at this current point in his career. And also the Hurricanes only have, I think, $4.5 million in cap space. So if the Canadians don't match, they're going to be over in the cap, and they'll have to, trade Jake Gardiner, which isn't a huge loss, but they're going to have to probably move a player if they ultimately get Kotkaniemi. And so I don't necessarily think they needed to do it, or it's a player they needed. I mean, it was reported after the offer sheet came out that the Hurricanes actually tried trading for him, but they didn't get anywhere. So I guess that's why they went the offer sheet route. But ultimately, I don't think the move is going to pay off for the Hurricanes, because again, that means they have to qualify him for at least $6.1 million next season. So they put themselves in a little bit of a bind there, in my opinion. Yeah, sure, they could always walk away, making him a free agent, but is that really a smart move to make, being that you're going to give up a first and a third round pick to get him? And then on the Canadian side of things, he's not worth the money, but you need help at center ice. So they're in a spot where they're kind of damned if they do, damned if they don't. It's seeming, though, from the rumors out there, it seems like they might not match and then take that first and a third and use those assets to get Christian Dvorak from Arizona. That's been the word out there. So, Christian Dvorak, he signed for, I think, like 3 or 4 more years. So maybe they view him bring more value to the club than Kotkaniemi, but it still sucks for them. Kotkaniemi is third overall a few years ago.
He was a reach there.
Yeah, he definitely was. But to lose a guy that you drafted that high, after only a couple of years is tough. But so ultimately, wrap it up. Again, ultimate savagery and elite level trolling, hilarious. But I don't know if it was necessarily the best move for the Hurricanes to make.
I actually don't know if it's doing the Canadians a favor, though. Because first, one thing is, look at that cap number. Hold on, let me just hide the banner. There you go. There's that 0. They have no money under the cap. So how is it that they think they're going to be able to afford Kotkaniemi anyway?
Well, Weber goes to long-term IR.
Okay, there's one way, but I mean, he's more valuable to the Canadians than he is to the Canes.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And of all things, it's like I can't help but just wonder. It's sort of like, of all the teams that's screwing with them, it's the Hurricanes. It's not the Bruins. It's not the Sabres. It's not something else. Like the Sabres doing this would have made more sense. They got to get to the cap floor. They need talent. They're not going to have Jack Eichel at least for a few months if for somehow he stays. More on Jack Eichel later. And we made it 10 minutes into the broadcast with saying Jack Eichel. So it's this is just it can't just be a troll job. There's got to be more to this. Does anybody, either one of you guys, really believe the Canes think they're onto a $6 million center?
No, that's one of the first things I said is that Kotkaniemi's not worth that, and Anthony repeated that as well. But if you take a look at it, right now he's not worth $6.1 million. Could he be worth $6.1 million soon? Sure. But honestly, I think either way, unless he has a gigantic year this year, he's probably not getting that qualifier because that's what they would have to qualify him at. So if he does in fact have that gigantic year, they then qualify him, and then you go from there, and then you have a core piece at that point. So it's kind of good in a way because they really, like Anthony said, they put Montreal in a position to think about it. Unlike when Montreal put the offer sheet out there for Aho. Like I said, Montreal basically signed Aho for them because there was nothing to think about with that offer sheet. It was such a team-friendly AAV for them. And I don't even know why Montreal even did that because now they're in a predicament because of it. Now you saw the retaliation that for all these years, everybody talked about, why aren't offer sheets prevalent in the NHL? Because of retaliation. Oh, well, that's not going to happen. No general manager will do that. Here you go. Are talking about it. So for everybody who said it wouldn't happen, now we're looking at it. And Kotkaniemi is a good piece because while he's not there yet and it's an overpayment, he has the ability to be there sooner than later. And Carolina gets a piece for really nothing that fits exactly into their timeline.
Anthony. The other thing too is though, right now, Jesperi Kotkaniemi's not like in a trade. He's not worth a first and a third round pick, and that's what the Hurricanes would be giving up. So again, I don't think they needed Jesperi Kotkaniemi on the roster. I mean, unless I guess the plan is to move Trocheck to the wing if they feel that he's best suited there, and Kotkaniemi plays center. But
I think Kotkaniemi might play wing.
Maybe I don't know, but I don't think he was in need. But apparently they wanted him, being that they tried to trade for him before this. But I think they probably would have truthfully been better served waiting to see if Suzuki reached RFA status next summer. But I guess they didn't want to bank on that happening. That would have been the real target if they wanted to get exact some revenge.
I believe the term is Pyrrhic victory, where you win a battle but you really lost because you just lost too many things. Canes are going to win this, and then they got to hope this guy produces next year and achieves a $6.1 million qualifying offer. Because if he's not, you just gave up a first and a third for pettiness.
But here's something to think about. Carolina Hurricanes are a legitimate contender, and they're that close to being a cup threat. They need to, make a couple more acquisitions now that they lost Dougie Hamilton, but they're not going to be getting those high-level picks like where Montreal got Jesperi Kotkaniemi. So if you think about it, they just ended up getting a young talent that could end up being, like I said, a higher-end core piece for their team for not a lot. So it's actually a pretty good move by Carolina, despite it having some retaliatory nature.
I mean, I don't know. I kind of look at this in a hockey way and go, I don't know about that. And right now, if you wanted to put him as a center, he might be the fourth or fifth best center on that team because he's not better than Jordan Stahl. He's not better than Marty Nikash, and he's not better than
just a winger.
Yeah. So no, he was a center last year, wasn't he?
Nate just plays primarily at the wing.
All right. Well, my mistake. All right. But like this comment said, line 2, Kotkaniemi, Trocheck, and Nikash. So Natchez, sorry.
We have him listed at center, but I'm pretty sure I've seen him play wing more than center.
either way. But after all, what are your thoughts on the troll job by the Carolina Hurricanes? Would you pay $6.1 million for KK? Throw it all down in the comments below. And if you were Bergevin, would you actually match this offer, considering that you badly need centers? All right, we're going to move on. We're going to go to the Rangers this week because we're going to be talking plenty about the Islanders in a little bit. But Gerard Gallant and Ryan Reaves both had comments this week about, of course, the Tom Wilson incident, because if there's anything after Jack Eichel I'm tired of talking about, it's Tom Wilson. And Gallant is guaranteeing that the team, it's not going to overtake the team. They're going to be physical, and they don't see it happening anymore. And Ryan Reaves' comment that Filk sent into the chat last night, either way, I would tell him, either way, we're fighting 3 times or I'm jumping you, take your pick. I love that. John?
Like I said, he's the answer to their Tom Wilson problem. I think he's more than that, though. I think he's going to be a great locker room guy. This locker room was missing something like that. You think that locker room would have responded that way and said something like that last year?
Nope.
Nobody would have had the stones in the locker room to say something like that. And good on Brendan Smith for going out and fighting him. But where were the cojones in this locker room before Ryan Reaves? He brings them now. He brings that swagger. He brings that enthusiasm. He's a locker room presence that this locker room needed. Like I said, the Tony DeAngelo incident doesn't happen if you have a better leadership group and a better coach in the locker room. The lack of quality starts down the stretch against teams like the Islanders, the Bruins, and the Penguins doesn't happen with a better leadership group. Ryan Reaves, whether he wears a letter or not, is going to have an impact on that locker room. And if you're a Ranger and you see that quote, I'm saying to myself, shit, yeah, we just got a guy that's gonna watch our back. So you know what? Come at us now. Bring it. I'm doing a little if you smell what the Rock is cooking, and turning my hand over and bringing it Rumble style, baby.
Well, what is the L Rock cooking?
I like the comment from Reaves. It shows that he's not going to stand for stuff like this, and if he was on the ice, maybe things play out differently. My only thing with it is Tom Wilson's not going to fight Ryan Reaves. Yeah, he fought Brendan Smith, and he fights guys that aren't really real threats to him. He's not going to fight Ryan Reaves. So the problem with what Reaves says, if Wilson turns him down, then he tries to jump him, then you're putting your team in the penalty box, and that could be a disadvantage. But Tom Wilson, like I say, he's not going to answer the bell to guys that he knows that are probably bigger and badder than him. That's the issue with Tom Wilson. I like what Ryan Reaves said. I don't know if Wilson would oblige to fighting him. I think he'd avoid it. Just because also too, don't forget, Tom Wilson is, unfortunately, give him his due, he can do a lot of good things on the ice. He can score points and do good things. So he's not going to put himself in the penalty box by fighting a guy like Ryan Reaves. So, but regardless though, Reaves is going to have this type of impact on the Rangers. Guys may think twice about doing certain things. And they're between Reaves and Gaudreau and Sammy Bly. I think there will be a tougher team. So yeah, incidents like that with the Capitals game, that likely won't happen again. And also, too, you're going to have a coach in Gerard Gallant who's going to be structured and very well disciplined. And, even him, he's not going to, coach a team that's just going to roll over. So I'm curious to see the first game between they play each other, the Capitals and the Rangers. That should be interesting, see if there's any carryover. But again, I'm not expecting, Tom Wilson to do anything else that game. Ryan Reaves, again, will probably give him the, hey, how you doing a couple of times. But I don't know if it'll actually result in them fighting. But overall, though, I mean, listen, I said it before, the Rangers are going to be a much tougher team to play against. There's no doubt about that. It's
Gallant saying this is not going to overtake the team was very important because they can't be focusing on Tom Wilson. They got to focus on winning hockey games. They do have to focus also, but by the way, going from the Tom incident, they got to show that they're not going to be physically intimidated. And that's exactly why Blaze and Barclay Goodrow and Reaves are here. I mean, they're going to be a team that's not going to get pushed around. You big punk, you won't be pushed around.
What is that?
Was Rounders,
Zangief?
if you guys. It was actually closer to Zangief, yeah. But
your Rounders?
Yeah, I was going with Rounders for that.
Oh, Teddy KGB over there?
Teddy KGB. But yeah, I think I definitely came up a little bit more in Zangief.
Whenever the fuck I want.
Yeah, which it's amazing what John Malkovich. John Malkovich can say every syllable and enunciate it. All right, but back to this though. It's I mean, that's why they got these guys. And you said it. Both of you guys said it in there. The amount of just cojones in that locker room now. That now you got guys that could go out there and like Artemi Panarin was trying to defend his teammate and his friend. That's why he jumped on Tom Wilson's back. Now, I mean, again, Tom Wilson picked the right time to do it. You do it on the power play. But now you're going to get these moments where there's consequences and guys will have that in the back of their head. There's a reason why Marty McSorley's and all those other guys had jobs for years. So,
well, I mean, not just that, but just two things to wrap from my end. One is, Anthony, you're right about Tom Wilson. Skilled player, can do other things. You give the devil his due. He's a guy that everybody would want on their team if it wasn't for the fact that he's a complete dirtbag on the ice. But one, and
hold on, guys. We gotta pause everything for a minute because we have joining us from The Athletic. Whoop, I had you on there. Joining us from The Athletic, we have Arthur Staple. Arthur, thank you very much for joining us.
Good to be here, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our names on there. Okay.
Thanks for coming on with us, Art. So, finally Lou showed his cards a little bit with these signings. What do you think about it? Where do they go from here now that these guys are under contract officially?
Well, I mean, I think they've been operating with these guys under contract for almost a month, which, the fact that you didn't hear anybody's name out there on the rumor mill or anything like that kind of confirms it. And there's still a few other guys too that they'll be bringing in. I don't think it's anybody that's on a multi-year deal necessarily, but you can kind of assume that Zach Parise is an Islander, Travis Zajac is an Islander. I think Michael Del Col will still be an Islander, and Anatoly Golishev. So maybe some lesser guys, but I think, Lou letting these contracts out now either was something that he decided to do a while ago, and this September 1st was just for him the start of the new league year, like August 1st was for everybody else, or he's got a trade that he's ready to pull the trigger on, and these deals don't really, he can reveal his cap numbers now that he didn't want to reveal to his trade partner. So Lou works in mysterious ways, and we all just kind of wait to see what happens.
Arthur, aside from Tarasenko, are there any other possible trades that the Islanders were working on by any chance?
I think they're still interested in Tarasenko, but it sort of seems like a secondary issue to me. But the primary one being they need to replace Nick Leddy. They traded him very early on in the offseason. It seemed like an obvious move at the time because they needed to free up some cap space to make all these other deals. But it was also kind of predicated on the idea that they needed to find another second pair left defenseman, and a guy who in Leddy has been a real, he's had some ups and downs in terms of the results, but he is a reliable guy. He plays hurt. His speed is something that's not really matched by a lot of defensemen in the league, even at age 30. Plays on the power play. So there were some requirements that they needed to fill, and I'm sure that they were working on it. I'd heard that they were talking to Seattle. It might have been about Vince Dunn, who kind of fills a similar sort of profile, but Seattle ended up signing him. So I think he's staying out there. They do have a couple of extra defensemen. There's some other guys that you can kind of just logically put two and two together. A guy like Hampus Lindholm, who's got a year left on his deal out in Anaheim, and they seem to be in full, rebuild mode, going young. So there are some guys. I think Zdeno Chara's name has been thrown around. I don't really see him being a second pair guy anymore at his age. But I think that's really the priority, and maybe we'll find out. Maybe while we're talking right now, Lou will drop another nugget on all of us and put out word about a trade. But they don't really have a lot of cap space right now. With these signings today, they're at about a little over 85 million. And if you factor in Johnny Boychuk's 6 million against LTIR, that's 87 million that they got to work with. So not a lot of room unless they can shed another contract, a guy like Leo Komarov or Thomas Hickey. They do have a couple of young left defensemen. Robin Salo is coming over from Europe after having a good year in Sweden. And Samuel Bolduc, who was a 2019 draft pick, had a really good year in the abbreviated AHL season. But I think we know Lou Lamoriello and we know Barry Trotz well enough to know he's not trusting 19 or 20 minutes a night to a kid who's just coming over from Europe or a 21-year-old who's got 28 pro games under his belt. So there is something else coming, I feel. We just don't know what it is yet.
Wow.
Arthur, would that something else be possibly Vladimir Tarasenko?
I mean, that could be the 1B maneuver. Right now you kind of look at their group of forwards, and obviously it's a crowded group. When you talk about that 85.2 million, that includes Richard Panik, who they got back, it's just kind of a body back in the Leddy deal from Detroit. I mentioned Michael Del Col. He'll be back. Anatoly Golyshev will get a first full year over here in North America. Leo Komarov still on the books. So they've got a pretty crowded group. It's probably like 15 or 16 guys. So not all those guys are going to make it. But even if you subtract a few of the obvious ones and bury those cap hits in the minors, where is Tarasenko going to play with this group right now? If you've got Zach Parise already here, you've got Kyle Palmieri here, you've got Oliver Wahlstrom who needs time. Tarasenko, if he's healthy, is obviously a huge talent. But to make the money work and more importantly, to make the roster work, you'd have to think that they'd have to shed somebody. Josh Bailey was left unprotected in the Seattle expansion draft. They went for Jordan Eberle instead. And Bailey's, one of the 3 or 4 longest tenured Islanders in team history. So is it him that would be moving out to make room for Tarasenko? Is that the sort of upgrade that the Islanders want? They want that much more scoring that they're willing to sacrifice, a guy who's sort of does a little bit of everything well in Bailey. Not for me to say. I imagine that Lou keeps all his options open till the very last minute, and the last minute has nowhere near come yet. We're still 3 weeks away from training camp, so we'll see where that leads.
Arthur, I'm glad you brought up Josh Bailey because he's been a pretty polarizing figure since he's been drafted. As you know, a lot of Islander fans has always rode him hard and been a little too hard on him. And even as over the years, as he matured and become a really productive player, there are Islander fans that still kind of use him as like a scapegoat and whatnot. But you mentioned Hampus Lindholm. Lindholm has a similar salary to Bailey. I believe he makes over $5 million. So if that's the way that they wanted to go, try to acquire him, could you see Bailey go for a guy like Hampus Lindholm, being that the salaries are almost like a wash?
Yeah, I mean, I think a Lindholm situation for Anaheim, they're going to want futures. Like I said, they're kind of going as young as they can go. If they're going to give up a guy who's been a mainstay for them for such a long time, I imagine they would want some more assets, draft picks, prospects, younger players, things like that. I think Bailey really only leaves if they're going to bring in another forward. They still have a pretty full group even without Bailey. If you slot in Wahlstrom and, like I said, Palmieri's still here, and maybe Panik or one of those other guys or Dal Call can fill more of a third line role. But I don't think Lou. I think judging by the fact that they lost Eberle in the expansion draft, they lost Leddy. He doesn't seem to like to let a lot of guys go that he doesn't have to let go, and I don't know that they're. Unless they've completely soured on Josh Bailey, which doesn't seem likely, I don't know that they're wanting to let him go in any kind of move, unless it's a big upgrade. And I think, like we talked about, they do need a middle pair defenseman, but I would imagine that's more of a futures move, and then you try to figure out how the money works after that.
Okay. Arthur, do you get the sense that Lou is comfortable with this roster as is?
Yeah, I do. I think they do need a defenseman. I'll keep saying that because just the way that the team is built, they're not built to kind of wing it that way at such an important position. But I think up front, yeah, I think bringing in Parise obviously was kind of they tried to get him at the deadline a couple of years ago and it didn't work out, given his contract was so complicated. And now with him bought out, obviously Lou likes his guys. Kyle Palmieri, people assume that he's a Lou guy because he was a Devil, but I think he came in soon, just after Lou had stepped aside and Ray Shero took over. But I think even at that, Lou certainly can see a player like that often enough to know he's one of their guys, and that was a priority for them. Travis Zajac, Andy Green, Parise now, like he has his guys. So I think he feels comfortable with the support group of the Islanders core that he inherited being his guys. And yeah, I think we always kind of have looked at this roster the last couple of years and said they need this or they need that. And they've shown that they've been close enough to kind of refute that theory that they are good enough. So I think the way that they are right now, yeah, I think they're good enough to compete. I don't know if they're a division champ the way that they're kind of being portrayed right now, because I think people have finally started to realize how good this team is. But they're going to be one of the tougher outs in the playoffs if they make it, as usual. And I think this group, as constituted, can do that.
I'd love to try to think of another question at the moment, because it's so hard to get information out of Lou. Like, he should be the head of the CIA with the amount of leaks that he doesn't let out. But what are some veteran possibilities to replace Nick Leddy if none of the young kids work out?
There's certainly not a lot of people available at this point. You kind of had a few names when free agency started, and they all started to kind of slowly tick off. We wondered a little bit as free agency went, is Ryan Murray an option? And then kind of quietly he went to Colorado. You just sort of by process of elimination see who might be out there. That's how you land on a guy like Lindholm. That's, I thought Mark Stahl would have been an interesting option for them, maybe more as a third pair guy. Me personally, I think I like him a little bit better than I like Andy Green at this stage of their careers. But again, that's a Lou guy. So Andy Green was locked up almost immediately to another deal. And you sort of assume, given their depth on the left side, that he's got a spot on that third pair once again with Noah Dobson. So, without having the list in front of me to see, who might be an option, I thought Alex Goligoski, there was some interest there too early on in free agency. So I think Lou kind of went through his processes of, can we get somebody to be a bit of a stopgap, another 1 year guy for not such a, not much of a cap hit. And then struck out there because he didn't find the guy that he wanted. So now you look at a trade and, if it's still talking to Seattle, can they get Vince Dunn? Is Vince Dunn more in Seattle's plans? Is a guy like Carson Soucy, who they also picked up in the expansion draft from Minnesota? Is he a guy who fits what they want to do? It's hard to say. To me, it just doesn't seem possible that they're going to go to camp with what they've got right now. And even if Zdeno Chara decides he wants to play and decides he wants to finish his career where it started 2 decades ago on the island, I still don't see him as a guy that they can rely on to fill that Nick Leddy spot. So, you kind of go on Cap Friendly and run down the list and make notes and wonder if the guy's available. It's a little easier to get information out of some people on other teams than it is out of the team that I cover. So sometimes it's easy to check it off. But
yeah, but you do a hell of a job doing that, so you don't have to worry about that.
You crack me up when you talk about your offer with requesting players and Lou denying them all the time.
It's been the pandemic has obviously changed the way that you cover teams, because most everything is on the computer. But even with Lou, I think it's someone who likes to be in control of a lot of different situations. It's him extending this off season of uncertainty until today with some of the contracts and maybe even beyond. In terms of access, it's hard to get a handle on talking to people because they don't want anyone to talk about situations that haven't been resolved yet, like a possible trade. So
yeah,
we wait to see if I'll keep asking if I can talk to Barry at some point this summer, and it'll turn into talking to him on the first day of training camp before you know it.
Now, Arthur, we know what they're going to look like in goal. No secret, Varlamov and Sorokin. Obviously Ilya finally came, and I think a lot of Islander fans, really loved him right off the bat, even though he had that miserable first game against the Rangers, which was a little unfair to him due to the circumstances how he came in. But he played really well in the Pittsburgh series, and he won it. So going into this season, do you think at any point he could take significant playing time away from Varlamov, or do you think Varlamov's going to be the guy again for the majority of the year?
I think it starts off with Varlamov maybe getting 2 out of every 3, and then Sorokin comes in. But I imagine, the first 82 game season in 2 years, a goalie in Varlamov who's not a young guy anymore necessarily, he's got a lot of tread on the tires there as a goalie in the NHL. You're going to need both. And, coaches say that all the time now in the last few years, that you're going to need both guys. And I think it's going to be more true than ever this year, because especially when you look at the Islanders' schedule. If they do, if the NHL does go to the Olympics, it's going to stay condensed. All those games on the road. I think they have the second or third most back-to-backs in the league. You're going to see plenty of Ilya Sorokin, and I don't think it's going to be an issue about who's 1A and who's 1B. That'll be more, they'll sort themselves out as the season goes on and gets towards the playoffs. So, I think Sorokin knows he's in a good spot. Varlamov's got 2 more years left on his deal. He's certainly been, coming in his first 2 years, one of the most successful veteran goalies to ever join this organization. Even going back to the Billy Smith, Chico Resch days, this guy, 2 years, two runs to the conference final. Probably should have been a Vezina finalist this past year for what he did. So I think, that they're really comfortable with where they are right now. And I understand there's always going to be Islander fans from these last couple of years that feel like, well, what if Robin Lehner had been able to sign a deal and stay here? And but it's been such a position of strength after being such a black hole for so many years, all the guys that they cycled through. And now when you think about the way that Mitch Korn and Piero Greco helped turn Lehner's career around, Varlamov came in, as kind of the guy who'd been kicked to the curb a little bit in Colorado, and how he's turned his career around. And now Sorokin comes over after all his success in the KHL into one of the strangest situations a guy could ever arrive into with the pandemic and being on his own and not really being able to even really interact that much with his surroundings. And he put up a pretty good year too. So, I think the situation is very strong in net, and that's probably the most important position for them.
Speaking of a young player possibly looking for a spot, could this be a year where Noah Dobson possibly overtakes Scott Mayfield for that number 2 right spot?
Yeah, I think you'll see him play more minutes. It's really about, I think Barry Trotz always likes to put it, everybody needs a role. And, I think the most important role that Dobson's going to fill is on the power play with Nick Leddy gone. I think you're going to see him manning that top power play unit, if you can even say there's a top power play unit, because the power play has sort of split time pretty evenly between the units and also been very mediocre the last couple of years. So if Dobson can find a little niche to make his own, I think it would be on the power play. His 5-on-5 play was pretty good last year. I think he took a little bit of a step back like guys do in the playoffs. Guys his age, he definitely struggled a little bit as the playoffs went on. But that's part of the growing pains, and I do think you'll see him play a little bit more. And I think his chemistry with Andy Green is probably a big factor in how much he can play 5-on-5, and keeping that as a pair together. And whoever they find to play with Scott Mayfield, should make it more of an equitable distribution between the second and third pair. The number 1 pair is very clear, and those guys are going to get the bulk of the heavy minutes. But I think Dobson has a lot of leeway to kind of fill an important role.
Going to another young Islander. Do you think they're going to give Oliver Wahlstrom some more responsibility this year?
You'd think so. He certainly showed that he could handle it last season when he finally got his chance. And then, they went through a stretch where he was really the guy that was driving their offense a lot of the time. He's got that shot, on the power play. He makes a lot of things happen. They really don't have a guy who just has a no conscious feel about shooting the puck, and to have him do it. And also I think his play away from the puck was really underrated last season. Positionally he didn't panic a lot. He used his body well. He was able to fill a role where they, especially before he got hurt in the Penguins series, where Barry Trotz felt comfortable putting him out there with Pajot against Sidney Crosby's line or against Evgeny Malkin's line, and he did just fine. So I think the sky's the limit really for him if he can get an opportunity. Like I said, they do have a really crowded field of forwards, and he might be the only one who has options to go down without needing waivers. So, you may see at the beginning of camp or somewhere through camp in terms of trying to get numbers to the right spot before the season starts if he ends up being sent down. But I can't imagine it's going to be for very long, because he's an important part of what they need to do, especially offensively.
Now, Arthur, before we let you go to appease my Ranger fans above us, they've obviously forever been linked to Jack Eichel, and that situation's been a mess. But where do you see the Rangers this season? Do you think Eichel's still a viable option for them, and just overall your outlook on them going into the season?
I think a lot rides on their goaltending as usual and their defense. They obviously have a ton of skill up front, and when they play fast, I obviously see them mostly when they play the Islanders, but when they get going, north south and with their speed and their ability to move the puck around, they can give a lot of teams problems, especially the Islanders, because the Islanders would tend to want to make it a much slower type game. So if they're able to do that on a consistent basis against teams in their division, and they certainly looked good against some of the teams in the division last year, but you have to look good against all of them. And really, I think a lot was maybe overblown a bit about how much they bulked up in terms of their bottom six and how they felt about being pushed around by the Islanders in those big games that eliminated them, and obviously the Tom Wilson situation. I don't know that spending a draft pick to get Ryan Reaves is the way to go, but I think a guy like Barclay Goodrow is going to help them a ton. You just get guys in there, and I think you saw it with the Islanders. You get guys in there like the Islanders did when Trotz and Lamoriello came in. You get a guy like Valtteri Filppula who really helped kind of make that transition from the Islanders being a team that was starting to believe what everybody was saying about them and feel sorry for themselves after a couple bad seasons, and realize that, if you just kind of play to a smart system, the way that Filppula plays, you can go a long way. So I think Goodrow will help them. I think Gallant is really not such a technical X's and O's type coach. And I think the personal touch that he brings, that a lot of players who have played for him before have talked about, will really help some of their young guys and even some of their veteran guys. So, I think a lot rides on Shesterkin and what he can do this season. But I think, they're going to be competitive. There's really, to me, there's only a couple teams that look like they're going to kind of trail the pack a little bit in that division. And you never know what's going to happen with Washington and Pittsburgh. We've been predicting their demise for a long time, and it never seems to come.
Yeah. Oh my God.
What happens when you have Crosby and Ovechkin on those rosters?
Yeah. So I feel like Columbus is going to struggle and Jersey's going to struggle, but anybody else, Philly could have a big bounce back and go back to the way they were 2 years ago, or they could stink again and they could all fall apart. Carolina's kind of a mystery now with all the spare parts they brought in a weird fashion in their goaltending situation.
Yeah.
And the Islanders, the Islanders' real bugaboo is depth. If they don't really stay healthy the way that they did, especially on D and in goal, they could be in a lot of trouble this season the way they were a couple of years ago before the pandemic shut everything down. So, the Rangers to me have maybe the best skill of anybody in the division. And, if they've got the right coaching situation, and obviously this is a guy in Gallant who came in first year with a team in Vegas and took them to the finals. And he's really, he's a little like Vigneault in that way, where he comes in and he gets people to buy in right away. So I'm curious to see how they get out of the gate, how much they can believe in themselves, and maybe the Eichel situation gets resolved before camp. It feels like it would be such a mistake to give up a ton of assets that Buffalo's looking for to get a guy who really wants to be out of there. And I'm sure would be super motivated, but you still wouldn't see because of the surgery until January, February at the earliest. And really the season's kind of basically over by then. So, I feel like they have the skill. Zibanejad is a great player. Panarin's a great player. Ryan Strome has really found a home there to be kind of a good distributor and partner with Panarin. So I just feel like, they're kind of a mystery to me. But if they're great, it wouldn't surprise me. And if they're struggling again, it wouldn't surprise me. But they seem to be on the right track.
All right. Well, thanks a lot for joining us, Arthur. As always, it's a pleasure, and I'll let you go. Hope, you never know. Lou pulls another move and you're back to work. So I'll give you some free time here for a little bit. I
might get to go get lunch for about 5 seconds, and that's about it.
Yeah.
It's like you had a full month off, and then suddenly, wait, what? I got to cover 5 signings?
Exactly. I'm glad he waited till I was back on the clock to do all this.
All right. Well, Jordan,
thank you, Arthur.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, guys. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You too.
All right. Yeah, we had Arthur Stable talking about the Rangers. How about that?
Something he probably hasn't done in a long time.
Yeah. But there's still lots of stuff.
He had a lot of good insights, and the main thing is you never know what Lou's up to. They need that defenseman. Because Tarasenko's still out there, so we'll see what he has up his sleeve. And hell, he still didn't announce Zajac and Parise.
Yeah, Zajac shocked me. I don't know if you guys saw my face when he said Zajac. I was like, what? And good afternoon, everybody, by the way, that came on while we were talking. So we didn't want to interrupt our guest or anything like that. But
yeah, we're catching up with some of these right now.
Yeah.
No more liberties. I'm even though I'm using Liberty for this, I'm not a fan of the Liberty jersey. I'm just not.
Blasphemy. And I feel like I should be using the shame gif right now from Game of Thrones on you.
Oh, this is great. The Islanders should go after Jack Johnson.
Nah. You know what's funny? Arthur talked about Philadelphia, and I don't know if it's just the chaotic side of me or the fact that I'm not a fan of the Flyers at all, but wouldn't it be funny to see everything absolutely go haywire for the Flyers and the chaos that would ensue from that?
Yeah, it all depends on Carter Hart. If Carter Hart's a Civic,
could you imagine if he has another stinker of the year and how bad? Like, let's just say Ristolainen is a dumpster fire in his own zone. He's even worse than Buffalo. They give him more responsibility, and then they end up having to blow everything up. And Drew's gone. Oh man.
In that case, Chef, you're 100% right. No more Liberty with the players. This is actually what we were talking about before Arthur came on. So we'll finish that thought. But again, that's the Rangers know they have protection now, and everything changes when you know that you got protection on the ice and somebody's got your back. Either if you cough up the puck when you're trying to stick handle, or if you think somebody's going to take liberties and trying to run you. So there you go.
One thing when Staple let on, we talked about the players he signed, but we didn't go over the years and terms. So just so everyone knows, Kyle Palmieri was 4 years, $5 million. Anthony Beuvillier was 3 years, $4.1 million. Ilya Sorokin was 3 years, $4 million. And Casey Zibanejad was 6 years, $2.5 million, which Elliot Friedman reported a long time ago that he heard that's what the deal was with Zibanejad. So he was he was spot on with that, and Staple actually confirmed that yesterday that was the years in AAV. And look, that was the only way for the Islanders to keep Zibanejad, because there would have been teams. I mean, there was the report that Seattle was talking to him, was going to offer him 5, which would have been crazy high, but there would have been teams that definitely would have given him 3.5. He was making 3.35 last year, so I think a team definitely would have given him 3.5. If he was open to leaving. But the only way for the Islanders to keep him was to give the 6 years to keep the AAV down. So ultimately, it was the right choice for the Islanders to go with the term there to keep him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to.
Do you think it's wise to be giving out the extra year? Because it always seems like it's either you give a million extra or it's an extra year. It goes back and forth on free agency with this. The Kyle Pozo, Andrew Ladd year, I know you want to block that from your mind. That was a year that they're like, oh, we'll just give out one more year. It's not going to affect us. Oops, it did. Is that really a wise thing to do? I know the low AAV with all these contracts, Zach Hyman, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, Casey Zibanejad, but still 2.5 on a 30-year-old that plays physically. That can come back to bite you a little bit.
That's my concern, and I've said this on here before, is he's not a big guy, and he plays very physical for his size. So I'm not worried about his production. I mean, his offensive numbers really are not what you're paying him for. And especially now that he's down from 3.5 to 2.5, even if the offense drops a little bit, you're not really losing that much in value, considering you're paying him less. So my biggest concern is his body breaking down before the end of that contract. And years 4 through 6 could be bad if he starts to get hurt. And he's had some injuries. So that's really the one thing that I have to worry about. I love the term for him. $2.5 million is great for him because he's easily a $3 million player. I mean, and like we said before, that rumor of Seattle offering 5, all right, that may have been a little high. But you could easily see multiple teams going to 4 for him, especially if Gaudreau not for the Rangers. I could totally see that. So I worry about his body breaking down due to the fact that he's that he's a smaller guy, but he's ultra physical, kind of like how Ryan Callahan was. And you saw how his body broke down as quickly as it did. He went from a guy that when he was first traded to Tampa Bay, that first season, 20 goals and 50 points. And then his body just deteriorated. It was like in the parody movie when they're parodying Rocky and the old guy gets punched and he turns into sand. Like that's basically how Callahan's body broke down. And honestly, if you're an Islander fan, that's the one thing I would worry about with Suzuki. I'm not worried about his production. I'm not worried about his defensive play. Those are going to be there, especially for $2.5 million. Even if it goes from a 30-point player to a 20-point player, you're not worried about that because the defensive game is so good, especially on a fourth-line situation, and the penalty killing as well, that you're getting your money's worth. It's just years 4 through 6 of that contract could be a problem.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I'm not – and, 2.5 isn't a lot of money. And as we get, go on here in years, the cap will eventually start to go up again. And you're talking by, years 4 or 5, the cap will likely be even higher at the point where 2.5, where it now is really like what? Like 1.2, So
yeah,
it's not really, I'm not really concerned about the dollar amount. Yeah, you're right. Years 4 through 6, depending on how his body breaks down. He might not be that effective anymore, but in which case, for that dollar amount, you could just, bury him, waive him, and it's not a huge deal. But I'm glad he's back, because this is a guy that was like the identity of the Islanders. So it's good to have.
If
him
only
back.
he played on a line that was named that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And then Palmieri was essentially swapped with Eberle. They got rid of Eberle, who was making $5.5 million, and they gave that money to Palmieri. So that was kind of like an even swap out, pretty much. So Palmieri at 4 times 5 is fine by me. I don't mind the deal at all.
I wish I could insert memes and stuff like that there. I would have inserted the not sure if serious meme. Just to mess with you.
Yeah. Well,
we have Ryan Carter coming on in 10 minutes, so I don't know if it's worth it to start bar talk yet. That's just my.
Actually, I'm sorry, I got away from that. I thought it was 1:30 for him to get on. So
yeah, 1:10.
Oh, okay, so
no.
We'll keep it going then. And actually, sorry about everybody. We're gonna answer some of these some of the comments then. Yeah, Hunter Skinner.
We could probably do that for a couple minutes, I would say.
Yeah. Hunter Skinner, yes, he's got a good chance too. But again, keep in mind there's only 6 spots for your defense.
I wouldn't. If you're talking about Hunter Skinner, I don't know how legitimate of a chance he actually has, Chris Frost. He's not really. I think if he makes the NHL, he's probably a 6th defenseman. And I think with the defense, with the way that they are right now, I don't see how he gets in front unless he's more mature physically and they think that he's ready to take the physical load of the NHL on. That may give him a chance for a small window over some of these other prospects and other defenders in the system. So otherwise, I don't think I agree with that.
Chris, I was a little bit annoyed myself when the Ryan Callahan for Marty St. Louis deal went down, and then of course the 2 draft picks that they gave up, which were essentially, by the way, second rounders. They were the last picks in the first round. But you know what? The reason why I was annoyed is because teams that trade their captains never had success. I believe the Rangers were the first team ever to get rid of their captain mid-season and make the Stanley Cup Finals. They were also the first team to have a goalie play in the gold medal game and the Stanley Cup Finals in the same season. So they really broke a lot of trends that year. So hopefully that'll continue this year in case if Russia needs Igor Shesterkin. Hopefully not Ilya Sorokin in net. Just saying.
Please don't ever remind me of the Eric Stahl trade.
Yeah.
I already have enough things in Rangers history that can give me a major case of PTSD. I don't need another.
Yeah, please. But the Eric Stahl trade, they gave up.
It didn't kill them in the end, but it was Alexis Sorella, Chris G.
Yeah.
But it was I don't need visions of Eric Stahl playing as a Ranger, someone who was completely out of shape at that time and just looked like he just was mailing it in. So
100%, Joe. 100% on that one.
ugh.
Wait, Anthony, what's a trade that gives you some PTSD?
Are you kidding? The Ziggy Palffy trade, the Pierre Turgeon trade. Those are really the main two, for sure. I know you talk about the Yashin trade, and looking back on it, yeah, I mean they gave away Chara, who was incredible for many years, but in hindsight, that in the meantime, it gave them success for 3 years in a row. They made the playoffs. Bad trade, but I put Palffy and Turgeon much higher than that in terms of giving me PTSD. I mean,
Hey, Anthony.
it's terrible.
Did you ever hear about the trade that almost sent Palffy to the Rangers in '99?
Yeah.
It was pretty bad. It was
that would have made it much worse.
It was, and I came over this before, and I just wanted to look at it. It was Nicholas Sundstrom, Todd Harvey, for Palffy and Rich Pilon. The Rangers were adding a first rounder, a minor league prospect, and $2.5 million. But the part of the deal that the reason why the deal was nixed was the fact that it involved cable TV rights with the Islanders.
Yeah.
So I have to. I'm trying to find it. Okay.
I mean, that would have made it so much worse. As it is, it was bad. I mean, you're talking, and I'm with you, Shannon. I actually did cry when Turgeon was traded. Matter of fact, I remember it, and not something that I want to remember, frankly. But I mean, that was a terrible trade. I mean, Turgeon and Malakoff. Yeah, sure, you got Matthew Schneider back in the deal, but I mean, it was Kirk Muller who didn't even want to be here. It was terrible.
By the way, everybody, while we're talking about this, throw down some of the trades that made you want to cry in the comments right now.
But hey, Ole Jokinen, Matthew Buron,
Josh Green.
It was just Josh Green. Yeah.
The reason, but again, the reason why it was bad was because the best player in that trade was Ole Jokinen. By the way, screw you, Ole Jokinen from Ranger fans. Is that then they flipped Ole Jokinen and Roberto Luongo around for Oleg Kabasha, Mark Parrish, and a pick that I think Branislav Meze was in that deal too. And it's turning around and going just, I mean, like, what were you doing? And then they gave up a 30-goal scorer and their best goalie prospect because Rick DiPietro can handle the puck. That's really what it came down to. Roberto Luongo was the number one prospect according to Hockey Digest 2 years in a row. The Hockey News, I'm sorry. 2 years in a row. What was he doing trading him?
That was an overzealous move. I think he just, one of those situations where grass is the greener on the other side.
No,
DiPietro would have made his puck handling ability would have made a difference on top of his athletic ability, but he got it wrong.
That's one of those. Yeah, that's one of those. I think I'm the smartest guy in the room type moves. Is what that was. I don't. Listen, DiPietro at his peak, good goalie, not elite or anything, not great, but good.
I think he was nearing that in the 2005-2006 season. He was a good personality for the NHL too. And of course, he pulled out his hip at the All-Star game. And I don't think he was ever the same after that. He even said it on air. He goes, I think I just pulled out my hip.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And unfortunately for him and his life, him failing was the greatest thing ever for him, because then he's one of the most self-referential athletes of all time, Mike Tyson being number one, that he'll look back and go, what the hell was I thinking back then? It's just that. Some of these trades, by the way, Oliokin and Chris, you're right. That's why I always make that comment. That wonderful shootout move. I mean, if he would have done the Kucherov, it would have been a better move. The McDonough trade right now, the jury's still out, and the only reason why the jury's still out,
Nils Lundqvist.
Nils Lundqvist. That's it. But right now, it's 2 Stanley Cups. We'll see about Nils Lundqvist.
I'm excited. I'm excited for Ryan Carter to join us momentarily. Talk some Kirill Kaprizov. That's a huge. That's probably the biggest RFA unsigned right now, unless you want to go Elias Pettersson.
Pettersson, I would say.
I'll go with Elias Pettersson, but also,
talk to him.
The real question, by the way, I think, and the one I'm going to ask as well, is what exactly is the fate of Minnesota? Yes, Chris, that Ryan Carter, by the way, it's him.
Yeah.
In our group chat, when Anthony announced that we're going to have Ryan Carter on, I got out all my expletives about Ryan Carter, as much as he'll live in Ranger fan infamy forever.
Yeah, he's the color guy for the Wild. I think Anthony LaPonta does the play-by-play, and he's like the color analyst.
Yeah. I mean, it's again, by the way, while we're on this conversation, these are the guests that Anthony's getting. So again, just good job to the guy that's down there on the bottom. Got to give him a round of applause. But I mean, hey, Anthony, by the way, you know what? Because, well, first you were away, but also since the Islanders got all those guys on those deals, we haven't been able to do this in a while. Got to rain some cash down because Lou was spending. I mean, that's what happened. We were doing that for every free agent signing on
Dollar bill, y'all.
You
have to take the sound clip from Wu-Tang Clan. Dollar bill, y'all.
But again, going back to by the way, speak of the devil, here is Ryan Carter joining us right now. All right. How are you doing, Ryan?
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm doing well, thanks. How about you guys?
Thanks for joining us. How's your summer been going?
Really good. Yeah, I mean, it's flying by. It's crazy. Look back on it and get the question, what have you done? I don't feel like I've done a ton, but the days have kind of flown by,
So obviously you're a color guy for the Wild analyst. Let's start there. Before we talk about Kirill Kaprizov, in your opinion, what's going on there? Were you surprised or caught off guard when Bill Guerin decided to buy out Suter and Friese, or were you just in the line of thinking that maybe they buy out Friese but not so Suter? And the thought process that you think that went on behind there to do that?
Yeah, no, I was completely caught off guard, and to be honest with you, I was surprised that they bought out Friese in and of itself. I mean, you look at the cap or capture penalties, and you look at a team like Tampa, they ended up having to spend, what was it, like 90-something million bucks. And that's, they found a way spending a little bit more than the cap. It makes it that much more challenging when you're going to take some money off that and try to win in future years. So I didn't think buyout was probably going to be the divorce between the two. But yeah, no, I was caught off guard. Where I think the thought process comes and why they moved on from those guys is it's a younger core in a different team, and they've tried that experiment for a handful of years, and they haven't won with those guys at the core. So maybe something had to change, and maybe it was going to be painful, and they're willing to accept that. But recent history here, they moved on from Jason Zucker, who the fans loved here. He was very productive. Move him off to Pitt. And it was almost like a light switch went off, and Kevin Fiala just blossomed. He grew, and with those minutes, his offensive production jumped. You name it, you saw him grow in his confidence and everything. And it was entirely tied to the opportunity that he was given. Now you look at fast forward 12 months, and Mikko Koivu, they decide that they're not going to resign him. He's maybe got a little bit of gas left in the tank. They don't bring him back, and what does that do? Yep. That catapults Joel Eriksson Ek up the roster. And now he's getting huge minutes. He's in front of the net on a power play. He's the number one guy in the penalty kill. And what did we see out of him this year? a massive year, right? And he earned himself a nice contract because of that. But there's certainly growth in both those guys, and they're both tied to the holes left by other veteran players that occupied them. So I think the thought process is, hey, that worked for us, and we're a younger team. Now we've got some holes and some good young players in the system. Let's give them a chance. And maybe one of those vehicles was buying out Suter and Parisi.
Ryan, speaking of players in the system, what do you think of Marco Rossi? Do you see him sticking with the roster this year, and how big of an impact do you think he could make?
I don't think that they're just going to give roster spots up to guys because of where they're drafted. Now, yes, he's a first-round pick, and there has been some hype around here. He had last year off. Now, would it be advantageous for a guy who took a year off, who had some medical issues, to maybe spend some time in their minor league affiliate and play in Iowa? Personally, yeah, I think that probably would be advantageous. But would I be surprised if he makes the club out of camp? No. Again, I think a lot of this is tied to the buyouts of those two guys, but I don't think that they're going to jeopardize the long-term success of the player to have a short-term fix on their roster, if that makes sense. Like, there may be a hole in the middle, or they may be struggling, but they're not going to just plug a young guy in there and maybe set him up for failure. I think they're going to do what's best for that. Now, he's, like we talked about, he's everything that I think the Wild need right now, if he can live up to expectation, but I don't think that they're going to rush him. They need somebody that can play in the middle, that, can play between some skilled guys and get up and down the ice, win some battles. I think we saw that in the playoffs too, where you saw maybe Kaprizov have to, where in the regular season there was a little bit more room out there, and he has good chemistry with Zuccarello, and they could go east and west and find some space on the ice. That really dried up in the playoffs, and you saw Kaprizov's game kind of change a little bit, where he had to go in the corner and he had to try to win those battles and get that puck out to the middle of the ice and try to find some scoring areas that he could feed people in, right? And it didn't work, and he didn't have as good a production. So they need to find somebody, a workhorse like that, a centerman maybe, that can get in there on the forecheck number one, win some battles, and then make some skilled plays. And is Marco Rossi that guy? Yeah, on paper and what we've seen in junior, yeah, absolutely, he's that guy. But again, I don't think that they're going to just pencil him in there and say, this is your spot to lose. I think he's going to have to earn it.
Ryan, do you think that the cap situations over the next 2 years, are the Wild still in on Jack Eichel possibly, or is that just not going to happen?
Yeah, I think I think they're still in on him. I think the phones are always open. I think we hear Bill Guerin say that if there's an opportunity to make the club better, that they'll certainly listen to it and do their due diligence. I wouldn't say they're up, but what I would say, and I don't know Jack Eichel's contract that well, but if he has trade protection or not, but if you get an asset that has that much value and you give it a chance for a year and then you get yourself in a pickle, I think you'll have a chance to move that asset again at a later date. So and for that reason alone, I think that they'd be in on Jack Eichel. Like, let's see if we can try it for a year, and if it works, great. If we get ourselves in some cap issues later, maybe we figure that out later. But I think anytime you can get your hands on a player of that caliber, and at that position, you do your best. So I don't think that door is closed, but yeah, we'll see.
Now, Ryan, you mentioned Kaprizov before, and he's everything the Wild fans hoped for. He was dynamic, and he was fun to watch. I loved watching him play. So what's the status on his contract? I know you hear about the rumor a couple of weeks ago, CSKA Moscow was going to get him back, but then they denied that themselves like a week ago or so. But do you see this lasting much longer, or do you think that they're going to be able to agree to terms here soon?
Well, I think every good agent and every good general manager probably doesn't show their full hand till the 11th hour, right? Until they need to. So I think that's part of the reason why this is taking a while. They're both trying to do their best for what they're representing. Kaprizov, I mean, you look at it and all you can do is from afar. He's in Russia right now. You look at it and what he posts on Instagram or on Twitter and the training videos. He doesn't look to be a guy stressed out like he's in a situation where he doesn't know if he's going to have a gig or if he's going to go someplace else. He looks comfortable. So to me, it seems like a situation where he's given his agent kind of free rein and say, hey, you handle this. Just make sure I'm at camp when it starts, because the NHL is where I want to be. I don't want to be in the KHL. And it doesn't make sense to me why he'd come over in a pandemic, leave his family, everything else there, come on an entry-level contract, probably take a pay cut just to get leverage to go back and maybe make a little bit more money and stay in the KHL. It doesn't make sense to me. So I think a lot of people called that bluff. He wants to be in the NHL. He doesn't have arbitration rights. So at some point, one of these sides are going to have to give, or they do find a way to meet in the middle. Ultimately, I do believe that is going to happen. What the term or the money is, I'm not quite sure. But you look around, I think it has to be good for the Wild camp when you look around the league and you see like Couturier and Svechnikov signing at 8 years, 7.75. You look at those deals and you're like, well, Kaprizov, you got 56 games played. Now these guys are a little bit more established and they're producing at the exact same rate. Maybe we should look at that. So I think that has to be good for the Wild camp and getting things done at a number that they're comfortable with.
Yeah. Carson Soucy was a pretty big loss for the Wild to Seattle. What do you think of Kulikov and Goligoski, and which one do you think replaces his minutes?
Yeah, good question. The Wild, now this is where I think they went into the summer. This is probably the strength of their team, was their D-core. I mean, you had that top pair where it was Suter and Spurgeon, and then Dumba and Brodin, and the sneaky, really solid pair that made this D-core probably one of the best in the NHL was Soucy and Ian Cole. They were so dependable. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think they were probably like plus 35 combined or something. And out of your 5-6 to get that type of production. Now, they weren't throwing a ton of points on the board, but when that pairing is plus 30 something combined, I mean, that's fantastic. That's all you ask for out of your shutdown guys is don't get scored on. And if you happen to be on the ice where you're leading to situations where, you're in the plus category, that's fantastic. But end up losing both those guys, Soucy, Ian Cole, and then, as you mentioned, Ryan Suter too. So they've got some backfill guys, and now there's going to be some shuffle where there was a lot of familiarity and everybody knew their role. There's maybe going to be some change in what those roles look like. At least right off the bat, I think based on mobility, it's going to be Goligoski and Spurgeon on that top pair, probably playing top line minutes, power play special teams. I think Kulikov will probably be that 5-6 guy off the bat, and with nothing being set in stone. But I think those are the guys, and then they go out and sign Jordy Ben. So I think they're looking for a little rugged piece back there, maybe to replace Ian Cole. So is it Kulikov and Ben on that 5-6? And where does Johnny Merrill fit in that too? Is he the 70? But yeah, so I think that's the way it's going to shake out. Goligoski is going to play alongside Spurgeon for sure, and then it's going to be a battle for probably between 3 to 4 guys for those final 2 spots, 5 and 6.
Hey Ryan, just out of curiosity, all your years playing in the NHL and now you're an analyst, you ever look at some of the players and just go, that guy reminds me of the way I used to play?
No, because I actually think most of the people in the NHL right now are good players, and I never thought of myself as a good player.
That 2012 playoff against the Rangers would say differently, but yeah.
I mean, you look around, and I don't know that there are guys that I would compare myself to right now, but I just went out and truly wanted to win and chase winning. And if that meant being F1 on the forecheck, if that meant having to fight somebody, that's what I was really willing to do. It's the one thing you can't do when you're done playing is chase that winning, right? You can go make money, you can go to work, you can do other stuff, but you really just don't have a chance to win like you do when you played. So towards the end of my career, that's just really what I focused on. I see that in a lot of players out on the ice, right? Like just a strong desire to win, but certainly something that was valuable to me.
All right.
Now, Ryan, I'm an Islander fan, so I'm going to troll these guys because they're Ranger fans. So I want to thank you for beating them in 2012.
Here we go.
When you were on the Devils, but when you look back on that 20 team that went to the finals and played the Kings with Kovalchuk and Parise and Zajac, Andy Green, etc. What do you remember most about that team, and what made you guys, such a special team and got you as far as it did?
Are you wondering this now because the Islanders are kind of like the new Devils?
No, he's wondering this because he wants to stick the knife in us and just turn it a little bit while you're on.
Well, I think he's hoping his Islanders do it to the Rangers this year because they have Zajac, Green. There's rumors that Parise's going to end up there. So there's a pretty decent core from that Devils run that might be on the Islanders. But, there's a lot of lessons I learned playing with that club and under Lou Lamoriello is just kind of discipline, right? And play your role. And if everybody just kind of buys into a system and doing things the right way, you can have a lot of success. We did that. We were certainly in 12. We weren't the sexiest team on paper or on the ice, nowhere near it. But quite frankly, we were old, right? We were an old club too. But what we wanted was to win, and we knew the way at which we had to play to win, and we went out and executed that. We stuck with it, and it's I think that team's another good example of a regular season team may have a lot of success and they can fill the net and they can play a different way. But when you get into a 7-game series, you can really build a club that over the long term can beat like a super sexy fast team if they play a structured, disciplined, sound, big, heavy game, right? And there's something to be said about it where I'm not trying to win the President's Trophy. I don't think this team is built that way, and that's not how I'm going to approach my offseason. I'm building this team to win a playoff series or two, or maybe be the team that can come out of the East or something, right? And I think that's the way that team was built. We were not super sexy, probably beat all expectation of everybody except those of us in that locker room because we knew what we were willing to do.
What was your reaction? I don't know if let me just pull up this comment real quick. What was your reaction when you saw Marty Brodeur make that heel save on Gaborik? Because it probably gave me and Mark we threw probably shit fits when we saw it. So I'd imagine I want to know what it was like for you being on the other side of things.
No, that was one of the ones where Marty, gosh, it's great. I played with Marty later on in my career, and he's kind of a guy that you idolize, and then you get a chance to play alongside of him, and in practice maybe you can put a few passes, and you're like, yeah, he's good. But what really differentiated him, right, is that he could make those big saves in the big moments, and that's what I remember is that being one, and sitting on the bench and jaw hitting the floor, and all of a sudden it's like, that's why he's Marty Brodeur, right? Like, that's why he's maybe the greatest that's ever played the position, because it's those kinds of saves that he would make. And he wasn't trying to make those saves in practice. That's why he could put a couple past him. But when he wanted to, he could make the big one.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, the Rangers did not lose 3 games in a row all that year. And then you guys, game 4, game 5, game 6. And overtime it took for game 6. So, Anthony, if you got another question.
Yeah. Well, I guess before I let you go, Ryan, I know, a lot of times when guys are on, NHL Live, they, ask them like some music question or whatnot, but like we're video game guys. Do you have a classic video game you remember playing as a kid that was your favorite, or something that sticks out that you enjoyed doing when you were younger?
Yeah, there's 2. Mike Tyson Punch Out.
Nice.
And the other one was Contra. You guys remember Contra?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Up, down, left, right, BA, select start.
Yeah.
Select start,
Punch
unlimited lives. Now I got a chance.
Now I want to go play Contra.
Right.
Did you have the Mike Tyson one? Because I had the one, I guess, where he got in trouble and they replaced him with Mr. Dream in the game, that version of it. But there was a version where he was still in the game.
That was the original.
Yeah. I had Mike Tyson Punch Out. Yeah.
Love it.
And then when it say NHL, like NHL 93, 94, where Jeremy Roenick was like a beast. Remember that? Like he had
definitely.
Oh my God.
Definitely, Jeremy Roenick is almost in the Bo Jackson category in the first 2 NHL games. Yeah. Where you did that wraparound slap shot every time.
Oh,
every time.
Forget about it.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely. All right, well, Ryan, thanks for joining us. Season training camp open about 3 weeks from now, so you're going to get going, and hopefully the Wild have a good season. And I'm looking forward to seeing Kaprizov back on the ice because he's special to watch. So But thanks for taking the time out to join us. Much appreciated.
Yeah, no sweat. Thanks, guys. Good luck out east, and hopefully we run into you when it really matters at the end of the year, right? So, all right, take it easy.
That'd be awesome.
Would love to see that. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks a lot, Ryan.
See you.
Have a good day.
And there it is. Okay.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, yeah, that was great.
Ryan Carter's video game selections. Love it. Love it.
The Scorpion save. Oh, my goodness. The Scorpion
I had to
save.
ask him about. I saw Chris G. I saw that comment, and I had to put that up because I just, you know what? I had to think about it. Like, obviously, me and you, Mark, sitting there, literally our jaws are dropped, but with like the most downtrodden of looks on our faces when it happens, and we're probably screaming out every expletive in the book. And Ryan's over there on the other side, and his jaw's like yeah, God, this guy is God for a reason.
But that's why, you know what? That's that. Oh, Mutant League Hockey, by the way, great one. Mutant League Hockey.
Was interesting.
Trying to remember what the Yarmer Jaeger was. I think that might have been. No,
Did you just call him Jaeger?
No, that's what the name was in Mutant League Hockey.
Oh.
Yeah. It was definitely Jaeger. I do know that. It wasn't Jaeger. It was something like that.
Yeah, you just
I got to check with my brother Dan because he probably remembers all those. But yeah, great question on the video game one. Yeah, and it's I bury that memory of him being left all alone in front of the net. But you know what? After all, that's Henrik Lundqvist's fault, right, haters? All right.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, that he got left all alone in front. I'll just blame Del Zotto because it's the easiest thing to do nowadays. Blame when in doubt, blame Del Zotto. All right, guys, we still got a lot we gotta get to today. We're gonna speed this up now a little bit. So we're going to our Bar Talk segment.
I'm gonna take a shot on this one. I'm gonna say beer.
I'm buying everybody around on this. Oh my god.
So, everybody, welcome back to the Big Apple Hockey's Bar Talk segment, where we gauge NHL topics based on our our choice of drink. Oh, wow, there were too many words going through my head all at once.
And on this edition of Mark Can't Speak,
well, at least it's better than Kakaniemi. I mean, oh, geez.
I'll give you a pass on that because that name can kind of be a little.
Yeah, it's sort of like can you change it just to Niemi or something? I don't know.
Names are hard at times.
I know Kakko's very easy. Thank you, Kaapo. So anyway,
yeah.
All right. So Sean Couturier's deal will make Mika Zibanejad's new deal a little bit cheaper. We'll say it like that because it was kind of going to go long. Filk, to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy around on this. Sean Couturier's deal is gonna keep Mika Zibanejad more to the $8.5 million range rather than the. I'm gonna say rumored very loosely because while I have a lot of respect for Larry Brooks, he tends to sometimes have reporting informative type pieces, and then he has musing type pieces, which is fine, but Larry Brooks had a musing that Mika Zibanejad could be asking for $10 million. I don't think that's going to happen. So I think Sean Couturier and his new deal will keep Mika Zibanejad more so in a ballpark that the Rangers would be comfortable signing him to. So I'm buying everybody around on this.
Anthony.
Yeah, I'm going to go round two. I don't think Zibanejad is going to get $10 million, and I know Svechnikov was an RFA, but he got 7.75. Couturier at 7.75. Zibanejad, probably score more than Couturier, but Couturier is on another level defensively. I mean, this is like a Selke type guy, but overall, I think it will keep Zibanejad in that range, 8.25, 8.5. So I'm full agreement there with Filk on that one with the round. I'd be shocked if he still got 9.5 or 10.
Unfortunately, I gotta go beer, and the reason why is because if he puts up another 40-goal season, it don't matter what Sean Couturier got or what Svechnikov got. I mean, he had 41 in 56 2 seasons ago. He was unhealthy to start the season, and then now, I mean, and he's also going to be a UFA. UFAs want more money, so you can't really bridge them that much. That's just the way it is. Tomas Hertl is a better and more realistic trade option for the New York Rangers than Jack Eichel. I'll start this one off, guys, and I'm buying everybody around on that. More realistic and a better option because they don't have to give up that much. You don't have to worry about surgery, and on top of it, this is his last year of his deal. Rangers could go get him tomorrow if they want to. They can get him at the trade deadline if they want to. And he wants out, and he's affordable. I think it's only just under $6 million or around $6 million. So, Filk.
Yeah, definitely. He has 1 year left on his deal, as you stated. It's at $5.625 million. If they're looking to re-sign him long term, I'm gonna say he could be anywhere in the range from 6.5 to 7.5 million. If you can get him and Mika Zibanejad locked up for about 16 million combined AAV, you not only set your center depth at your 1-2 positions for the foreseeable future, because Hertl's still young enough to be with this team, fits right in with their timeline because they want to compete sooner than later. And you gain much needed cap flexibility as opposed to adding Eichel, even though he's younger, with the extra $3.5 million that it would take on the AAV. And you don't have to worry about the major neck injury that Eichel has. So I'm buying everybody another round on this.
Then I'll have to put that up again. Anthony, going to you.
I'm buying everyone around as well.
All right, I can just leave it up.
I
clean sweep times 2.
Like you said, his age still fits in what the Rangers are looking to do. He doesn't have a neck injury. He makes a very, very reasonable amount of money right now. And even when you re-sign him, he's still going to make a reasonable number. It's not going to be 10 million. He's good in the circle, and he's an uber talented guy. Look at between the legs goal he scored against Baran. He's fast. He's got hands. I honestly think he'd be a perfect fit for the Rangers. So yeah, definitely around. Much better choice.
And you know what? We threw out everything. And the other thing is, if you get him right now and he doesn't fit in, he's gone. That's like the 1 year of his deal.
Yeah.
All right. I do believe somebody asked this to Arthur Staple. We'll have that video again for the short versions. But Ilya Sorokin will take the reins from Semyon Varlamov. Anthony, it's your question. It's all you.
I'm gonna go beer. I think what Staple said is accurate. I think based on just resume and being that he's the veteran and he's been outstanding, Varlamov's going to start the year as the guy. But again, remember, this is an 82-game season, so Sorokin, just on that alone, is going to play more. He proved himself, so I think he'll get more starts. It's just going to matter of how well he plays, how well Varlamov plays, and like Staple said, Varlamov's getting older. There's the Olympic aspect of it. So I could see a scenario where at some point during the season, it becomes like a 50-50 split, and then maybe Sorokin taking the reins at the end. But in the beginning, it's going to be Varlamov, so that's why I'm not going round here or anything. But I do think it could happen sometime in the middle towards the later part of the year.
Filk.
I'm going to ruin this clean sweep thing that we have going. By the way, we should get a broom going across the screen for that. One of those clean sweeps.
I'll work on that for us.
But I'm gonna go shot here. The reason for this is I think I might have mentioned this a couple of weeks ago. Oh, I like the angry face there.
You like the angry face?
I do like the angry face. I need to
get him more animated.
Yeah, I do like that. But while I think it's possible, I don't see it happening because, as Anthony said, this is, or as even I think Staples said it himself. This is the first 82-game season in 2 years. So it's a lot to ask of a young goaltender like Sorokin, who really doesn't have a whole lot of games under his belt. to really kind of start taking the reins from Varlamov in the season. And Varlamov, you got to remember, Varlamov's been the guy that's gotten them to the conference finals. I mean, Sorokin won them the Penguin series. Yes, that's true. But Varlamov has been the guy that's really carried the ship as the number one goaltender. So really to kind of take the reins from him in the first 82-game season back is going to be a really big ask. I don't see it happening. I don't. And another point to that is that, Staple was talking about how Lou isn't going to trust a young player to just take those big minutes when we were talking about like the defense and the forward positions. He's not going to do the same in net. And that's just Trotz. That's what Trotz does. He leans on his veterans, and I think they're going to lean on Varlamov for at least one more season. I think the split will look something like maybe a 58-24 split for Varlamov to Sorokin, or maybe it could even be a 50-30, but you're going to be looking at something like that. And then I think if Varlamov starts to falter at that point, then Sorokin could. But if Varlamov plays as consistently as he has for these 2 years so far, for the previous 2 seasons, then I don't think that's happening. So I'm going to say shot here.
I'm going to ruin it as well because I'm going to go buying everybody around on this. The reason why for me is Varlamov has been injury-free as an Islander goaltender, so that can come into play. They were adding on if he goes to play for Russia. That's one. I thought Varlamov was going to be the starter after the first round last year. Sorry, I mean Sorokin, because he was clearly the better goaltender versus the Penguins. And then lastly, I think with the rigors of this season might be physically demanding, and Sorokin might just be better and just take it away. Hey, Brody, how's it going? I haven't seen you in a little bit. It's just, I think that could very well, Sorokin could take this job. Moving on to the next one. The Kotkaniemi offer sheet will be the last we'll see in the NHL for a while. Anthony?
I'm gonna go, and I'll go round. Aside from the Aho offer sheet 2 years ago, you hadn't seen one in a long time. There might have even been before the Aho one. It might have even been the Shea Weber offer sheet.
Shea Weber was
seen it.
No, it wasn't Weber. It was O'Reilly, I believe.
Yeah, O'Reilly by the Calgary Flames.
I thought that was, yeah. All right. So, I don't think we're going to see one. They're uncommon just for these reasons alone, because teams likely know you might have some revenge coming down the pike after. One not long ago where the Blues and the Canucks got into an offer sheet war with Steve Bernier and Ryan Kessler. There was revenge exacted on that one. So this is the type of reason why we don't see him. So no, unless a team throws out an offer sheet to a player, and then the other team responds a year or two later, I don't see it happening. So I'm pretty confident when I say our round here. I think we won't see it for quite some time.
Filk.
I'm buying everybody around on this. As I said before, everybody talked about, well, you don't see offer sheets and and everything like that, and this is why you don't see them, because the unwritten rules are there for a reason. And Brian Burke, I was watching something on NHL Network, and Brian Burke talked about how the reason why he was pissed at Kevin Lowe for the Dustin Penner offer sheet was because he never got a heads up from him. So when you talk about unwritten rules and you want to sit there and you want to make fun of that, there is a code of conduct amongst these general managers behind the scenes. It really does exist. So don't stick your nose up at it. It does exist. And this is part of why we're not going to see one for, I don't know, another 5+ years, I would say.
I'm going to go beer because if it makes sense for your franchise, you're going to do it. If you're, let's say, for instance, a team that wants a number one center right now and has prospects galore and whatever. Like all of us, the people in the comments have been talking about this left and right. Let's say like the New York Rangers, and
Chris Drury, paging Chris Drury. Hello.
yes, and it's
hi, Chris Drury. There might be this guy out there named Elias Pettersson. Do you have any interest in him?
And that's exactly why, folks. That's exactly why. And you know something, that's what'll happen. Then they'll go, look, we'll get him right now. We'll get him for a good deal. But it's gonna be like it's probably gonna be more like the Montreal situation where you're not gonna risk giving up. I forget what the top tier is. It's not 5 first-round draft picks anymore, but still,
four.
I mean,
No, it is 4.
It is
4, and
okay.
I think like a second rounder and something else.
Right. So I mean, you can rebuild a franchise that way if you're the Canucks, just to go find Elias, get the hell out of here, and the Rangers get back Elias Pettersson. Yay, they're all good, and the Rangers, their prospect pool is awesome right now. So why not?
The only problem that you have with something like that is that Pettersson is not an $11+ million player right now as we speak. He could be. He very well could be very soon. But it's a risky proposition, and if
somebody's going to do it one of these days,
somebody is. I'm surprised nobody's done it to Vancouver because they have the problem with their cap space and him and Quinn Hughes.
Yes, and that's part of the problem when you pay your young players too early,
or when you pay Tyler Myers $6 million,
or when you pay a young center in his 3rd season. You get him a 8-year, $10 million a year extension because we're going to Jack Eichel right now. And Pat Brinson, who is the new agent for Jack Eichel, just see the segue I had right there, will help speed up a Jack Eichel trade. And if I could add another name in there, it would be Donald Fear, because here's a newsflash for everybody. The NHLPA met with the NHL about the Jack Eichel situation. More on that in about 10 seconds. But I'm going to buy everybody around on this one. They're going to definitely put the screws to Kevin Adams. And because if this is about players' health, Buffalo's in trouble. And they're going to have to try to find a deal for Eichel right now or let him get the surgery. So that's going to help things right away. Filk?
Yeah, I'm going to say a beer here. I'm fairly confident it will because of the fact that Pat Brisson is the NHL equivalent of someone like Scott Boras or Drew Rosenhaus. He's a super agent. He's arguably the best agent in the NHL for anyone's money. If you ask all the analysts, the experts, the first name that'll come up from them is Pat Brisson. And he knows how to work teams, general managers, organizations. He knows all the ropes. No disrespect to Eichel's 2 previous agents, the 2 Peters, but Pat Brisson's on another level. And this is a guy who's been around the block more than once. He's dealt with these situations. He's more than well equipped to handle them. So I'm definitely very curious to see what happens here, but I think it will. It's just I think there's the surgery part of it is really what kind of keeps the process a little closer to where it is now, but it definitely accelerated, and Pat Brisson is not going to take Kevin Adams' his garbage. He's not going to deal with it. So I'm going to say a beer here.
Anthony?
I think that the big issue here is the surgery and the timeline. I mean, he's probably going to be out until December. And I think teams are going to be skeptical about trading for a guy where they don't know what the results of the surgery is going to be, you know, how he's going to be after he comes back and whatnot. And I think that's going to scare teams off because they just simply don't know. So Pat Brisson, while, you know, he's an elite agent and can probably turn up the heat on Kevin Adams, I don't think it's going to like make wonders where he's going to be traded, you know, tomorrow. But I also do think, you know, he will be traded faster than where if he kept the same representation. But I still think it's going to take a little bit of time here because of his health issues. So Good move for Jack Eichel to do this, but because he's going to be out for a while, I don't think teams are going to be pounding on the door to make this happen by ASAP.
If anything, by the way, all this conversation with Pat Brisson and presumably Donald Fear or whoever the NHLPA is sending there to talk, get the surgery figured out. Are you going to get the surgery or not? And this has got to do with Eichel's health. That has to do, and I'm not even saying that as a Ranger fan. That who knows, I might want him. I don't even know anymore. I really don't. We've covered Eichel too much on this podcast. Way too much. All right, the St. Louis Blues will hold on to Vladimir Tarasenko and trade him at the deadline. Mr. LaRocco.
Beer. This is another one. It might take some time. But you have a team in St. Louis who obviously would like to move him. You don't want distractions. Tarasenko wants to move. They still have to sign Robert Thomas. And I heard that they also have a deal to bring back Tyler Bozak, but they can't complete that yet either because of their cap space. So by moving Tarasenko sooner than later, they could take care of the rest of their housekeeping. So, yeah, in a perfect world, I think they want to do it before the season starts. I'm just not sure if they're going to finally just face it that they're not going to get full value for him, and they might decide to hold on to him. But it could pay off because if they hold on to him and he proves to be healthy and he puts up Tarasenko type numbers before his injuries, you might get the return that you would have been able to get from the beginning from him. So interesting to see how St. Louis is going to play this. They might just wipe their hands clean and just be done with it, start fresh, or they might just say, screw it, we're going to wait. But lies somewhere in the middle there. So not doing shot, not doing round, beer.
Filk?
I'm going to say round.
Okay.
And I'm going to say round because of the fact that I don't think that there's anything available right now that would really entice Doug Armstrong to move him. And Anthony, you posted it in the group chat before, and the names that you mentioned from the Islanders were just it was just pathetic. I mean, if that, and there's no vitriol between Tarasenko and the Blues. He just wants to go, and you know what? That's fine. You know what? There's no sense of vitriol. There's been no reported vitriol like there is with Eichel and the Sabres, and there's verbal barbs being thrown around, and it's being public, and it's like, oh well, they screwed up my surgery, and the doctors don't know what the hell they're doing. It's not Lindros, 20 years ago as well, also. So I think they're gonna hold on to him. They're gonna try to see what's going to happen with him, and he's going to try to bounce back and show that he could at least stay healthy. And he may not be able to put up the numbers he was putting up pre all of this, but if he can put up respectable numbers and stay healthy, someone's going to look at him at the deadline, and they're going to give St. Louis much more, I should say, than what's being supposedly offered now. So I don't think, unless he says, I'm not playing for you, trade me, then I don't see any way where they don't do this, because the returns simply just aren't good enough right now. And Doug Armstrong's already told us this by saying we're pretty much going to keep on to him previously. So unless something drastic changes, I'm buying around here.
I'm actually going to go to beer because I could see him starting the season in St. Louis, but I could see it more of like the Taylor Hall trade that I believe happened in November, maybe early December, and they're going to want to get rid of him quickly. I don't think they're going to wait till the deadline. So that qualifies still that he's going to play games for St. Louis, but I don't think it's going to be what we think is going to be and how long he's going to be there. Speaking of unsigned players, Elias Pettersson will be unsigned when camps open, and I'm like Mr. Round. Geez, you want to be with me at the bar tonight? Goodbye and everybody again. Because there is no shot he is going.
1L, by the way. 1L.
1L?
1L and Elias.
Son of a bitch. All right. As I fix that, Anthony, go. Oh, sorry, Phil, go ahead. I haven't gone back.
I'm going to say beer because I'm not really sure on this, to be honest with you. They have to do something with him. And the cap situation, just looking at their cap, and I just want to pull it up so I have the number in front of me. But they have 10 million in cap space, just under 11. Let's just say it's 10.664 technically, but they have to sign him. They have to sign Quinn Hughes. Michael Furland is on long term, so I guess that there's not really. I don't know. Cap friendly says projected LTIR used 0, so I'm not sure if that number factors into it yet. But if that number factors in, then I mean it helps them a little bit. But there's not a lot of space here, and you would imagine that both of these players go well over that 10 million, even 13 would be something where you're saying to yourself, considering what Cale Makar just got, I mean, I have to say Quinn Hughes has got to get something close to that, right? And then Elias Pettersson, I would say you're at least looking at 8 million for him. So where is this cap space? Who's being moved? Who takes someone like Tyler Myers? Because Tyler Myers would be the guy that I'd be looking at moving and saying, hey, you know what? You're a good player, but you're definitely not worth that. And you just got Connor Garland and Oliver Ekman-Larsson. You're not moving them. They just signed Travis Hamonic again. So Tyler Myers is really the one guy that you got to look at and say to yourself, hey, you know what? He's got to be the target. So I really wonder who takes him. Could that be where the Islanders swoop in?
Yeah, it's 6 million. I mean, they would have to.
They'd have to retain some salary.
So what are you going? What are you doing?
I'm saying beer.
I think he said beer before. I think that's what I had on there.
I'm gonna go round. It seems like every year there's a high profile RFA that misses some time. Last year Barzal signed 3 days into camp or so. Mitch Marner did it a couple of years ago. Obviously, Nylander missed games in the regular season. I think this is a guy that wants to be paid handsomely. Vancouver can't right now. Like John said, they're in a tough spot with not really an easy spot with who they can move out to make the room to sign both Hughes and Pettersson to market value deals. So I think this one's going to stretch out a little bit longer. I mean, ultimately, it's going to get done. I don't think he'll miss any games. But I could definitely see him not being there on the first day of camp. So, like I said previously, round here.
All right. And one more, guys. This one I threw in there. Detroit's Jeff Blashill. Wow. Did I mispronounce that one? Detroit's Jeff Blashill is in a put up or shut up season. And I'll start it again. Yeah, I got to buy. Wow, I am buying a lot today. But I mean, they want to see progress. I know they're rebuilding. I think it's basically this season, and then they're going to want to start competing next year. That's what I think. And Yzerman's got a lot of those contracts, like the Nick Leddy contract, which goes this year, and there's another contract that he put on the books. But it's just like Mark Stahl, I believe, comes off the books this year as well, right?
Yeah, I think it's last year.
Okay, so they're going to want to start competing soon. That's what he's building towards. Anthony.
Sorry, Mark, I got a shot here.
It's okay.
The Red Wings don't have any high expectations this year. I mean, it's not like they still have a lot of holes. Yeah, you had a Nick Leddy, he'll up on defense, but after Leddy, it's really the Kaiser, Filip Hronek. I mean, you don't really. Morris Seider's going to be a kid if he makes a team, so they're not going to. It's not like they're going to expect him to go out and be Cale Makar right away. He's not that type of guy.
Mm-hmm.
They forward wise, still underwhelming group. Yeah, you have Larkin and you have Tyler Bertuzzi. Rana looked good for them after they acquired him. But again, they're not. Yeah, they signed Pius Suter, but they're not a deep team at forward. I still expect them to be a towards the bottom of the standings. Yeah, they're better in goal. There's no question there, and Nedeljkovic is going to help them in goal. But Blashill, it's not like Blashill has all these tools that Yzerman gave him this year, and that now it's his turn to make something out of it. I think they're still in the early stages here, so I don't think there's any pressure on him. So yeah, like I said, I'm going to stick with Shot.
Yeah, I'm going with Shot as well, because this roster, like Anthony said, just isn't good enough to compete. It's really not. I mean, even if you want to account for FIlip Zadina taking a big step this year, I mean, Robbie Fabry was a guy that nobody's mentioned so far, 25 years old, and he's really started to find himself in Detroit after kind of having a rough start to his career in St. Louis. Pius Suter's a nice signing, but it's not enough. And not only that, but also the roster is constructed is just not great overall. 4 of their top 6 defenders are UFAs after this year, which is insane to think about. Moritz Seider could make possibly an impact with the team this year, depending on what they want to do with him, or if they want to just make him wait another year and have him develop. I don't know how much more left he can really prove in the SHL. I mean, does he play in Grand Rapids this year and adjust to North America? I mean, that might help them. They have a ton of cap space as is, but they're going to have even more cap space next offseason.
I mean, we could talk about the stability that they've had in coaching over the last 30 years because
that's the issue, though. I mean, I don't know how you could put Blashill in that type of situation and put him on a hot seat when he really doesn't have anything to work with. I'm not saying that.
I'm just saying there needs to be progress. That's what I am.
I think if you would have worded it that way, then yes. And put up or shut up implies that he's going to lose his job if they don't make the playoffs or come close to it. And I just don't think that's the case. I really don't. So I'm going Shot here.
All right.
I mean, here's one thing. To kind of be fair and play devil's advocate, if I don't see progress from somebody like FIlip Zadina or some of the other younger guys, or maybe Filip Hronek takes a step back, something like that, then maybe they might look at Jeff Blashill and say next season would be a season where you could possibly see him on the hot seat.
All right. I was just trying to fix a problem that I had on Twitter, but I'll get that in a minute. AZ again, just message me again, so that way that'll be on there. It's All Things Ranger, which actually I forgot to even put up all of our brand new graphics, but unfortunately they're always going to be hidden when the other thing is on there. Oh,
yeah.
I would love it if we can ever get that on there, but don't worry, they're in edited videos anyway. All right, so everybody, what do you think? Are ARPA sheets going to be the wave of the future, or they're going to go the way of the dodo? The New York Rangers. What was my Ranger one? It was Sean Couturier's deal will make Mika Zibanejad a little bit cheaper. Thomas Hurdle, a better option for the Rangers. Ilya Sorokin ready to take the reins for the Islanders. All those rounds I was giving up. Put it all down in the comments below, guys. It's because we got an entertaining, honest press conference. The ticker and hide that.
Connor, just can you give me your sense of kind of where the group is at?
Once again, my teammates come up short.
All right, welcome everybody to the Big Apple Hockey Honest Press Conferences, where we will talk for the athletes or executives. And we got to start with a guy that's the center of attention in the NHL right now. Jesperi Kotkaniemi did it again. And that is played by our Mr. John Volkowski.
Well, thanks, Mr. Reporter Guy, for screwing up my name once again. Not like I'm not used to that or anything. But, yeah, so I got tendered an offer sheet. So I'm lightning rod right now, center of controversy. And I accepted a $6.1 million offer sheet from the Carolina Hurricanes because they decided to play general manager for our Montreal, rather decided to play general manager for my Carolina Hurricanes a couple of years back. and signed Sebastian Aho to an offer sheet. But what they did and failed, well, what they failed to do, I should say, is they failed to make it a big decision, and they basically signed Aho for Carolina. So now what goes around comes around, and here we are, and I'm the lightning rod. I feel like I'm running out in a field with a kite during a thunderstorm. A lot of fun, right? So I have to sit here and take all these lovely questions, and I have to look at fans saying, why would you take that offer sheet? Hello, hockey is a business. And in this world, you kind of have to make money to, to live, to support yourself, and a family, which you eventually want to have. Yes, you can rain all that money down on me, $6.1 million of those, and a nice little $20 signing bonus. Cute little kick there, Carolina social team and Carolina general manager Don Waddell. That was cute. That was really cute. Petty, but cute. Loved it. Thought it was a A+ level troll job. Chef's kiss. I'll take questions.
Yes, Barry. So is this a win-win? Are you looking forward to staying with the Canadiens if they match, or looking forward to going to the Carolina Hurricanes with a lot more Finnish players on their team as well?
Well, a lot more Finnish players wouldn't be bad, considering people like you can't say my last name to save your life. So that's a good way of looking at it. The other thing would be, I don't care where I play. I just want to make money and play hockey. I mean, isn't that the dream? Isn't that everybody in this world? I mean, everybody that likes hockey, that is, I should say. If you don't like hockey, piss off. But yeah, I just want to be where, 1, I'm wanted. 2, I'm going to get paid. 3, I have a chance to win. Haven't we heard that line recently? I think some Swedish dude in Vancouver said that last one. But yeah, hopefully I'm in that kind of situation sooner than later. So if I go to Carolina, I know that I can put up some real good offensive numbers and make sure that that moolah starts raining down into my bank account, and I could start taking more crazy vacations to different destinations, in my off seasons. Maybe enjoy a couple of Hurricanes. Pun intended there. See what it did? But yeah, down south in the Carolinas, and hopefully, Tom, if you're watching, don't be stingy with the money in the future, because you got a hell of a player on your hands. Just saying.
Mr. Laraco?
Yes, Barry. There were reports that your negotiations with Montreal, that the dollar amount never really got higher than like $2.5 million on a bridge. So when Carolina presented you with this offer, how surprised were you that they were paying you $6.1 million? Because I mean, even you had to probably say to yourself, like, I'm not worth this amount of money right now. I must have been caught off guard. But how happy were you when you saw that amount of 6.1 compared to what Montreal was giving you?
I really don't know if I should be taking this as a backhanded compliment or not, because I definitely feel like I could go out there and put up a boatload of points if in the right situation. I don't know what they had going on in Montreal there. They thought this Danault guy was a point producer when he was really a checker more than anything. So they didn't want to ever really give me the chance there, it seems. But it looked like they might have had no choice this season. So I don't know. I mean, it's nice. Yeah, sure. Might have been a little bit of a surprise, but if anything, I'm going to go out there. I'm going to stick it to whatever general manager I'm playing with. I'm going to force them to pay me. And I'm going to go out there and I'm going to make a name for myself. So you know what? If they don't want to give me a qualifier after this season, you know what? Then I walk and I can negotiate with whoever the hell I want at that point. If they want to qualify me after, let's just say, I don't know, I put up 70 points. Not out of the question, by the way. Then I can go and use that as a bargaining chip going forward. And I become one of their core players, and I become a guy that they don't want to live without. And that's ultimately the goal. as a hockey player in the NHL. You want to be one of those guys where decisions have to be made, and teams start making moves to fit you in, and the other guys are on the outskirts at that point. So, you know what? A little bit of a surprise, but I'm not really surprised in a way because I'm a pretty damn good player. You'll see.
All right. Well, we hope we're going to see that soon, yes, Barry. And you had a long week of being the center of attention in the NHL, so take it easy.
Learn how to say my name. Thanks.
I won't need to. All right.
Well done.
But Jesperi Kotkaniemi or Kotkaniemi, whatever. All right. Kaapo Kakko. That's the only Finnish name I really need to know. But we got to go deeper behind the scenes on this. Fortunately, we have our Mr. Anthony LaRocco as Marc Bergevin.
So, as you all know, Carolina Hurricanes and their general manager, Don Waddell, have offer sheeted my forward, Jesperi Kotkaniemi. I'm a little surprised. We had some talks about a trade for Kotkaniemi. They were interested in him. I gave him my price, which they balked at. They didn't like. We couldn't come to agreement there. So I thought maybe this could happen, but I wasn't, I wasn't really sure. Lo and behold, they did. Now let me just say, Carolina Hurricanes, you guys are a joke of a franchise. I mean, your Twitter account, you guys think you're funny, like with all your jabs, tweeting your tweet out in French, and using the same quote I used when I talked about my off sheet to Sebastian Aho. You guys are like a second-rate organization. You won what? Well, one cup. I mean, I'm part of the most illustrious franchise in NHL history. You should act like it. You guys are joking, really embarrassing yourselves personally. But you want to give 6.1 to Jesperi Kotkaniemi, which no shot at him, but he's not worth that right now. So you guys want to do that? Go ahead. I haven't made my decision yet, but I could just easily just let him walk, and then you guys are on the hook for that. The Hurricanes, that is. And then you have to make a corresponding move to, get under the cap, being that you only have about $4.5 million change in cap space. And then if he has only another 20 to 30 point season, you got to qualify him at 6.1 million. So kudos to you, Don Waddell. You thought you may have been, being revengeful and thinking you were going to get revenge on me for my Aho offer sheet, but I think you kind of screwed your team. So, but that's that. I know I really don't want to talk about that, joke of a franchise. And, but I have a decision to make. I have until I think Saturday or Sunday to decide if we're going to match or not. If I decide not to match, I have to go out and replace Jesperi Kotkaniemi, which the wheels are in motion. That already targeting a particular player I have in mind, and if that's the route that I go. Or if I choose to match and keep Jesperi, I'm happy. I like him. He's a nice young man, and hopefully though at that amount, he'll break out. At which point I won't have any problems with paying him that much. So we'll have to see, me and my team, what we decide. But man, that Hurricanes organization, you guys are a joke. But I'll take some questions.
Mark, who would win in a battle, like a WWE War Game style battle? You and the Montreal Canadiens social media team, or Rod Brindamore and the Carolina Hurricanes social media team? Because I think everybody really wants to see this more than anything right now.
I'm not too familiar who we have on our social media team. I'm sure they're well qualified, and the problem is we're not like that. We're not classless. We're not petty. We're the Montreal Canadiens. We hold ourselves to a high threshold. Nothing but the best. We're like the New York Yankees. So I don't even want to see us do something like that in turn to get back at them. But if we really had to, it would be us. We're better. We're better than any franchise in every area of hockey operations. So, definitely us. But again, that's not my style. I'm not looking to get into a Twitter war with that joke of a team and their owner Tom Dundon, who's an idiot. But I'll take more questions.
Absolutely. We don't need to talk about Jesperi Kotkaniemi anymore. So let me ask you, since you guys are such a class organization, about Logan Mailloux. And so are you going to actually how close are you to matching this offer sheet right now?
We're on the fence about it. I have a contingency plan. I've already been talking to the Arizona Coyotes about taking the first and third round pick I'd received from Hartford, and using it to get Christian Dvorak at Arizona. He's a guy that we identified. We like him a lot as a player, so I'm confident if we do let Jesperi go to Hartford, because that's where they should have stayed. We'll be okay because we'll bring in Christian Dvorak. But like I said, Jesperi Kotkaniemi, he's a nice young man. Obviously, we think highly of him. We drafted him where we did. We want to keep him. We just valued the player at a different dollar amount when we were having our negotiations with him. So kind of done through if we keep him, he's essentially throwing our salary structure out of whack here. But it's something we're still internally deciding, and hopefully we'll make that decision for you guys to talk about in the next day or two.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mark. You're a terrible person. So,
yes,
you suck.
And now we got to go from one Mark to another Mark, and my guy is Don Waddell. So first, let me just get that up there, and let me say, boom! That's what I had to do to you. You thought I forgot all about Sebastian Aho? Motherfucker! You guys think you could just come in and try to take my player? Well, I'm gonna take your Did he play on the third line this year? I forgot. Maybe the second line. Who cares? You know what? I got him. That's what's done. 6.1 million. Either you're gonna pay, or we're gonna make sure that it's very uncomfortable for you. This is why you don't offer sheet. This is why you don't do that, Mark. You hack. You come on. You want to sit there? You want to try to poach Sebastian Aho from me? All you did was negotiate for me. That's all I already did. I had to just wait 6 days and go, I thought I was going to do this the entire summer. Instead, 6 days. But you thought I forget? You know what they say? A Kane or a Thrasher, because I was the GM for them too, never forgets. That's right. We don't forget, and we're coming for you. Sure, you're in a different division, and you have your own issues right now, but we're coming for you. I mean, we got Freddie Anderson in net right now. All these moves I'm making, they're all the right moves. So we'll just see about that. All right. I'm going to take some questions because I'm feeling mighty frisky on this.
Don, with everything that's going on between these two organizations, do you really think this is a good idea to be throwing out a retaliatory type of offer sheet right now with the situation that your team is in, considering that you don't really have cap space? So what's to stop them from going and offering money for somebody else, or what's your outlook going to look like next season?
Next season, I'm worried about this season. That's why I offer sheeted that kid for just one season. That's it. I know there's some grumbling. Some people might be like, hey, I wish I can get paid more money, like Nito Ryder, who's been a good player for us, or other young players we got coming up in the system. But something. Yeah, I threw this out there. There was an opportunity to go, well, let me put the screws to these guys. And that's what I decided to do. All right. Or should I have said I?
Don, I guess I shouldn't be surprised because, you're kind of a pretty bad general manager, proved it in Atlanta. But, let me get something straight. Your organization, your owner, Tom Dundon, it's too cheap to pay your Vezina finalist Nedeljkovic $3 million, but you can go out and give 6.1 to Jesperi Kotkaniemi when he's probably only worth about 2.5 or $3 million right now. What kind of ass backward decision making is that? You kind of like a Fred Flintstone type character. You just do really dumb things. There's no logic to that. I don't understand letting Nedeljkovic go over $3 million and bring in a guy Anderson, who is just really inconsistent and overrated and anti-Runt on. You let Alex Nedeljkovic go, who was a young guy. I don't understand it. Help me understand it, Don, because it doesn't make sense to me and really anybody else.
Look, I could see what you guys on your upstart YouTube channel are thinking, that an NHL GM doesn't really think that much. But what I can tell you is Alex Nedeljkovic, he shouldn't have asked for that extra $500,000 a season. Come on. I mean, when I can go out and I can sign a kid who is only been in the league for 3 years, if at that, and pay him an exorbitant amount of money. All right, I'll be honest with you. I really just wanted to do this to screw around with the Canadians. Like I asked the analytics people and they said, "Oh, we could kind of do something with this." So I gotta play the tough guy. I can't stop not playing the tough guy. It's sort of like when you're bluffing at poker. You can't stop bluffing midway through the hand and go, "All right, I fold." No, you got to keep going. So I don't know. We're gonna get a fine young player because I don't think Bergevin's gonna be able to match. He's too busy. He's too busy disobeying the wishes of his draft picks.
And flexing at the gym.
Yeah, and flexing at the gym. Like, really? I mean, he did a hell of a job in his 1 year as an Islander. But I gotta say, man, this is just an opportunity for me to do a good troll job, and that's all I'm really focused on. Now, as far as my goaltending situation, yeah, Alex is a good kid, or as some idiot keeps calling him Scott for some reason. But I wonder
who that could be.
Yeah, no, I don't know. He's very bad with names anyway. But you know something? I took the chance. They're gonna have a good second line, and that's what matters. So we'll go with that.
Well, thank you for your time, Don. Ilya Kovalchuk says you suck.
Well, can't argue with that. All right. There goes Don Waddell. And again, we're going through some of these. I actually have no idea. The candy canes. I like that. Well, Rod the Bot, I still like Rod Brendan more.
The candy canes is Larry Brooks saying that.
Oh, okay. See, sometimes I gotta, that lets me know I gotta read Larry more, but on the other hand, I can't deal with some of the stuff that Larry says sometimes. So anyway, guys, what do you think? Jesperi Kapanen, would you have taken the money if they offered it to you?
Holy shit, could you butcher that name anymore?
Yeah, I just said Kapanen, didn't I?
Kapanen.
Well, that was another one. Jesperi Kakaniemi.
Oh, God, Mark.
Oh, God. Oh, this is the worst name.
We need a bloopers outtake.
I know. Well, I still keep saying I got that bloopers reel I need to publish. But anyway, would you take the money that Kakaniemi got? Or would you have been in disbelief, or maybe even in dishonest, or I don't know, whatever you want to say for Marc Bergevin in that one? No, would you have been, because he was kind of blindsided by that, obviously. But and what about the troll job by the Canes? Throw it all down in the comments. Oh, wow, I'm gonna enjoy editing that one in a minute. All right, guys, to the editorials. Filk, you ready to go first?
Sure, why not?
All right.
You're going nowhere. Then there's no. I'm looking at you, Jim. I'm going to hear the name and I'm going to get PTSD.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Time for another editorial. This week, we talked about this on the last episode, but the unfortunate and sudden tragedy of losing Jimmy Hayes, and even in a different way, the death of Rod Gilbert as well, brought everybody in the hockey community together. Brought the passing of Rod Gilbert brought all Rangers fans together. The passing of Jimmy Hayes brought Boston hockey and hockey in Dorchester together, because Jimmy Hayes is just so well respected and just so highly regarded in that community. And the way that PK Subban set everything up for that and was so involved in it, just a class act on PK Subban's part. It just, and to see the outpouring of emotion and hockey and all these fans and these kids come together to pay tribute to a guy like Jimmy Hayes just shows you that sometimes the guys that really don't have the spotlight on them are really involved in the community more than you'll ever know. And Jimmy Hayes he was living proof of that. He was very, very, he was loved. He was revered. He was so well respected by everybody. And the story that Kevin told about Mr. McHugh at his service, just unreal, just sad story. And I wish it's a great story actually, but I wish I would have heard it under much different and better circumstances. It goes to show you that community is everything in hockey. And part of the reason why this show happened was because Anthony and I have two mutual friends that kind of connected us. Peter Cheddar and another one of our viewers, Alex Goldberg, who connected the two of us together. And it's so funny because I know Mark through a mutual friend named Lisa Fitzgerald. And I met Mark at Kroger's. And what happened? Noticed Rangers stuff on. We started talking Rangers hockey. And it's just funny how so many people know each other through so many different walks of life and come together through something like hockey. And hockey has given me so many friendships. You two are two great examples of that. I can't count the number of friends that I've come across in hockey. My best friend, my very best friend, is somebody I met through hockey 20 years ago. And Anthony, you know Albie. Actually, Mark, you know Albie too. So, I mean, I met him 20 years ago through hockey. And all of my very, very good friends know my other friends that play hockey. And especially on Long Island, where the hockey community is a very tight-knit community. And it's that way in most in 99.9% of places. But in Long Island, it's a small world in general here. And the hockey community is just super tight-knit on top of that. So hockey, the community is one of the one things that I love most about it. Getting together and playing and talking about it and chirping each other like we do on this show. I mean, we rib each other so much on this show. It's not even funny. I mean, Anthony wanted to get Ryan Carter and have him kind of twist the knife in us a little bit, talking about that run in 2012, you know, and Anthony pulling the Dennis Potvin on me 3 years ago and off the post. And just the little moves that we do and the jokes that we make, it's part of what makes hockey great. And this event with Jimmy Hayes' funeral and his service and everything like that, and the way that the hockey personalities in that area came together, and PK Subban and others, just shows you how important community is in hockey. And I owe a lot to hockey, and I owe a lot to the hockey community, friends that I made from it. The fact that when I was going through the worst time of my life, the hockey community, all my friends from hockey were there for me. So, you know what? This is probably the one thing I love about hockey the most, and it's something that can't be overlooked and overstated.
Anthony, you first.
Yeah, no, it was cool to see a lot of players from around the league at Jimmy Hayes' funeral. Whether you're a current teammate, former teammate, PK Subban was there, played with them in Jersey. They all support each other. And listen, I know you get that in all sports, but I feel like with hockey, it's even tighter. And that's what makes the sport so much, so special. Everyone has each other's backs, and the day when he passed, you have players from around the league just giving their condolences to Jimmy's family and Kevin, and just that's the type of people hockey players are. And as far as Filk was saying, you meet a lot of people through hockey. Obviously John referenced how I met him. It's a sport that you can play. You go down and play hockey one day, and you end up meeting somebody you're friend with for 10 plus years. So it's awesome. I owe a lot that I have to the game of hockey. It's in my blood. I think it's in all of ours. And again, it's just what makes this sport so special. But the Jimmy Hayes funeral was touching. I saw the speech that that John was referencing, that Kevin eulogized him with. That was only a short, minute and 30 video. So I can't imagine how many countless other good stories came out from that. But yeah, it's a special sport. I'm really grateful to be a part of it in some aspect.
I went on YouTube and I got the clip for it, but first I'm going to make this statement. There's so much that this game has given me for the last 25, 26 years, and I discovered it kind of late. Ever since my brother Dan used to watch Poised for Glory, which was the story of the 1989-90 New York Rangers, that was done more like an NFL film style, and it was a great video. I think I watched it like 40 times in the summer. There's so much that my brother Dan was just like, really? You watching it again? I'm like, yeah, I just did. And I love everything that this game has given me. And what I didn't understand before I even started playing, before I played high school, before I played juniors, before I played the men's league, which I will be playing a game tonight, it's given me countless friendships I can ever say. And that's why when this clip was played on 24/7, the Winter Classic for the Rangers and the Flyers, it really does ring true, and I'm just going to let it play.
Volume?
Oh, volume? Not getting any volume?
No, not really.
Sorry. I think it might be on your end. Anthony, can you hear it?
No, it's pretty low.
Okay. Jeez. All right, let me get that, see if that's fixed. Yeah, this is cranked.
So weird.
All right, I guess we're just going to cut it out. But anyway, the point is, never get caught telling a hockey player it's just a game. Never get caught telling them all the things that matter so much more. I mean, it was no sound. You know what? I'm going to put it into the final cut version of this, so you guys can hear the full quote. It's just this game is a rich, deep tapestry that, and we've only tapped onto the people we're going to meet that are watching us right now. It's like we start talking hockey with me, you end up having cauliflower ears. So it's just
another wrestling term that might piss off Joe Graves there for a second, because we're marks. How appropriate.
Yes. So
yeah, I can't wait to meet you guys as well. I can only imagine the chirps and the laughs and the ribs that will be played, and the drinks that'll flow, and the good times that'll be had. It'll be fun. I really do believe we're gonna have a lot of fun doing those.
It's going to be great. We want to start scheduling, but if opening night does happen, it's going to be tough to do it with the baseball playoffs going on, because You're going to get people walking into the bar that I work at that are going, oh, I'm here for the baseball playoffs. So it's just
maybe not opening night, but
maybe not opening night, but soon
Yeah.
enough. But so that all happened. So do you have any stories about your connection to the hockey community and all that the game's given you and your appreciation on that? Throw it all down in the comments below. I shall go next, and it's kind of a topic that is well, I'll get on that in 1 second. This prediction that's right up here.
Being single most of my life.
Or just yell at Larry Brooks like every other New York Ranger. So this week, it still makes no sense to me why the New York Mets had to start doing this. It makes perfect sense, maybe why to them, but that they had to then tell it to all their fans. No, just have it as an inside comment. You don't need to tell everybody everything. But what is the purpose of going against the fans? Anyone that's ever gone against the fans has not won. No one. Nobody has ever beat the fans. The player could be on the team, let's say a great player. It's on the team 15, 16 years. A fan's been rooting for them their entire lives. And all you're going to do is just drive the fan away, which is something you don't want to ever happen. So where Javier Baez really didn't understand that you get booed. That happens in New York. Well, you didn't get booed in Chicago? You don't get booed in Boston? But does everybody always cheer? Or is there orange slices after the game? Is that what you're getting? There's no score. You don't have to worry about that. We're investing a night's, a week's pay. Sometimes maybe even, who knows, could be like 2 weeks with the amount of the tickets or the amount the beers are or the amount that are merchandise I might want to buy. That's why you don't fight the fans, you moron. Now, came out yesterday, hustled, the fans cheered him. That's what it is. But that's how, look, I'm not arguing about whether or not you should boo or not boo, but certainly don't attack the fans. It's not the fans' fault that you were 0-for-5 last week with 5 strikeouts. So that's just ridiculous. And if you want to do it, is be like, it's us against the world. Good. Keep that to yourself. Because then what happens is all the fans want to turn against you. And you know that big contract you're looking for? You're going to have to find that somewhere else. You don't take markets out by just saying, I don't want to play there. Because that's what you're saying. And then eventually with that, don't fight the fans. We have invested countless amounts of dollars in all these in all these games over the years. And and even better, we got memories. So plenty of people have come into New York. Mike Piazza is another one that comes to mind. I'm actually trying to think of some hockey guys. Not many guys were ever booed coming in. But they've earned the respect of everybody around here, and now their name is gold. Find anybody that truly hates Mark Messier. The guy's a legend. Guy can't go anywhere and buy a drink because everybody would buy it for him. So if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. That's what Frank Sinatra said, and it's very true. So, and guys, I'm gonna bring you in on this. Was this something that you looked at and went, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, I don't know what the motivating factor is behind that, but you don't ever tell fans that they don't have a right to boo or not to boo them. It's stupid. Like you said, we pay their salaries. You know, if it's not for us, there's nothing. You know, they can play in front of empty arenas. They can play for cable networks with nobody watching. And what happens? Your business folds. So it's our hard-earned money. It's our eyes on the TV sets. It's us turning the channels to the networks that they're on to watch them play that pays their money. So if they want to go tell us to not boo them, they can shove it up their asses for all I care. And Lindor and Baez, you've been in New York for a minute. So I don't know what you have, where you get the stones to turn around and tell people to not boo, but it was stupid. Absolutely stupid. And Derek Jeter got booed and took it like a man. He took it like a man, and he held himself accountable like a leader does. And that's why Derek Jeter is regarded as one of the greatest leaders in the history of professional sports, because of the fact that he handled himself under pressure with grace and produced. And when he wasn't playing well, he took it personally on himself and held himself accountable for his poor play, not shaming the fans for having an opinion. Just dumb. I don't know what really else there is to say about that, but it's stupid.
And just before Anthony gets on in, and I want you to get right back in, CJ said the Bruins beat our fans once, and Chris said Mike Milbury with the shoe is dangerous. But Joe Grave, 100% right. Stanton's gotten booed his first week, and he has gotten the fans rode him like a horse. And you know something? He took it like a man. That's what he did. City Vancouver boos Mark Messier, but that's with good reason. Mark Messier is great, but that's it's a different matter. The feeling today, feelings matter. No, what we need to tell people is to shut the hell up. Anthony, get back in here before I say something stupid.
Yeah, it's just dumb. I mean, listen, when you sign up to be a professional athlete, you live a glorious life. You get paid millions of dollars, and you get to play a sport for a living. But you have to take the negatives with it. You have to have tough skin. Fans are allowed to boo you. If you're not performing, you get booed. It's what it is. It's how it is sometimes. You have no right to tell them what they can or cannot do. Zero right at all. You take it, you put in your big boy pants. You don't like booing, you play better, and then you get loved. It's just how it goes. You look on a lot of teams across the league in the NHL, like on power plays. If it's like really struggling, and especially if you're losing on top of that, a lot of fans boo every time the puck gets cleared out. It's what
Can I just stop you and say 3 words right there? New York Rangers.
Yeah, shoot the puck, Barry. Shoot the puck.
It's what happens. So it's stupid. They should just shut your mouth and realize it's just one of the very few negatives, if you want to call it, of being professional athlete. You have to deal with the criticism too. It can't all be like roses and sunshine. So fans are allowed to do what they want. Yeah, sure, you have some fans who are a little over the top and a little too ridiculous, but for the most part, fans are going to cheer you when you're doing well, and they're going to boo you when you're playing poorly. It's just how it is. Got to deal with it.
And you know what? It's just look. And first off, by the way, Sandy Alderson putting out the statement. Every fan has a right to boo. Which, I mean, first off, if you take away booing from the fans, then there's no more critiquing anything, no more critiquing movies, video games, whatever you want to say. It's a different critique. Do I want to boo anybody? No, I don't. Actually, I don't. For the most part, I mean, as far as the Rangers go, I think there's 2 players I've ever booed, or one time when I booed the team in general, and that was the year after Messier left, 97, late in the season. I was one of the people that booed because it was a game against Buffalo. They were lifeless. It was just awful, and I'll admit that I do that. I don't really boo players. I don't want to boo players. I want to cheer everyone, but I'm not gonna say that the guy sitting in front of me can't boo anybody. Oh no, don't do that. You got to worry about the players' feelings. Go fuck yourself. If a boo from a fan is so bad, get out of here. You're not mentally tough.
Yeah, you're not meant to play this sport if you can't handle criticism from fans. And if you're gonna do that, it's the equivalent of fans telling other fans that they can't criticize the moves the team makes. If you can't have an opinion on something, what the hell is the point? What is the point? I just, you know what? I don't want to go anywhere else with it because I see comments and I don't want to get into that.
We're just going to stick to what this is.
I'm going to stick to what this is in itself. But it's a form of gatekeeping. And gatekeeping is stupid. It's dumb. You know what? You go out there, you pay for that network with your money that you earn at your job to watch those games, whether you're watching it through out-of-market packages if you don't live in New York, or if you're paying for MSG and you go and pay money to go to the games, to buy their merchandise, to get their autographs, to meet these players at meet and greets and stuff. You're spending, when you look at it and you actually do the numbers from a financial standpoint, over the lifetime, the average sports fan spends a very good portion of what they earn in their life towards these organizations. You don't realize it, but it adds up over the years. So don't tell me that I don't have a right to boo you. And exactly. We have to let the team know how we feel. The Fire say their chants were there for a reason in the dark ages in like 2002, 3, and 4. You know what? They were there for a reason because Sather wasn't doing a good job. He wasn't. As a coach, he was bad in New York. Sure, the team was bad, but he was bad as a coach. So don't tell us what we can and can't feel or can and can't say. You have no right. Otherwise, the fans should turn around and say, you know what? Screw you. We're walking away. Have fun finding someone else to pay your damn overbloated salaries to play a kid's game.
I mean, take, for instance, let me throw one player out there for you that he was getting paid, he was underachieving, and he was kind of a burden to the Rangers. That was Wade Redden. But the thing about Wade Redden is he still tried. He was at practice longer. He actually took it badly. Anthony's back with us again. He took it badly when Tom Rennie got fired because he said, I feel like I was one of the reasons why he got fired. And the answer on that is, yeah. You were. But you know something, the effort, he was still trying to put forth the effort. I just think his skills were eroding. That was the only problem. But
yeah,
I mean, and in a way, I feel bad for Wade Redden, even though sending him to the minors was the best move for the team. But it's just, there's still, Slats loved Wade Redden, but there's still guys that there were guys that just dog it. We've seen it. And of course, that's number one reason why New Yorkers boo. But it happens. And look, if that's the case, turn it around or don't, and then just get out. There's lots of guys that, I mean, you don't have to follow a guy to his house like Ed Whitson, or you don't have to end up getting so frustrated that you end up giving the finger to the crowd, Jack McDowell. I mean, Theo Fleury had a bad first season and then a couple pretty good years with the Rangers amidst personal problems. And we found out what that was. And after that, it was, I don't remember people really booing him. Although I was at the game when he came back with Chicago. I can't remember if they did.
Yeah, I don't think anybody booed Theo Fleury. It was the Islander fans that really chanted crackhead Theo at him, which was really disappointing. That was a rather classless chant, but I
mean, what Dan put it up here before. Dennis Potvin had some chants from the Ranger fans.
Yeah, those were pretty classless as well.
Yeah, so I mean, but sometimes it's what New Yorkers we do. We want to get under your skin. I mean, I still remember being in the stands for the Mets versus the Phillies, and Mets versus the Giants. It was right after Barry Bonds fought Ricky Pitalico, and we're just screaming, "Pitalico kicked your ass! Pitalico kicked your ass!" But anyway, guys, do you think the fans have a right to boo, or do you think that you think maybe Baez is right on this one? My personal opinion, no, he's not. You don't go up against the fans. So let's. So we're gonna move on from there. You got any fan stories? Throw it down in the comments. So, Anthony, you ready?
I'm actually I'm not gonna do one this week, just so I got a little bit. My Ella's gonna get up to us for kindergarten, just give us some more time to go right to news, rumors, and take questions. So,
all right. Well, by the way, 3 weeks from training camp, guys. So
yeah,
gotta love that.
And basically, As far as rumors, I mean, not really rumor, but Riley Sheehan signed with Seattle today while we were doing this. And then obviously the re-signings the Islanders had, and Kotkaniemi offer sheet that happened last week, and still not much else. I guess the biggest rumor is that the Canadians might trade for Christian Dvorak if they don't match. But still not much going on the rumor mill. There's the Tomas Hertl report last night that he's apparently unhappy with how the Sharks are handling the Evander Kane situation, and he might want out. But hopefully, like I said, we're 3 weeks from camp. As things get closer, I think we'll have more news and more rumors. That's a good thing. But that's what's going on right now, league wide.
Yeah, there's the only other thing is Jake Virtanen signed with, I believe it was SKA St. Petersburg, or he was offered a contract for 60 million rubles.
Jake Virtanen done in the NHL, guys?
More than likely, at least for a while.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, it's that's just another situation that needs to be cleared up, and that's what should be focused on. You can't sign him. I think that's still in court, isn't it?
I'm not sure proceedings on it. I don't want to really go into that because I don't know everything. So I don't want to misreport anything or inaccurately report anything.
Exactly. That's why I actually am trying to avoid that as well.
Yeah.
But, being that we're 3 weeks out, we're going to hear some more rumors. There are teams that still need to fill holes. I mean, like we talked about with Staple, the Islanders still need a second pairing of defense. Like the Canadians might need another center. There's a bunch of teams that are going to start to tinker with their lineup as camp comes closer, for sure. If you look at the Penguins, I think the Penguins still need to do something. I mean, their offseason to me was pretty miserable. You got Brock McGinn and Danton Heinen in, but you lost Jared McCann,
Brandon Tanev.
And Brandon Tanev. For me, I still think they need to tinker with their roster. The Capitals still have that. They're still in the area where they might move Kuznetsov. There were a lot of rumors about that. I mean, it seemed like they were itching to get rid of him, but we'll see what happens there if they end up keeping him.
I don't know if anybody wants the headache.
Yeah, I know, that's a good point. I mean, there's no doubt that he's insanely skilled. But it might come to a point where they just decide to cut ties with him. I don't know. And then there was the thing about Jack Eichel in Montreal, but that was because of the BioSteel camp. I know Engels got ahead of himself on that one. He's like, "Oh, Eichels has his hockey sticks and he's going to Montreal," but it was for the BioSteel camp. But I don't know. How's it going, Rich? I don't really see Eichel with Montreal just because, like we talked about in our text briefly,
they have no cap space.
Gone. Yeah, if Kotkaniemi's gone. How do you? Because you're not giving up. I call him goal Caulfield. You're not giving up goal Caulfield, and you're not giving up. Suzuki. You're probably not giving up. Romanov. Well, maybe you move Romanov in a deal for Eichel, but yeah,
I think you do.
People are still talking about it. I just don't. I don't see.
I don't see it either.
How.
I don't see that happening.
You know what? I've talked about this before. You have to have pieces to make a deal work. And every team's going to have their untouchables. Montreal's untouchables are obviously Suzuki and Caulfield, and for good reason. You're not going to trade young, productive ELC talents like that. Like those players, even though they don't have the quantifiable raw stats to value, them over someone like Jack Eichel, they help an organization going forward because of cap issues and you need productivity and so on. But Chris T, that's really what it is. If they're not giving up that, Montreal doesn't have the expendable assets otherwise. The Rangers have expendable assets otherwise. If Minnesota's not giving up Marco Rossi, who do they have otherwise? Matt Baldy? I mean, Kevin Fiala, I don't know if I'd want to give him up right now if I'm Minnesota. I really don't. I think that there's growth to be had from him. LA, they're probably out of it now at this point. One, you'd have to move Dustin Brown and what else? I just think the Rangers are the one team that you have to keep circling back to, that they can make it work cap-wise. They have the expendable assets to get it done, a.k.a. the not Kakko and not Lafreniere type assets. They have those assets to get a deal done, and they have the want to do it. So,
but this is, again, the reason why I say these words. Kevin Adams blew it, because this should have been done in July. You had leverage. You had a possibility of moving him. Instead, what you're doing now is you're holding on. You're going, you know what? I don't know whether or not I should move him just yet. I got to get the right package. You could have gotten a better package July 25th from 5 other teams, but instead, now you're getting now all these teams said, look, we got to move on. We can't wait for you. And
yeah, a lot of teams have.
Yeah, and by the way, this is where New York Ranger right down here is 100% correct. You take away everyone's untouchables, including the Rangers' untouchables, there's still a better package you can get for that.
That's what I was saying. That's what I'm saying. You circle around to all those like Anaheim. When you take away Zegras and Drysdale, because obviously they're not going anywhere. If that was the case, as I've said it, Statboy Steven has said it, the deal would have been done already if one team wanted to give up those types of assets. You take away those levels of assets from all the other teams out there. Who's got the best offer? It's the Rangers.
And it's going to get worse for them, because Chris T is mentioning this right here. They still have to get to the cap floor. And you're going to need is $10 million. So you can't suspend them. You just tell them, stay home? We're going to pay a guy $10 million to stay home?
But again, you got to remember, a lot of that cap space is going to be Rasmus Dahlin's going to get a lot of money. Middlestad's going to get money. They're not going to be that far under after those guys re-sign.
Okay. Then
it's still, but at that point, okay. So let's take a look at Buffalo's situation with their cap. 7.3 million under was the number that I last reported. I'm pulling it up right now on Cap Friendly. They're still under the cap floor by a good amount. But who are they going to sign that's going to bring them to that? Even with, okay, so Casey Middlestat. What is Casey Middlestat getting? Casey Middlestat is getting somewhere close to what FIlip got. So let's just say, for examples, $2 million. Or even, do you give him what Eli Tolvanen got, where he got like 1.45 million, or somewhere just under 2 million? Somewhere
that's a great deal. We were talking about that the other day. I thought it was 4.5 for 1 year. Not over 3. So that's fantastic.
It's 4.5 over 3, so it's 1.45 million per year. And now, if you're Buffalo, you're probably going to have to retain salary on Eichel to also make this work. Now, instead of getting FIlip back in the deal, you're looking at having to take Ryan Strome also, because you need salary going back. So there's got to be something. This just made everything more complicated for Buffalo. Like you said, he should have dealt him on draft night. You would have what you wanted to make in the first round. Now you're going to have to take a prospect that another team drafted that your scouting staff may not be sure of. Adams horribly misplayed this, as you said. He went 7-2 offsuit going up against a friggin' full house nut hand, and he's going to lose.
I mean, like I said, it was like a draw 4 Uno card. Anthony, something's on your mind.
I don't think he's going to get traded by training camp. I mean, if he can't play to December, I don't see it. I don't see it happening. They don't have to worry about not reporting. They could just say he's having surgery, he's out. He doesn't have to go there, and he'll just sit on the shelf in December. And then, maybe when he comes back, he'll play a couple of games so teams can just see if he can play. He's traded, but I don't.
What?
I don't know, but that sounds like a
that
DJ
sounded,
remix that Anthony got.
No, that sounded like it was like he was getting Thanos.
Yeah.
Well, I just realized that whole time I was talking, I put myself on mute before. I forgot to unmute myself, and then my
Well, no, you were talking. We could hear you.
No, you were talking. We could hear you.
Yeah, and then you took off right before you took off your earbuds. It just went.
I guess they died.
Guys, this is why I try to tell them to get one of these rigs. So,
yeah.
By the way, I also apologize to everybody that could hear me a lot better today.
I don't know. I don't see it happen. I don't see it being close. I
don't see it being close either. I just think that I think that Brisson will help put the wheels in motion a bit, but to a point. And the surgery is really the problem. Yeah, Anthony's wire definitely backfired on him or something.
Oh no, even worse.
I will be back.
Big
I am Anthony Larocco. Big Lou.
Yeah.
Big Lou put Horsehead in my bed. I will be back after I terminate Horsehead.
On. Ah! All right. I know we're killing that, but still, it's too funny. But okay. So he's not going to get what he needs. So now the argument is with the PA getting involved. If I'm every GM, I'm waiting to see if he's getting the surgery, and then I want to wait to see if he gets back on the ice.
Yeah.
So there's no way he's getting dealt in the next 3 weeks. No way.
I'd be really surprised.
No.
Now imagine you're the New York Rangers.
If he would have gotten the surgery a month ago, then yeah.
It's like kicking a dead horse head. Yes. We're going to need other jokes soon. Or at least
yeah, you are.
Can call back to that. But again, there's no way you're going to be able to get that. And even if you're the New York Rangers, why would you even want to make that deal right now? Because if you have to deal with Ryan Strome and then you're going to have a hole at second line center and your aspiration is to be a good team this year, no, they could do fine with the team they got right now. So,
or now there's another option, Tomas Hertl.
Exactly.
And that puts Buffalo in an even bigger bind because now all these teams are going to shift their focus to Tomas Hertl, who's going to be cheaper. The return's going to be cheaper. He's going to be more affordable. He's still got a year left on his deal. And no team's going to have to give up a Kakko, a Lafreniere, a Zegras, a Drysdale, a Byfield, a Turcotte. And to answer this question, because it's been asked, I think 2 or 3 other times here before, I think you're looking at someone like, from the Rangers, let's just say first rounder, FIlip, and then I would say another prospect, maybe like a Zach Jones, and then maybe a small ad after that, maybe another lower pick.
I think it's far less for that because he's got 1 year. That's it. This isn't
maybe.
The reason why the Jack Eichel trade is so big is because there's an additional 4 years.
Maybe it's
3 years. So
maybe it's a first rounder and a player like Zach Jones, and then maybe another small prospect.
Right, and it might not even be a Zach Jones, might be somebody else. But San Jose is. See, I didn't want to ask this with Ryan because I was going to definitely word it wrong. San Jose is sort of a tweener team that they're closer to tearing it down than they are to competing.
Yes,
but they still think they can compete.
Yeah,
I don't think they can compete anymore. I think that's part of the reason why things are going the way they're going there. But and this is another thing. If he lets that no movement clause kick in, he's still there. Oh my God!
Oh boy!
Kevin Adams deserves to be fired at that point. Like
then and if you want to say he inherited this situation from Jason Botterill, well, guess what? It's your situation now.
I
can't
think
pass the buck.
I think he'll definitely trade him before the movement. I would hope he would trade him before the no movement clause kicks in, but I guess you never know because he's still Sabre right now. But yeah, I don't. I'm tired of talking about this guy. I really am. I don't.
Oh God, I'm so there. I just wanted to be over so that way I can at least say, thank God he moved on, or thank God we got him, or what next.
In my opinion, I'm going to look at it as it's dead in the water right now, and there's no need to even discuss this guy's name until he's on the ice, or we know he had surgery. We have a timeline for him to come back, because I don't see it.
Yeah.
At all.
Well, I mean, his name's going to keep coming up. That's the problem. It's going to keep coming up. There's going to be something that'll come up, I don't know, once every week or 2 weeks or so, and something's going to come up, and the name's going to be brought up again, and next insider will bring him up, and then people will be talking about him again. It's just how it is with these guys.
Like when I showed up after the golf outing and I went online, which again, I did have a few drinks in me, but it was because Carpinello made that ridiculous post about, don't be surprised if Mika Zibanejad will be in that trade. Wait, what? You're supposed to be the insider. You're supposed to be much more responsible than me with your information. More importantly, let's go to this question. What do you think Lafreniere and Kakko will do?
I'm thinking, well, Lafreniere to me is a real wild card. I think if he's playing on that top line, I think he could score anywhere from 20 plus goals to 40 to 60 points, maybe even more. And I know it's a small sample size, but what he showed me towards the end of the year last year is that he's ready to start playing bigger and more important minutes. And it's going to be an adjustment because he'll be playing against tougher competition on a nightly basis. But Mika Zibanejad's line needs a play driver. And Chris Kreider is not a play driver, not a facilitator. He's not somebody who's consistent enough to be the guy that drives the line. If Mika Zibanejad has got to drive that line on his own and have no playmaker, then that's going to be a problem. I think Alexis Lafreniere has to be on that line. I just 60 to 90 points is just too unrealistic at this point.
At this point, it's a little bit unrealistic, but Laf can go off. I don't think 30 goals. Could. I mean, we can count on one hand how many Rangers have 30-goal seasons over the last 10 years. But there's certainly potential's there. 20 goals apiece, that's not a problem. We're talking about the booth before, that you get a guy that you get the booing to stop, maybe, and you get the cheers. Well, the number one guy that booed Kakko was Kakko was David Quinn. Was just, he mishandled him so often. And now you get Gerard Gallant, who's going to handle him better. And if it doesn't work, get him out of town. There you go.
I mean, and he's still young enough where even if, like, Kakko, I should say, if he's still young enough to the point where even if the numbers aren't there, and you want to move on from him, he's still going to have a ton of value. And there are going to be teams that will want to take a chance on a player like him. So I think he could be a 20-goal, 40-point guy, maybe even more. I'm not sure, but again, he went out, did all that work with Marco Rattala, as we mentioned previously, who works with Mika Rantanen, and we all know what Mika Rantanen is. Mika Rantanen is built like a brick shithouse. So, yeah, I would venture to say that Kakko is probably going to come in with a newfound confidence, a coach that'll handle him, and I think he's going to come in with more minutes and he's going to be more productive. So, I
almost be the anti-Liney, Line A. Like
Patrick Laine, you know what? To his credit, last year he really didn't have anybody to help make plays with. I mean, in Winnipeg, he could play with guys like Nikolai Ehlers, who was a real good, speedy playmaker on that line. He's had stints with Mark Scheifele. He's had guys that can help make plays. But that's really the thing with Kakko here is he can drive play. Like, he's shown that he can do that on that third line. You just put 3 kids together and you're not going to get optimal results with 3 guys really trying to learn the ropes under a guy who really can't teach them the ropes all that well because he doesn't know how to at the NHL level because he's in over his head. So now you have a guy that knows what he's doing. And even another one, Kravtsov. What about Kravtsov? Kravtsov is another one where he can be an absolute wild card on that line with Panarin and Strome. If they put him there, he can absolutely tear shit up.
See, I was gonna go with Kaprizov, but first I gotta give the public what they want. They want Anthony Larocco.
Well, yeah. Listen, Lafreniere was the first overall pick for a reason. He's a really talented kid, and I think with due time he's going to be a great player in the league. I don't. It's hard to say, what I think he's going to project at right now. I could see him. I could see him being a Tavares type guy in terms of production. A guy that could score, 80 points. Tavares had a couple of years where he had really good seasons, but there were some years he was like a high 60s, low 70 point guy. So, and there's nothing wrong with that. So, I think he's going to be a really good player in this league. I think he definitely could score 20, maybe 20, 22 goals this season, being a really productive player. Kakko. I think he's proved to be a pretty good defensive player. My thing with him is, can he put it together offensively? I think this is the year that he's poised to do it. If he doesn't, I mean, that's disappointing. But maybe he develops into a guy that scores 15 goals and gives you really good defense. But there's still the possibility where it kind of really breaks out offensively and becomes like a 25 goal, 30 goal guy who's good in both ends. So that's possible too. And like I said, the way he trained this summer, it seems like that's possible. It just really depends on minutes. I'm sure the Rangers Gallant's going to give them both the minutes to succeed. And that's the thing, they weren't getting opportunities the last year really. So if they get the right minutes and they really, let their skill show, the sky's the limit. But it's hard to bank on, in Lafreniere's case, second year guy, but it's hard to bank on young guys to really be the brunt of your offensive production. You're going to need Panarin, Zibanejad, Strome, Kreider to really produce for you. But they got bright futures, and I think they could be really good as soon as this year. Time will tell.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, Anth. It just, like I said, the thing is I think if you put those two with Mika Zibanejad, he can help drive that line. I think Lafreniere plays a little more like Buchnevich, which Kreider doesn't. And that's why I think Lafreniere needs to be on that line. I think Kreider needs to go down lines, because I think that he needs to be in that situation, Lafreniere, that is, to help Mika Zibanejad out, because Chris Kreider ain't going to do the things that Alexis Lafreniere can. And I think Kakko on the other wing would actually help defensively as well.
I think when you look at Kakko, especially when you see the play, for instance, the goal they had against the Capitals, I believe it was in the Tom Wilson game, that Lafreniere, I think, dumped it off and Kakko went around. I think it was Vanacek that was in net. It was a sensational goal for him to use that much hands. But it's just, you got to let the kid get in a situation where he's able to use his skills. And I think he's going to be in that situation a lot more. Chris, I would say this to you. The consensus was from every scout, Lafreniere is the guy. Sometimes if somebody's behind him, if you get annoyed when we reach for a guy. That's why some Ranger fans are still kind of annoyed about Filk. Guard your ears, Hugh Jessamine.
I actually really like Tim Stützle. I think he can be a really good player. He's got the speed, he's got hands, and I thought he performed pretty well for Ottawa, a team that was pretty bad.
But you don't draft out a need in the first round in the NHL draft, because usually the guy isn't there right away.
Yeah.
The thing with Stützle is that someone like that can come along and they're skating. Like, your skating can absolutely help you, like, right off the bat. If you're a fast skater, especially in today's game, you're gonna get chances, and you're gonna be able to create offense if you have the skills to do it, which Stützle has. But the advantages that Stützle had over Lafreniere were the fact that, one, he was playing top 6 minutes. 2, he was playing power play time. Lafreniere was the first overall pick since Joe Thornton to not get significant power play time as a rookie. And yeah, those band names are pretty accurate. I would say I'd be all for banning all those
band names. Yeah.
But Lafreniere showed that if you look at Lafreniere's end of his season and what he did, you can look at that and say, hey, you know what? If he would have played in that type of situation, getting those types of minutes and played like that all year, then he would have been trying to chase at least Kirill Kaprizov for the Calder. And he would have probably bridged it to a considerable point. Maybe not very close, but at least made it not a landslide. So I gotta say, I'm pretty confident with Lafreniere. I think I know it's a lot of pressure to put on a kid, but there's something special with that kid, and you can see it.
By the way, Sean asked us, how the hell do these work? Where we're watching the game and we're giving our critiques on the game? I
mean, we could do that, but
it's something I would love to do if it's at all worth the time for anybody to watch. I mean, we're talking about one thing with the meetups is to actually do a pregame, postgame show, possibly even a intermission. But watching the actual game, a little bit different.
We can't broadcast the actual content itself. That would be illegal.
I know, but guys do watch-alongs. I don't know how those work. I have to look them up. I know Gravity does it. So
yeah, you can. It would probably be just like the way we're doing it now, but we're watching the game and we're just commenting. And part of it is probably going to be me looking at the TV the way that I'm looking at the TV now. You know.
Yeah. Fun fact: did you guys know that the 2021 NHL draft is the first draft since 1967 when none of the first rounders will be starting the season on an NHL roster for the upcoming season? Really?
We know Owen Power won't, Matty Beniers won't, Kent Johnson won't, Luke Hughes won't. So I mean I don't know who else that's going to. I mean,
well, that's why this draft was regarded as a weaker draft as compared to the past few drafts, I would say. I mean, 2017 was regarded as a weaker draft. It's actually been halfway decent, but this so far, I mean, when you look at this many guys not playing on NHL rosters from the first round, it makes you really wonder, like, how weak could this class actually end up being? You know?
Yeah. By the way, do you think we see either one of these? I don't think we see Robinson. I think there's a chance on Snyder, but
I don't think there's a chance on either, really.
Yeah, I'm thinking that they're both in Hartford this year.
Yeah, I wonder if Schneider returns to junior. I think he's, if I'm wrong, I think he's 19 still.
Okay. All right. And I was saying, sorry, I was also saying, okay, David was clarifying a little bit of that. And I think, you know what, Sean, I think you might be onto something if we had like a crowd cam for her.
He's 19. Yeah. He's 19, so he can't start the season in actually no, he'll be 20 in September. So I think he can start the season in the AHL because he'll be old enough. I really do wonder if he'll go back to junior because he had a big year in the WHL. Won WHL Defenseman of the Year, won the Subway Cup, won a Memorial Cup. I mean, he won everything.
Are players getting weaker? I
don't know about that.
Interpret that question however you want. Are players getting weaker? Because it's strength. I don't think it's physically. I think they're fine. I think the mental aspects of the game are what they're struggling with now.
I don't know about that. I really don't think that's the case.
I don't think so.
Okay. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe because, I got the grays. So it's starting to say, get off my lawn, you.
I don't know about that.
Wait, then I'm old?
I think I think if anything, a lot of these guys are getting stronger at the NHL level. I think there's more of an emphasis now than ever on strength and skills coaching and conditioning. And that's part of the reason why it's harder for you don't see the seasons like the great rookie seasons that we've seen. Like, you don't see your Crosby and Ovechkin 100-point rookie seasons. I mean, those guys are generational, so they're come across. But I mean, it just those guys right off the bat are not working with NHL level strength and conditioning coaches and so on. And you know what? Sometimes it's the right place at the right time, but other times it really is the attention to detail on all these other things, and that's why I don't think I think it's harder for young guys 18, 19 years old to make their marks right away due to that.
I think it's hard to ask any 18-year-old kid to go up and play against older men or grown men.
Yeah.
I like this one, and I'll start with you on this, Anthony. Ultimate hockey player, fill in the blanks: passing, shooting, skating, stick, skill, I guess, stick handling.
All right, so skating, I would take Connor McDavid's skating ability. I would take Alex Ovechkin's shooting ability, Patrick Kane's skill and passing. Maybe Artemi Panarin's passing.
I think those are all good choices.
Yeah, those are all really, really good choices. Is it are we limited to one player per thing, or can we list the same player for?
I guess you could list the same player.
I would say passing, skating, and skills have all got to be McDavid then.
All right, then that makes it way too easy.
McDavid has led the league in assists how many times since he's been in?
At least twice, if not three times.
I think he's led in assists. I'm pulling it up right now just to make sure, but McDavid has led in assists twice in his 6-year career at 72 this year. In a 56-game season, he had 72 assists. Do you know how many that is over an 82-game season?
You're doing the math on that right now, I guess.
105.
105. That's insane.
He would be one of less than 10 players in NHL history to break the 100. That's not,
all right. So
that's not even right.
Now I gotta be different on all these guys just for the sake of being different. You know who's got a great shot? Alexander Barkov. And he's got a great shot.
Pasternak.
Yeah, Pasternak.
Nikita Kucherov.
Yeah, but I'm going to use Kucherov for passing. His passing is outstanding.
Yeah.
Skating, since we can use McDavid.
McKinnon.
Yeah,
it's got to be named McKinnon.
I would. I mean, to be fair. I've praised his technique. His mechanics are damn near flawless. His edge work is phenomenal. The best I've ever seen. Barzal.
Yeah.
Barzal is if I take
skating Barzal
David by that much over Barzal. It's so damn close for me. The one thing I will say about Nathan McKinnon in relation to Matt Barzal is that he's the only guy that I've ever seen that can process and stick handle.
Yeah, McKinnon.
Even anywhere close to where the way McDavid does at speed. Because McKinnon's speed is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
The fact that he can do what he does at that speed, he's the only guy that even comes close to McDavid in that regard. No offense to Barzal. But Barzal's skating is just it's damn near flawless.
Which, by the way, Rich, I just got to we don't fight at weddings. That was great. That episode was great.
Morgan's a very good skater too.
Yeah. And I look at that question. I want to put Sebastian Aho in there somewhere because you guys know my non-Ranger man crush is Sebastian Aho. I keep predicting him to win the MVP every year. So, Dylan Larkin, great skater. Can't say enough on that one. Yeah, I like the open forum where you can talk to the fans. If we were talking about hockey sense, you know who I'd have on there? Adam Fox. I'll go nearly as fanboy as what's his name did Pierre Maguire.
That's a good one too. I mean, he's hockey IQ's through the roof with that kid.
Yeah,
roof. I look at the times where, as someone who plays defense, I look at the times where I see multiple forecheckers in on him behind the net, and he somehow escapes with the puck and skates it out or makes that pass, and I just often just say to myself, how, even though it happened, how.
And I gotta say, it's always Sidney Crosby as the answer on all that, but
of course, of course. We're talking about a forward and a defenseman. It's two different.
Yeah, I mean, Sidney Crosby. You want to take the ultimate hockey player? Sidney Crosby stick handle in midair on Carey Price 2-3 years ago. Come on.
Patrice Bergeron's hockey IQ is pretty up there too.
Yeah, his two-way game is pretty good. I mean, the offense it isn't there. You know who actually gets, to me, I think is the better all-around player of the two of them, I think, is Anze Kopitar. I mean, he's one of 5 players in the history of the NHL to score 90 points or more and win the Selke in the same season. And he did that where the number 2 scorer on the team was a defenseman. And Dustin Brown was top 3 in scoring on that team. I just saw that.
You got it. All right. Oh, wait, hold on. You clicked it at the same time as me. That's a band name. That's a band name. Oh boy. Well, you know what? He played with intentions. Makar's a hell of a player.
I don't know if Makar is more so the IQ more than he is the dynamic talent that he is.
His skating is unbelievable.
His skating is unbelievable for a defenseman.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Hey, Chris has got this one. Best penalty killer between the Rangers and the Islanders. Brock Nelson?
Possibly. Mika Zibanejad is a very good one, too, because he's also a real big short-handed threat.
This is one of the
Casey Zizekas is a very good one.
Casey Zizekas.
Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar. Well, we can't use Buchnevich anymore because he's not here anymore, Shefra. Sorry.
Yeah. Or I thought you were also using as a pun, Bruchly. So no, he was a real good penalty killer. Well, again, they're him and Kreider are two guys you're like, why didn't we ever try these guys on the penalty kill? I think your best players need to be on the penalty kill occasionally.
Yeah, otherwise, Kreider's not a particularly smart player, so I don't know why he'd be on the penalty kill.
Who?
Kreider.
Speed.
He's not.
Kreider. Yeah, no.
That's just it.
I wouldn't trust him on a penalty kill, and not only that, but he's too much of a loaf at times. I want to put him there.
President of the Chris Kreider fan club over here.
I see that, but no.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, his role is going to be a lot different this year. So
hopefully,
yes.
But yeah, I'm not a fan of putting him there. I think Barclay Goodrow is going to challenge to be one of the best penalty killers on either of these two teams, or if you want to expand it to the metro area, any of the 3 metro area teams. I think he's going to come in right away and he's going to start killing penalties, and the Rangers are going to fall in love with that, or the Ranger fans are going to fall in love with that. Anders Lee isn't a terrible penalty killer.
But he's just not the guy I think about.
He's not a guy that even really plays the penalty. They rotate between like Zizekas, Nelson, Clutterbuck, Bailey. Lee doesn't kill penalties.
No, he doesn't really kill penalties. He's the power play guy. He's one of the better on top in the entire league.
And Chris, just to echo a little bit what you're saying on that, and that's because in situations, say like Alexander Ovechkin at the Capitals getting penalty trouble, He doesn't play penalty killing whatsoever. He doesn't see the ice at all. Sidney Crosby plays a penalty kill. He gets on the ice. You get a guy in the game. Now, do you want your best player blocking shots left and right? No, but again, as you said,
Michael Grabner was a good penalty killer for the Islanders. I'm sure,
and the Rangers.
Yeah, he was great.
He was really good because Michael Grabner was one of the better players that I've seen in my life that could go and pick off passes, going from the other side of the point to the other, and he had a knack for it, and he went the other way. You weren't catching him when he got that step.
Yeah.
And one step in front of him, and his explosion was so quick that he gained 2-3 seconds like that.
Yeah.
And that was it. Breakaway goal.
Yeah. He was a beast on the penalty kill.
Yeah.
One year the Islanders had 11 short-handed goals because him and Nielsen were fantastic as a penalty kill pair.
Oh yeah, that was not a penalty kill pairing that you would want to take lightly.
No.
It would go the other way on you when they'd score.
Yeah. And that's what they did. They took away the D-to-D pass. Simply put.
Yeah.
And if you can't use that D-to-D pass on the point, and that makes it that much harder because you have to funnel the play to one side or the other, and your power play becomes that much more predictable. Either that, or you really gotta get those cross-seam passes going, and that's riskier than that.
Yeah.
When teams start trying to get cute and they try to start using the cross-seam pass too much, that's when they turn the puck over, and that's when bad things happen. Ooh, I found a good one.
There you go.
What does Sammy Blais give us? Brandon Prust type player? Oh, he's much better than Brendan Prust. And Brendan Prust.
So I'm just gonna cut you off. I'm just gonna hop off for a bit. I gotta get ready to get Ella off the bus. So I'm gonna.
All right.
I'm gonna come back on. Maybe I'll see. All right.
All right. Take it easy.
Yeah.
All
take care, Anth.
Later, guys.
Right.
Later. But Sammy Blais gives you a lot more than someone like Brendan Prust. Brendan Prust was just a fourth liner, and he kind of got left behind. Brendan Prust would never be able to play today, even his prime. Sammy Blais, 15 points in 36 games. That's 30 points right there over 72. So that's a 30-point pace there. 13 points over 40 games. That's 26 points. That's fourth, borderline, third line numbers. And these 2 years, he was playing 12 and a half and 12 minutes a night. If he could score at an over 30-point pace, playing on a third or a fourth line at 12 minutes a game, Sammy Blais is going to give you a lot more than people think. I think a lot of Ranger fans are sleeping on this guy. I'm not saying that he's going to be an offensive force, but I think he's a lot better. And I've seen him play enough. Like I said, I have either center ice or NHL TV or both every year. And I've watched more than enough of this guy play. I'm telling you, a lot of Ranger fans are sleeping on him.
Like one of the things we have, when I have the Tombstone video that I actually didn't play before, but where I got Chris Drury as Wyatt Earp saying, you called down the Thunder, well, now you got it. But Stanley Cup Finals, opening minute of the game, Sammy Blais laid out David Backes, the former captain of the St. Louis Blues. That was a pretty big statement too. And Blais got a bomb for a shot. I do know that. The Dallas Stars know that. I remember seeing that in Game 6. It's just they got a hell of a fourth line now. I can tell you that, and they got a lot more sandpaper, and that's what Blais is going to give us. And yeah, I got to say I was heartbroken a little bit when Brendan Prust was gone because I thought they could have used him. But then, yeah, he didn't exactly pan out in Montreal.
No, I wasn't, because I looked at that $2.5 million, that cap hit for him and that deal. And I just said no, thank you, no, thank you. You could Montreal, you could take him at that price. That was one of those losses where I was just like, okay, it's like we made a good move, and that ended up showing with time, and not much. It didn't take much time to show either. So
yeah. By the way, Rick Nash was a very good penalty killer, but
yeah, he was.
DJ. New York Ranger again, saying it right here. There should be an expiration date on your eligibility to win the Calder. There is. We discussed this last year. Isn't it like 26?
Yeah, it's like 26 years old, I believe.
Yeah, because Sergei Makarov
won at 30.
Won it. Yeah.
Yeah, in 1990, he won at 30 years old. I get it. I mean, he didn't play in the NHL until that point, but Sergei Makarov was easily the best player outside of the NHL for the entire decade of the 80s. Easily the best.
Wait.
Kevin Nash, Rick Nash.
Am I getting an echo right here? All right.
What?
Am I getting an echo right here? Thought I heard an echo.
No.
But yeah, Kevin Nash over Rick Nash. I think there's also
Rick Nash over Kevin Nash. He's actually no. Rick Nash's name is not banned.
He is not banned. No, I mean, although it's the only thing that's sad about Rick Nash is his most successful playoff season was
2015.
It's 2015, but obviously the Ranger, he had his struggles early on, and I think the Matt Zuccarello injury really affected that team, because then they had to shuffle the deck. St. Louis was supposed to step on in. They would have had him on the third unit. JT Miller up and down. There's so many things about that.
Rick Nash had more than 3 goals in 2015. That was 2014, I think you're talking about, Shefra.
Yeah, I think that was definitely 2014, because I know he had a goal versus Montreal. I don't think he had one against Pittsburgh, but Nash had a 2-goal game against Tampa. He scored in Game 6. I think he actually had. I know
he had the 2-goal game. I believe was Game 6. It was the same game that Brassard went off.
Right, Brassard had the hat trick, but he also had it was Yandel that had a 2-goal game in Game 4. But Nash scored in that one too. I know he scored in Game 6. I know. Well, again, it's all right. We're just we're always here to discuss. So, but yeah, and the only years he was good in the playoffs, like his best years in the playoffs were probably 2017, 2015, and 2016. He was the Rangers' best player in the playoffs, but that didn't say much.
No, yeah, 2017 really wasn't a good run for him. 2016 and 2015 were really it. 2014, he gets a lot of shit for 2014 because he didn't put up the goals and the points. But every night that he was out there, he was making things happen. The pucks just weren't going in the net for him, but he was playing real good defensively. And I know, you don't pay Rick Nash $7.8 million to be a checker. Yes, I get it. But if he's not going to be able to score goals and put up points, you want him to be a complete and utter useless waste? Like, no, you don't. You want him to be able to contribute. And he created offense, and he was good defensively. Derek Stepan couldn't shoot to save his life.
Yeah, I remember, by the way, Chris T, I remember that goal where it was early in the third where he took it wide on Holtby and dunked it in. And then right after that, Boyle scored 4-1. Gee, I can't remember. I can't remember what happened after that. Was it played concussed too?
Well, yeah, that was the Brad Stewart elbow from the third game of the season, which was the Hurdle game, where he had the goal in the backhand, or the through the legs goal and everything, the 4-goal game. Brad Stewart took him out with a dirty elbow straight to the head. Suspend him or anything for that one. Good job, player safety. Good to know that you've been shit forever.
Player Safety.
So yeah,
Safety. because they don't know. They really don't know player safety. They haven't been any good since Brendan Shanahan was gone. So, and Stefan Chytil, don't ever get me started on him. So, Keith Yandel, Brassard, and Hayes all back in Philly with Vigneault. Vigneault didn't exactly like Yandel. He loved Brassard, and Hayes kind of same thing.
Yeah, Yandel kind of shocked me because of the way that Vigneault handled Yandel in New York. Like Yandel was not happy with that, and then the way that Vigneault handled Shane Gostisbehere, who had a better year in 2018 than Yandel's ever had in his career. Like, I don't understand how you do that and how you go there when you know what this guy is going to do.
I can honestly say, because Shane Gostisbehere was a guy that I thought was going to be a real impact player, but I'm rooting for him to bounce back, especially I believe he was a student of a former teammate of mine, Timmy Kierkostas, was either his coach or was one of his skills coach. Timmy, one of the best players I've ever seen. Yeah, you could add Vigneault and chewing gum. Yeah, a lot of good looks.
Yeah.
Filk, this one, I got a direct right at you, and you clicked it. Good.
Yeah, too early to tell on this. Really too early to tell because a lot of these guys aren't even going to be playing in the NHL this year.
Yeah, and they got to step up. They got to learn another game. And I actually like what I see out of Brennan Ottman, though, in some of those. I don't know. I'm watching highlight reels of him scoring, so of course there's going to be those reels. But on the other hand, he just always seems to be in the right place. Goes to the dirty areas. So
yeah, I don't think. Listen, I was disappointed with the pick because I wanted a center. I'm not going to lie to you. I wanted Svechkov. I thought Svechkov was the center that they needed, and needed depth at center. And if you look at the organizational depth, there are two places where they were good. They were on the wing and on defense. And I don't feel like they needed another winger. I feel like they needed a center. I understand the Othman pick. I understand that Othman should be ready by the time Kreider, his no movement clause, is up. You can get rid of Kreider and put Othman in there. And I like that. I do. I think there's skill. I think there's skating. I think there's hands. I think there's shooting. I think this is a guy that can score goals. I think he's more – I think there's a higher hockey IQ with Brennan Othman than there is Chris Kreider.
So what you're saying is he's definitely going to be better than, say, Ryan Gropp.
Yeah. Ryan Gropp was a joke. Ryan Gropp was also a second-round pick. Ryan Gropp was boosted by some other players that were playing on that team.
I believe one of them was Matt Barzal. If I recall correctly.
Matt Barzal.
Yeah. So,
but
yeah. And again, not slamming him. Unfortunately, it's the results.
Yeah. So Ryan Gropp is not a name you want to make a comparison to because Ryan Gropp is basically a later version of Evgeny Grachev, boosted by better players on Cody Hodgson and Matt Duchene, notably on those Brampton Battalion teams. But you know what? I got to say that I think Brennan Othman can be a good player. What he maxes out as, I don't know. Could be a middle six wing. He could be a good second line, 20-plus goal, 40-plus point winger, for all I know.
Chemistry matters. Chemistry matters, and that's the thing. Yeah. It's not just can a guy do this? If it's going to be, can a guy do it by himself? No player. Maybe Connor McDavid could, but no player could do it by himself. The very rare ones do.
The one thing, and I got to say, and Sheffer here brings up a real good point, is that Brennan Othman wasn't a reach. He wasn't a reach where they took him. And honestly, the hockey guy, Shannon, did a video on it, and I think I might have referenced it on here before, but he did a video of where all the players were picked to go by mock publications, or actually by publications, not even by just mocks, but like McKean's, Central Scouting, ISS, a lot of those guys. Hey, Steven. But
hey, Mike.
Othman wasn't a reach at that pick. He was picked by they did the central scouting and all the combined rankings. Shannon put all that together, and Brennan Othman was picked. He was ranked like 16 through 18 by all the 5 sources that he used for that video. It's not a reach. It's not a reach pick. It wasn't. And if you look at even the Hockey News, I think had him around that range. I think they had him maybe at 19, if I remember correctly. But you know what? It's not a terrible pick, and we're going to see that with time. That he kind of brings what, not even kind of, but he brings what they were looking for. I don't think Jack hates the Rangers. I don't think so. I know he's a Canucks fan, but he doesn't hate the Rangers. I've seen more than enough of his Rangers stuff to know that there's no agenda against them.
I think if you're getting in this line of work and what we're doing is, even though I'll still wear my fandom on my sleeve, I still gotta kind of curtail that aside a little bit in order to make some videos. Otherwise, it's not genuine. And that's what being a journalist is. You're supposed to be objective.
Sheffer, I have watched vids. Like I said, I've watched his videos. There's no agenda there, buddy. Sorry, but yeah, you're not going to convince me otherwise.
How do we not grab Ratu with the second Ratu with the second pick after whiffing on the first? Because there's a reason why he dropped all the way to 50th, guys.
I would have liked to have taken a chance there.
Yeah. You could, but what happens if they bring him in and he's? I mean, there's a reason why a guy drops that for.
Steven actually explained this, and I believe it was on Twitter, if I remember correctly. Steven, you brought up that he started. Yeah, he was taken before the second draft selection, but you brought up that Othman actually had a really bad slump and then rebounded from it and actually produced at a pretty respectable rate once he rebounded. You would have to say verbatim again what you said, but I just remember you saying it and looking into it and doing a little more research and saying, wow, he's actually right about this. And the numbers are actually pretty good when you look at them and you put them into context.
And he also, by the way, produced when he had better players with him. He was producing more with Shane Wright than anything else. So.
I'm telling you, I think he'll produce this year. And especially if he does produce this year, you're going to take it. Do you want to send Steven the link, Mark?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, we're probably going to be on for maybe another half hour, so it's not that bad.
Yeah,
I'll send
I don't know how much longer we have. But...
Yeah, but don't worry, Steven. We'll get you in because you're always more than welcome to join us. Sorry, I gotta Bluetooth keyboard has to get back on. You can keep talking. You don't have to stop because I'm right here.
No, I was just looking at something. No, it's just I think Othman's going to take a big step this year. I think that he's looked good in Canada's summit camp. I mean, there's a guy that me and Steven are in a group DM on Twitter, and he uploads a lot of videos. And yes, and Veerling is another one, and I've said that name on here several times. Watch out for him this year. There are two.
All right, thanks, Chef.
Yeah, and thank you, Chef. But Veerling is another name that I'm very high on. I liked when after he was traded away from Flint to Erie, he played very well after that trade. So let's get Steven here. Welcome on, Steven.
Welcome on, Steven.
Hi guys, how are you doing?
Not pretty good. Wait, who do you got in your background over there? You got Payunemi?
Yeah, I'm preparing for it because all the guys are flying into New York on the 9th of September. So Pajuniemi, Henriksen, Lundqvist. Spoke to Ryder Korzak last night. He's flying in on the 9th as well. So with prospects coming into New York for training camp, I thought it was appropriate to hang up some prospect jerseys.
Oh, there you go. I like what I see there.
So yeah, we're going to talk about Brennan Othmann, huh?
Yeah, go over what you had. Was it in the group chat or was it on one of your statuses? Or
it was. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've been very vocal about it, and I understand the hesitation when it comes to the Othmann pick, because I think as a fan base we really wanted a center, but I think as a fan base we got tunnel vision because of it, because. All we talked about as Ranger fans for a year leading up to the draft was we're going to get a center this year, right? It has to be. They have to draft a center. They have to, because it's the one thing we need. That said, I still think we needed wingers with top 6 upside for like 2-3 years down the line. We needed that as much as we needed centers. I think John already explained it. Othmann was fine at 16th overall. He was ranked in that range by Bob McKenzie and by some of the other pundits. And these are guys who get their feedback from NHL scouts. So I trust them a little bit more than people on Twitter. And yeah, there was a tweet about Brennan Othmann's production that really rubbed me the wrong way, because it basically said that he had 33 points in 55 OHL games, and then he was under half a point per game the following year in the Swiss league, which is the second tier of professional hockey in Switzerland.
Against men.
It's a professional league against men. And then this one sentence that always annoys me about this tweet is the lack of scoring growth is a near death sentence. And this is a projection based on NHL. It's a stat called NHLE. They have like a certain.
I hate that stat.
Yeah, they have a certain coefficient for each league. The number of points in a league, you multiply it by the coefficient, and that should get you a number of points that player would get in the NHL. It's an interesting theory, but I don't think it's flawless. And let me explain why. Because this is a metric that's a bit shaky when you talk about a 17-year-old guy going pro. First of all, Brennan Othmann, he is a dual citizen. He has Swiss citizenship and Canadian citizenship because I think his grandma from his dad's side is from Switzerland. This is the reason why he was able to play in Switzerland in the first place before turning 18. So he moves at the age of 17, moves to Switzerland from Canada because the OHL was canceled. And he starts out with 17 points or 15 points in 17 games, which is great. And then he goes cold with 0 in 13, which, if you look at it from that perspective, is it's a bit troubling, you know, not getting a single point in 13 games, even if you play against men. But then he has another 3 points in his final 8. But if you look a little bit closer, the first 15 points in 17 games, his team was 11-4-2. Then, so they, in that stretch, they scored 3.18 goals per game. Then his team goes on a 4-9-0 streak, including an 8-game losing streak, where they scored 2.76 goals per game. And that's when he goes 0 points in 13 games. Following that, the whole team gets out of their slump, and they finish the season 5-1-2, including the postseason, the games that Othmann played, where they score four goals per game, and he finishes with 3 points in 8 games. And my complaint about this stat is that it's based on season totals, and they don't really look into the details. They don't really look into the context of what the season progressed like. And look, we all know what Austin Matthews did in Switzerland in his draft year, but Austin Matthews went first overall. We're not talking about a first overall pick. We're talking about a guy that was picked 16th overall, with the Arizona Coyotes pick being forfeited. He was the 15th player selected in the draft.
In a weaker draft, nonetheless.
It was also a weaker draft, but even if it wasn't a weaker draft, we're talking about the 15th best player pick, not the first overall pick. So I don't know about you guys, but I don't expect a 17-year-old to carry his professional hockey team when they have a slump.
Yeah, no.
So, yeah, I have serious issues with this whole statement and these analytics based on season totals. To me, if I look into his progression over the course of the season, what I see is a 17-year-old kid that travels to Switzerland, travels to a new country where he doesn't speak the language, where he has to adjust to life in a foreign country, and he puts up 15 points in his first 17 games. That's great. If you cut off at 17 games and you go, Brendan Hoffman, that's 15 points in 17 games, everyone's like, why is
Conversation's different.
Why is this guy not drafted 3rd overall behind Matty Beniers and Owen Power? But because his team had a cold streak where, let me repeat, they had an 8-game losing streak. They went 4-9-0, and they scored fewer than 3 goals per game. If the whole team goes cold, do we really expect a 17-year-old in a foreign country to carry that team? This isn't junior hockey. This isn't even college hockey. These are grown men. These are guys that are 26, 27, 28-year-old. And yeah, they're not Sidney Crosby level players, but they're grown men. And this 17-year-old kid is playing on that team, and he's holding his own. And he had 2 really good stretches. Unfortunately, the stretch in between was bad, but it's not. Look, if his team went 11-3-2, and they score 4 goals per game, and he has 0 in 13 games, yeah, I'll be on board and say that's a bit disappointing.
But he's coming back to the OHL this season, right?
Yeah, he isn't AHL eligible because it was a little bit different last year because of the COVID situation. The OHL was completely, the WHL was delayed. So players who were drafted were allowed in the AHL. This upcoming season, they go back to normal with one exception. Players aged 19 who played at least 20 games in the AHL last season are eligible as an exemption. Will Cooley, unfortunately, played only 18 games, so he missed out on 2 games. So Brendan Hoffman will play in the OHL against Evan Vierling and Will Cooley this upcoming season. I think Brendan Hoffman is a good pick. It's probably not the player I would have gone with, but if we look at the centers that were available, you had Zachary Baldridge, who plays for the Rimouski Oceanic, Lafreniere's former team. Mm-hmm. You had Fyodor Svechkov, who plays in the KHL, who just moved to SKA in St. Petersburg, Shestyorkin, which never just old team, and Panarin's old team. And then you had Chaz Lucius, who played for the US NTDP.
I liked Lucius a lot.
Yeah, Lucius is a good prospect, but I mean, there are flaws in his game, as you would expect, 15th or 16th overall. Baldridge, for me, doesn't really drive the play as much as I want a center to do. Svechkov is the one I'm really that I was upset about missing out on because I think he is Anton Lundell. He's an Anton Lundell type player. You know, he's a really good 2-way center, and I think in a year he's going to be NHL ready.
The only problem with him is limited upside. That's been the big knock on him, according to all the reports.
Yeah, listen. They said the same thing about Anton Lundell. Anton Lundell was always limited offensive upside. I've been hearing the same shit about Anton Lundell for 2-3 years. But I'm telling you, Anton Lundell is going to be a 60, 70-point player in the NHL.
I always thought he could be a 60-point player.
The way he's played, the 12th overall in the draft, if you get a center that puts up 60, 70 points.
And he's a good 2-way player, that's a steal right there then.
I'll take that any day.
Of course.
My issue with Chaz Lucius is that his skating is a bit of a work in progress, not necessarily something that is, to use Mr. Bacon's words, a death sentence. But I'm not worried about losing out on him. I think Brendan Hoffman, where he was taken, was a fine pick. And let me go into why this pick makes sense for the Rangers. If you look at a player in that range, it's going to take about 3 years before that player is ready to step into the NHL.
Chris Kreider.
We saw it with Chris Kreider. He was drafted in 2009. He came into the NHL in 2012. He had a flying start in the playoffs, and then he had to go back to Hartford, to season a little bit in the AHL. But if we take the 3-year window for Brennan Hoffman, he will be NHL ready in 2024. You know what's also happening in 2024? Kreider's no move clause. Kreider's no move clause is expiring in 2024. And I still think Kreider is a perfect candidate for a trade to the Dallas Stars or to the Vegas Golden Knights to be the replacement for Joe Pavelski or Max Pacioretty. For Pavelski, his net front presence on the power play, he's the perfect replacement for those guys. When his no move clause expires, it turns into a limited no trade clause where he can block a trade to, I think, 15 teams. So it still gives you 16 teams you can trade him to without his consent. I think Kreider is going to be gone in 2024, and they're banking on Brennan Hoffman stepping in, and he's going to be a third-line left winger behind Lafreniere and Panarin. And this is why the draft pick itself is not – it's not a crazy thought. It's not a crazy pick. This is not McElrath in 2010. This is not Sanguinetti in 2006. This pick makes sense. It's just that as a fan base, we had blinders on and we were tunnel visioned on, we're going to get a center, we're going to get a center, we're going to get a center. And I was part of that too. I said the same thing. I've been saying on Twitter, we're going to draft a center, right? It's crazy if we don't draft a center. And then you hear Brennan Hoffman, and my first reaction was, fuck. But, you take a couple of minutes, and then you start to digest it, and then you start to look into the player, and you think, all right, I can understand this pick. It might not have been my pick, but it's not a pick I can get upset about. I remember in 2009, the Rangers drafted Chris Kreider, 19th overall, and I distinctly remember online Ranger fans were upset that we passed on. Hear me out. Jacob Josephson and Jordan Schroeder.
I never wanted Josephson. Oh.
No, but those were the guys that Ranger fans were missing out on. Jordan Schroeder was the top goal scorer in the World Juniors the 2 seasons after his draft.
Yeah.
And for 2 years, all I heard was Ranger fans saying, oh, yeah, we got this guy, Chris Kreider, from high school, and we should have gone for Jordan Schroeder. Well, one of them is still in the NHL. It's not Jordan.
Never really made it.
Yeah. And say what you will, Chris Kreider was a money player in the playoffs for the Rangers in especially 2014.
And Chris Kreider is a perennial 50-point, 25-goal player in the NHL. If you can get that 19th overall, you take it and run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Brennan Hoffman can be a 50-point player in the NHL, 16th overall, you take that and run.
Well, that's what I just said. I mean, I don't know what he's going to end up being.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I know that he's going to be a top-line winger or he's going to be a middle six winger. But if he's a guy that gets you 20 goals and 40 points, or he's a guy that plays maybe like an Adam Deadmarsh type game, which I think could end up being a good comparable.
It's possible, yeah.
You take that and run.
Now, sorry, Steven, you finish your point first.
Yeah, so the last thing I'll say about the centers that were still on the board is every year we see centers being drafted and then being converted to wing in the NHL. So there's not even a guarantee that Boluch or Svechkov or Lucius or Pinelli will actually be centers in the NHL. Yeah, we need centers, but there's other ways to acquire them. We didn't draft Mika Zibanejad. We didn't draft Ryan Strome. Just saying.
Yeah, they haven't had a center. I think the only center that they've really drafted and cultivated through their system is Derek Stepan over the last decade. I mean,
I think Artemi Anisimov, Derek Stepan, FIlip Chytil. That's about it.
Yeah, and even at that, FIlip Chytil is still waiting to blossom, and Artemi Anisimov they shipped off for Rick Nash.
Yeah.
We were talking about Aatu Räty before. Do you know any reasons why he would have dropped? Is this going to end up being like, people are going to say like his interviews were bad or something like that?
Yeah, it's basically that he didn't interview well, and yeah, it's a bit concerning, of course, when. This is a kid that has been dreaming about getting drafted, like all these kids have been. And as you know, I do these prospect interview series that I share on Twitter where I talked to guys like Patrick Kodorenko and Austin Rushev and Justin Richards and Nils Lundqvist and Ryder Korzak. And I think I've spoken to like 33 by now. I always ask them about their combine interview. How did it go? And I don't always include it into the interview that I write up, but I always ask about it because it's interesting to hear the other teams they spoke to and how those teams reacted and what their initial thought was following those interviews. Which team did you think was going to pick you? And teams put a lot of emphasis on these combine interviews. If you have a bad combine interview,
Neil Yakupov.
Neil Yakupov
that's number one. I was actually going to try to compare it to Neil Yakupov, but I didn't want to offend him.
If Neil Yakupov would have fallen to 5th overall and Toronto was on the clock, they would have passed on him without a second thought because the current assistant GM, I think, was he the one in Toronto? John Lilly?
I know Burke was there.
I believe he's been with Toronto for years.
Yeah, Brian Burke was the GM, and John Lilly was, I think, the assistant GM or the director of player personnel. And Neil Yakupov had an interview, and Neil Yakupov messed it up. Neil Yakupov was like, "You're drafting 5th overall. Why do I even have to have this conversation?" And Brian Burke actually mentioned it on one of the podcasts he was on the last couple of months. So a bad combine interview can really mess you up. That said, I don't know what the combine interviews were like for Aatu Räty. I know they were not in person because of the whole COVID situation. So they were Zoom calls, and Zoom calls can always be a bit tricky. And Finnish people in general are not very talkative. They're a little bit of introverts. So that can affect an interview like that. And I'm shocked to see him drop to 52nd overall. If the Rangers had a pick in the 50 range and he was still on the board, I would have loved to grab him in the mid-second round. Unfortunately, we traded our second-round pick to get rid of the Mark Stahl contract, so that didn't happen. And our next pick was the 3rd round, where we got Jaden Grube of the Red Deer Rebels, who actually played with Brennan Hoffman for Canada Under-17 on the same line, by the way. So the Rangers never really had a chance to draft this kid, but I think this kid potentially could be the steal of the draft. I'm not saying he's going to be, but there have been players in the past that have dropped far lower than you would expect them to. Nikita Kucherov in 2011. And on the other hand, players have really risen up the rankings because of a combine interview. Mark Scheifele in 2011 was ranked about 20th, and he went 7th overall to the Winnipeg Jets. And I remember Jets fans being outraged. How can we reach for a player like Mark Scheifele when
they were outraged for years until he took that turn and had that 30-goal, 60-point season?
Mark Scheifele spent 2 years in juniors before he came over to Winnipeg and became like a regular player for them. And I'm pretty sure they don't regret that pick now.
Nope.
It just goes to show you that you have to be patient sometimes with draft picks. Look, Brennan Hoffman, I think he's a fine pick. He wasn't my first choice, but I can live with it. I'm not upset by it. They could have done much worse.
Yeah, well, you're right.
I was gonna say, the guy that I'm always, I don't know why I zeroed in on him. I think that I always want to see this guy play, Carl Henriksen, that you have back there. Is he actually going to be able to play some preseason games with the Rangers this year?
Ooh, yeah, he's going to. He did already start his season in Sweden with Frölunda. They played in the Champions Hockey League, which is like the Champions League in soccer, but with hockey, it's a similar format where you have teams from Sweden, Finland, Czech Republic, Germany, Switzerland, Austria, Slovakia. The only teams that aren't participating are the KHL teams, but it's fun hockey to watch. It's a good start to the season in August to get some games in. When I was still living in Vienna, I would attend these games for the Vienna Capitals. Go to a hockey game wearing shorts. It's like living in Phoenix. Although there were more fans at the Vienna Capitals games than there are at the Arizona Coyotes.
Well, one reason why is because they put that arena in the wrong spot.
And there's only 3,000 seats in Vienna. The Champions Hockey League is a lot of fun, and Carl Henriksen has had a good start to the season. I know that he's flying to New York on the 9th of September. Same as all the other prospects, right? Korzek, Brandon Othman. I know Lauri Pajuniemi is flying in around the 6th of September. So all these guys are coming over to be part of the training camp and then maybe a preseason game or two. The thing with Henriksen, though, is that he's not eligible for the AHL. So it's a weird situation, and let me quickly explain. So normally European players are eligible to play in the AHL when they turn 18, but in the transfer agreement, there's an exception. If a player is under contract, was drafted outside of the first round, and is younger than 22, he is not eligible to play in the AHL unless his European team releases him. Now, Henriksen is 20 years old, drafted in the second round, and he's under contract until 2023. So he's not eligible to play in Hartford for 2 seasons. That said, he signed his entry-level contract. It expires in 3 years, but he won't be arbitration eligible, which is a big plus for the Rangers. So he's going to sign a second contract pretty cheap if he gets there. I think the timeline for Henriksen, Hartford in 2023, New York in 2024.
Okay.
Lauri Pajuniemi was first draft eligible in 2017. Went undrafted. We picked him in 2018. So he's the same age as FIlip Chytil. I know his contract expired. He signed an entry-level contract with the Rangers, and he is dedicated to go to Hartford and earn his way to New York. He's not going to be like Malte Stromwall or what's the other guy? The Finnish guy. We had Stromwall, and there was
Ville
Meskanen.
Oh God, Meskanen.
These guys tore up the Traverse City tournament, and then they couldn't even get a spot in the AHL. Also shows you that the Traverse City tournament is not really a good indicator of how good a player is going to be.
Yeah, no.
It's my rookies can be your rookies.
It's fun to watch, and I remember Kakko skating circles around the Minnesota Wild before he shot the puck into the net. That was fun. But
yeah.
I've seen Jimmy Vesey do that shit in Traverse City, so meh.
Sorry, just got to say, Shefra, and I believe they passed on Mike Bossy twice, and they took
Ron Duguay.
Ron Duguay was the hit. It was Lucien Dubois. Yeah.
Yep. Look, listen. No draft is ever going to be as bad as the 2015 draft for the Edmonton Oilers and the Boston Bruins. Listen, Peter Chiarelli ruined the draft for 2 teams in the same year. It's a miracle. He was in Boston. He hired all the scouts. I'll start with Boston. He hired the scouts that had 3 consecutive first overall picks, and they passed on Matt Barzal,
Thomas Chabot, and Kyle Connor. They
passed on all 3. Then he went to Edmonton, and he traded the 16th overall pick to the Islanders.
Griffin Reinhart.
Who played in
that ended up getting them Matt Barzal and Beuvillier, and that was just
He managed to ruin the draft for 2 teams in the same year. It's a miracle. Only Peter Chiarelli can do that. Anyway,
and it's funny because now Ken Holland is in Edmonton, and it's still Oilers going to oil because Ken Holland is now making just I'm going to say questionable very loosely and very nicely because the criticism is far more deserving there.
Look, I'm just waiting for Connor McDavid to start dating a Hollywood actress.
Oh God, he's gonna have his own Janet Jones. You're not getting that reference past this Wayne Gretzky fanboy, Steven.
Yeah. Oilers gonna oil.
No, Oilers gonna oil, and yeah.
Do you think Zach Jones could be on this roster as that third pairing?
6 weeks ago, I would have said yes. 6 weeks ago, I would have said yes. But right now, we have first pairing. Look, listen. We all agree first pairing is Lindgren Fox, right? We're not touching that at all.
No. Fox might not make it in this league.
All right. Listen. The Ottawa Senators and the New York Rangers are the only 2 teams in the NHL with a Norris on their team. There you go.
Hey, I like the sound of that.
I like that.
Second pairing is going to be Keandre Miller and Jacob Trouba. Although I know it's not going to happen, but I wouldn't mind Miller spending a couple of weeks in the AHL to work on his game a little bit. I know it's not going to happen, but he's going to be one of those players that never sniffs the AHL like Derek Stepan. Even though I think Derek Stepan still could have learned something in the AHL.
Mm.
Like I think Keandre Miller could learn something in the AHL.
You know what? I'm going to disagree with you there. And the only reason why I'm going to disagree with you is just two things always held back Derek Stepan. And I said this about John Tavares. Anthony was with me because Anthony dragged me to the Islanders draft party night when they drafted Tavares in 2009. And I told him that night, I was like, listen, this kid's an elite scorer at junior, and he's putting up historical numbers in juniors. If he doesn't work on his skating, he will never be that top-level player. He'll be like a 50, maybe 60-point guy if you're lucky. But he worked on it. Yeah. Stepan's problems were skating, and he had a shot that was softer than baby shit.
Yeah.
So if he ever worked on those two things, he would have been a 20, 25 goal, 70-plus point two-way forward.
He was on pace for 70 points in the shortened season in 2013, by the way.
2013, yeah.
He had 44 and 48.
I
just think a player like Stepan could have worked on those aspects of his game if he spent some time in the AHL. You don't have to survive on the ice like he had to in the NHL. He didn't have the time or the freedom to work on his game as much as he could have done in the AHL. And
that's an off-season thing for me, though. And look at Kakko with Marco Rotala for that.
Yeah. The off-season is only 6 weeks. The off-season is 6 weeks. The season is 6 months. If you play lesser opposition, you have more time to dedicate to improving certain aspects of your game.
Okay, fair.
I'm not saying it's impossible to do it in the offseason. I'm just saying if you spend a year in the AHL, you have a little bit more time to get there instead of playing in the NHL where every game is a battle.
Fair.
That said, the second pairing is going to be Miller-Trouba. The third pairing is going to be Nemeth Lundqvist because Nils Lundqvist is NHL ready. Mm-hmm. He's going to get 25 points at least in a full season. 25 points. Patrick Nemeth was signed. Patrick Nemeth played with Mika Zibanejad in the World Juniors when they won gold, when Zibanejad scored the overtime winner. Patrick Nemeth is Swedish. He's the perfect partner for Nils Lundqvist on the third pairing. I think that's going to be the three pairings, and I think the seventh defenseman is going to be a toss-up between Tonordi, Reunanen, unfortunately Hayek, because I think he's still going to be signed, or Anthony Bitetto. I think Robertson, Jones, and Schneider will start. They'll start in the AHL. Can they work their way up to the NHL within a couple of months? It's possible.
I think they can at least pass those other guys on the depth chart. For me, I don't think either of them are passing Nemeth or.
The question is, do you want a guy like Zach Jones or Matthew Robertson or Braden Schneider to sit in the press box in New York, or do you want them to play in Hartford?
And that's why I don't think it's happening.
Exactly. I'd much rather have a guy like Bitetto that has no future in New York sit in the press box.
Yeah, let him sit around in the press box then, and if they have to use him, they have to use him. I would rather see Robertson and Schneider. And Schneider can play in the AHL this year to start because he'll be 20 before the start of the season, right?
It's not before the start of the season. If a player turns 20 in the calendar year that the season starts, he's eligible. So if you are 20 on December 31st, you're eligible, which means Lafreniere is eligible for the AHL. He's not going to go there, but he's eligible because he's turning 20 in October. Schneider is October birthday, so he's going to be 20. Matthew Robertson is already 20, so he spent 2 years after the draft in juniors. He's going to be eligible. And let's see who else. Yeah, Will Cooley is not eligible because he turned 19 this calendar year. So Cooley, Vierling, those guys are not eligible. Dylan Garand is not eligible. But Braden Schneider and Matthew Robertson is going to be a top pairing in Hartford.
That's awesome. And you know what? You give them a year and you let them marinate there. And then and Patrick Nemeth, that contract's movable. If you decide that Matthew Robertson can come up and play that third pairing spot next year, you can move Patrick Nemeth, no problem.
Yeah.
Or you can even bury him, and it's not a problem.
Can we take a second to appreciate how good our 2018 and 2019 drafts have been so far?
That first round of 2018 is ridiculous.
I'm not even talking about the first round. The draft as a whole. First round, you have Kravtsov, Miller, Lundqvist. Second round, we don't talk about. Third round, we have Joey Keane that we traded for Julien Gauthier. Then we got Payu Niemi in the 5th round. We got Riley Hughes in the 7th round, who's a prospect that a lot of fans forget about. He's in Northeastern this upcoming season. He's playing with his younger brother, Jack Hughes, the other Jack Hughes. The Jack Hughes that's draft eligible next summer. So we had a really good draft in 2018. Simon Schellberg, who plays for RPI in the NCAA, another underrated pick in the 6th round. And then you have 2019, where we get Kaapo Kakko, Matthew Robertson, Carl Henriksen, 3rd round Zach Jones, 4th round Hunter Skinner, 6th round Adam Edstrom, and 7th round Eric Ciccolini. 6th round is Levi Aaltonen. It's probably not going to work out for him, but aside from Levi Aaltonen, every pick in 2019 could be a hit. That's crucial to your team. Yeah, it's easy to get your players in the top 10. Look at the Colorado Avalanche. All their good draft picks were top 10 picks.
Top 10, yeah.
McKinnon, Landeskog, Makar, Rantanen, Byram. The last player the Colorado Avalanche drafted outside the top 10 that played at least 100 games for them was Tyson Barrie in 2009. Let that sink in for a second. It's
not good. It's in a way an indictment on their draft record. But I mean, and some of these other guys, and look at Brett Berard, Evan Vierling. I've been here to really not sleep on Evan Vierling, because Evan Vierling, he was taken 2nd overall in the OHL draft, only behind Quinn Byfield. He went ahead of Jamie Drysdale in that OHL draft. So, and after the trade from Flint to Erie, he was over a point per game after that trade.
Evan Vierling really suffered from the OHL season being canceled.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Vierling didn't have the opportunity to play in Hartford. The Rangers didn't have an ECHL team. Otherwise, I'm convinced he's playing for the Maine Mariners for a year last season.
Yeah.
But look, some fans have asked me, why did Evan Vierling not get a chance in Hartford? But this was a team that added in one offseason Patrick Kodorenko, Morgan Barron, and Justin Richards as centers. It's a lot easier to fit in a winger like Will Cooley than it is to fit in a center like Evan Vierling. But Vierling is talented, man. Like he said, he was drafted 2nd overall in the OHL priority selection. He played his hockey as a kid with Quinton Byfield. They were on the same team. Same way Brennan Hoffman was on the same team with Shane Wright. So the talent is definitely there. I'm excited about Evan Vierling. I think our 2020 draft also really goes a long way. We had Lafreniere 1st overall. Then we had Braden Schneider in 19th overall. We got Will Cooley with the 2nd round pick we got for Elias Andersson. Then the 3rd round, we got Oliver Tarnstrom. I'm not really sold on him, but 4th round Dylan Garand, who's a really good young.
I like Garand a lot.
I really like Garand.
He made the World Junior team. He didn't play, but he made the World Junior team
for Canada. I mean, if a goalie makes the World Juniors for Latvia or the Czech Republic or Slovakia, I'm like, eh. But if you make the World Juniors for Team Canada as a goalie, then you're a good goalie prospect.
You got to be damn good to make that.
Yes. And then we had a 5th round pick that we used on Evan Vierling, I think. And then we traded 2 7th round picks for another 5th round pick to get Brett Berard. That was the icing on the cake for me. That was such a good pick. And then who else did we have? Matthew Rempe of the Seattle Thunderbirds.
I'm not really high on him. I don't know.
Not sold on him. And Hugo Olas, the big goalie from Sweden.
Not really sold on him either.
We're talking about picks in the 6th and the 7th round, man. I'm not going to lose sleep over the 6th and 7th.
Neither am I.
Yeah.
I'm just not really. I don't know if I see anything there. That's all.
If you hit on them, I'm doing cartwheels. If they never play a game, even in Hartford, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. 6th and 7th round picks?
No.
So the Rangers, actually, those 3 drafts, we always talk about how we went through a rebuild. And the rebuild is trading your players for picks. That's step 1. But hitting on those picks is so important.
Yeah, of course.
And I think the Rangers have done a really good job the last 3 drafts. And I think, I'm just going to say it, and probably 99% of Ranger fans are going to disagree with me, but Gordy Clark did a hell of a job.
I would say he's done a pretty good job. I mean, you can't really knock it to a point.
Yeah, the only thing you can knock on him at all is arguably Chytil and Anderson. And is Anderson really his call? I mean, was Anderson?
Anderson was a panic pick. They wanted
him
so badly.
Look, the Elias Anderson pick in 2017 was a bit of a weird one because they were hoping for Elias Pettersson. They didn't get him. We always joke about this, but this was seriously a draft where the Rangers got the 7th overall pick in a 6-player draft. You had Nico Hischier, Nolan Patrick, Miro Heiskanen, Cale Makar, Barrett Hayton, who was a massive reach, by the way.
Yeah. I was there for that.
Oh, wait, sorry. Barrett Hayton was 2018. 5th was Elias Pettersson.
That's right.
And then Cody Glass, 6th overall. And then all of a sudden, the Rangers are on the clock. And the players you have, and we're 4 years down the road, so I'm going to mention these 4 names and let you pick. Elias Anderson, Owen Tippett, Michael Rasmussen, Casey Middlestat.
I would have went with Middlestat based.
I would have went with Middlestat too.
But can we honestly say we missed out on a great player?
No, and I'll play devil's advocate against Middlestat. His combine was one of the worst combines in the history of combines.
He couldn't do a single pull-up.
No, terrible, and that's why the Rangers didn't take him. Because they didn't like that at all.
If any of the guys are listening here, look up Middlestat combine. You'll find a picture of him failing to do a pull-up, and it looks like he's shitting his pants. Seriously, if you have 10 seconds, go onto Google and look for Middlestat combine.
Yeah, we already have a viewer that is definitely has already seen that. So yeah.
But Martin,
the only
player, Martin Necas.
Martin Necas is a player we missed out on.
Nick Suzuki would be another.
Martin Necas was picked 14th.
Yeah.
So yeah.
The thing is with Elias Anderson is that he was supposed to be picked in that range, and that's why a lot of Ranger fans are rightfully pissed about that pick. And another reason why Ranger fans are pissed about that pick is the fact that he was viewed as a quote-unquote safe pick. At the time, we had a lot of talent in the cupboard.
Listen.
You got to take that swing.
Guys like Pierre Maguire should never be allowed to utter the words NHL ready at a draft ever again. Because
I agree there.
They say it every freaking year. And it builds up all these expectations. But truth be told, Elias Anderson was one of the players in that 7 to 14 range where it could have gone either way. And Ranger fans tend to complain about that pick because Elias Anderson was a reach. So was FIlip Chytil. FIlip Chytil was ranked 72nd and 65th.
You want to know who else was a reach in his draft year? And I reviewed them in person in Dallas. Vitaly Kravtsov.
Oh no, yeah, Kravtsov was a huge reach in 2018. Yeah,
he knew where the hell he was going to land up.
Yeah, I was in Dallas at the draft in 2018.
And
sorry, John's still talking.
Yeah, he was
No, I must have been going in and out there, but I got that Sam Cosentino because I interviewed Sam Cosentino in person at the draft in Dallas. And Sam Cosentino, immediately when I asked him about that was one of the first question I asked him. I was like, can you put Ranger fans' minds at ease about Vitaly Kravtsov? And he explained that due to the fact that he played in 3 different levels of competition, going from, I believe it was the lower tier junior league, the top tier junior league to the KHL in one season.
No, hold on. You have the MHL, which is juniors. VHL is minor league, like the AHL. It's like the Russian AHL. It's professional hockey. But he went from the MHL, which is juniors, to the VHL.
Yes, that's right.
Which is the minor league. And then he finished in the KHL, where he put up, I think, the second highest point total by a draft-eligible teenager in the KHL.
In the postseason. Yeah, in the postseason. And that's why scouts couldn't get a gauge on him. And he was listed from anywhere in the top 10, around the bouts where the Rangers took him at 8, sorry. And was it 9? I think it was
9. We were 8th before the lottery, and then we dropped 1 spot because Carolina jumped us. We drafted.
So he went 9th, and then they had him as low as 31. He was listed as low as 31. So nobody knew what the hell they were doing. He was arguably a bigger reach than FIlip because they didn't know.
A friend of mine was telling me, by the way, that Florida was going to take him at, I think it was 14.
They took Dennis Senko, so that's more than possible.
And if I remember correctly, according to Bob McKenzie, there were 2 or 3 teams that had Kravtsov in their personal top 5.
Yeah.
So it's always difficult to gauge these rankings, especially late, like the days leading up to the draft. But I was in Dallas and we drafted Vitaly Kravtsov, and I had to pee because once I start drinking beer, once you open the tap.
All right, we know the seal rules, Steven. Come on.
once you break the seal, it's over. So I go into the bathroom and I'm for a pee, and there's a Rangers fan just freaking out, and he goes, "What the hell did we just do?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "We drafted this kid that I had never even heard of, and we could have drafted Oliver Wahlstrom, who's going to be a star." And I'm like, well, "Why do you think Oliver Wahlstrom is going to be a star?" And he goes, "Because Larry Brooks wrote about him." And I'm like, listen, you complain about a player that you've never heard of, but you want Oliver Wahlstrom, who the only thing you know about Oliver Wahlstrom is that Larry Brooks mentioned him in an article, and Larry Brooks actually did mention him in an article several times leading up to that draft. Look, I'm not going to argue with fans about not knowing stuff. I'm just saying, if you're going to overreact, at least overreact for a reason.
Well, you also try to inform them about what they didn't know. Like you probably told them a little bit about.
And I tried to explain it a little bit to him and what he did in the KHL as an 18-year-old, because it's impressive what he did in his draft year. And his the year following his draft, he was still really good with Tractor. It was only the second year after his draft where he came over to North America. He had a really good preseason. He scored a goal against the Flyers, and he was then sent down to the Hartford Wolfpack together with FIlip. And he just didn't understand. And I think this is where the Rangers really missed the boat the last couple of years. And John knows this because we discussed this at length in our group chat.
Ad nauseum.
And we discussed this so many times. But the Rangers really have done a poor job at managing the expectations of these young kids. And I'm not saying that they should have given Vitaly Kravtsov a spot on the team. I'm just saying, if you're going to send a guy down to Hartford when he's coming over from Russia, can you at least have a conversation with him where he understands why? Because that was his biggest complaint. I spoke to him after he was sent, when he was back in Russia. He played a game, I think, in Bratislava, and I went to the game and I spoke to him after the game, and I asked him flat out. I said,
he even said that in the interview.
Yeah,
that interview that came out in the Russian publication.
Yes, Sport Express.
Specifically in that interview, he had no idea of what was going on, and that was the one thing that baffled him the most.
And he told me as well. He said, "I don't have a problem going to the AHL, but I asked the coach why, and he didn't give me a reason."
Yeah, that's not good communication.
Hold on a second. I'm just gonna one thing. I have to address this one.
If he's the only writer in New York, I agree.
We'll just get
right.
Now, by the way,
listen, I will never forget Larry Brooks writing an article on draft day in 2017 at 3 p.m. saying Derek Stepan's not going to be traded, and 30 minutes later he was traded to the Arizona Coyotes.
By the way, it isn't often I get to do some breaking news. It's in our group chat, so I'll do this right now. The signing we've all been waiting for, and the league has been holding on to their breath.
Oh, Breako.
Is it Parise?
Jack Johnson has signed a PTO with the Colorado Avalanche.
Well, they got their replacement for Ryan Graves.
This guy played a total of 30 seconds for the New York Rangers before wanting him off.
Listen. The most famous Jack Johnson is the singer, not the hockey player.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The singer Jack Johnson is much better.
I'll take Jake Johnson as a New York Ranger over Jack Johnson. I mean,
look, I need to address this, but I feel bad for the kid.
Yeah.
Is he a kid? I'm 36. He's younger than I am. Yeah, he's a kid.
Yeah.
I feel bad for the kid because his parents fucked him over.
That's true. Yeah.
His parents bent him over the table and then shoved a broom up his asshole. That's how much they fucked him over. All the money he made as a hockey player in the NHL is gone because of his parents. That's terrible. That's terrible. As a person, I feel bad for Jack Johnson. As a player, I'm glad he's not wearing a Rangers jersey anymore.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of those things.
Jack Johnson
made have a good career.
Listen, Jack Johnson made Michael Del Zotto look like a sniper. and Michael Del Zotto was known for missing the net.
I think Jack Johnson made Dale Purinton look like a Norris candidate.
Yeah. There was a joke going around when Del Zotto was on the Rangers that Del Zotto's parents initially wanted to move to the United States, but they shot wide and ended up in Canada instead.
Oh, man.
Well, if he could have ever gotten it on that, maybe he could have gotten
Which one does he shoot wider on? The Nets or porn stars that he's trying to hook up with?
Porn stars, definitely. Yeah.
I mean, again, it's the joke that I was just making. It swallowed out with the laughter we were having. But yeah.
But as a professional hockey player, don't you have can you just pick out of the hundreds of women that line up for you after the game? Just pick one. Take one home.
Again, hockey players, the humble ones are the ones that make it. So that's Michael Del Zotto.
Yeah,
kind of shows you that it wasn't as humble as we thought.
Yeah, he wasn't all there. Like when that started happening, I was like, okay, this guy has a complex. And his play started tailing off around that time too.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, Del Zotto for Klein is one of the better trades in Rangers history.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's one of the most impactful trades in Rangers history. And it's the only reason why we don't sit down and honestly. Now, by the way, that trade doesn't happen if Michael Sauer doesn't get knocked out. Because then Michael Sauer is the guy that's still on that team. And he was a good player, man. He was a good player for the Rangers.
Yeah. I mean, the Sauer brothers are just unlucky with their concussions.
A disaster. Oh, geez.
Yeah. Michael Del Zotto. I brought this up the last time, right? Michael Del Zotto is one of 4 Rangers with the initials MZ.
Yeah. Matt Zappa.
Oh,
yeah.
Zappa, Mika Zibanejad, Matt Zuccarello, and Michael Del Zotto.
Matt Zappa. What a blast.
Matt Zappa. Listen. 2 years ago, I went to Vienna Capitals game, and there was a guy wearing a Vienna Capitals Matt Zappa jersey.
When will you realize Vienna waits for you?
Another former Ranger who played for the Vienna Capitals, Hugh Jessiman.
Yep.
John's favorite.
He who shall not be named. Oh man, there's
I hate everything right now.
So let me ask you guys: if you were a hockey player, what would your draft year have been?
04.
96.
Jesus, you're old. Anyway. So easy.
Yeah. You know what?
Easy.
You know what the funny thing is in that draft? I think I actually would have gone pretty high.
I
took Christian Dubé in
Actually, that's a scary part because those drafts in the mid-90s were just craptastical. So yeah, Mark might have been at least, I would say, third-round draft pick.
Yeah,
right.
my draft would have been 2003, so I'm fucked.
Yeah.
Just for me, this is what I had to compete against for the top 10. Chris Phillips, Andre Zuchin.
Andre Zuchin.
Okay. Jean-Pierre Dumont. Okay, that's fine. Alexander Volkov, Rick Jackman, Boyd Devereaux, Eric Rasmussen, Jonathan Aiken, Ruslan Saleh, and Lance Ward.
Rest in peace, Ruslan Saleh, the Belarusian hero.
Rest in peace, Ruslan Saleh.
Yeah, there were only 2 All-Stars that were on that.
I will never forget where I was when he scored that goal against Sweden in the 0-2.
Oh, so good.
At my aunt's house.
So Mark, and then now look up 2003.
All right. 2000. Oh, well, which I could actually do this by heart.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see if I could get all these right. Fleury, Stahl, Nick Zherdev.
No,
Zherdev was 3.
No, I know who was 3. It was Florida, and it was Nathan Horton.
Oh, Nathan Horton.
4 was Zherdev to Columbus. 5 was Thomas Vanek. 6 was
San Jose Sharks.
So that was Milan Mihalik.
Yeah.
7 was
Andre Christensen.
Wait, what team?
Predators.
It was Ryan Suter.
Yeah. Atlanta Thrashers.
That was Braden Coburn.
Calgary Flames.
Dion Phaneuf.
Montreal Canadiens.
Andre Christensen.
Yeah. And then Philadelphia Flyers.
That was
Jeff Carter.
New York Rangers.
Hugh Jessamine.
Don't say the name, please. God
then
damn
it was Dustin Brown.
That was Dustin Brown right after.
By the way, 2003 is part of the weirdest trade in NHL history.
The trade for the first overall pick?
Back in 2002, the Columbus Blue Jackets and the Florida Panthers decided to swap first round picks, which was first and second overall. And
I'll never forget watching that and Jay Bouwmeester crying when he found out he wasn't first overall.
And then the condition was that the Florida Panthers had the right to swap picks the following year. But they chose not to.
And they chose not to because Pittsburgh wanted Marc-Andre Fleury and they wanted Nathan.
No. The reason they didn't is because Columbus had the 4th overall pick and Florida already had the 3rd overall pick. So they already had the high pick. So they gave up the 1st overall pick for nothing. They gave up Rick Nash and got nothing out of it.
Nothing. And they got Jay Bouwmeester out of it. Jay Bouwmeester, who had a few good years in Florida, and then he signed with Calgary, and then his career, he just went to shit offensively after the trade to Calgary.
And then he rescued his career by going to St. Louis.
And becoming a good defensive defenseman. But he was
winning a cup, by the way.
Yeah, he did win a cup.
Keeping the streak alive of salary cap teams needing a 3rd overall pick to win a cup.
Yeah.
That's an odd one, but yes.
I mean, the rest of that first round, and unfortunately, it's now in no particular order. I think it was 15, Robert Nielsen.
Yeah.
Then it was 16, Steve Bernier, if I recall.
Steve Bernier, San Jose.
Yeah. San Jose. Okay. Then I think then it's Zach Parise.
Yeah.
Mike Richards.
Nope.
Yep.
Eric Fair.
Eric Fair, Washington.
Yeah.
Yep.
20, I remember, is Marc-Andre Pouliot.
Nope, he was 22nd. You're actually at 19th. You're missing Ryan Getzlaf and Brent Burns.
Right.
See, that's the thing. Getzlaf and Burns, I forget where I thought they were before some of the bus. I know Getzlaf went before Perry.
Burns was drafted as a center too.
Yeah. Yes. Then I'm not at Mike Richards yet at 22, right? Or 23?
No, you're 21 now, which is Edmonton. Sorry, Boston.
Boston was Mark Stewart.
Yep.
Yeah.
Edmonton
with Marc-Antoine Pouliot.
Yep. And then Vancouver and Philly.
Kessler and
fuck. That's Richards.
That's Mike Richards.
That's Richards.
Florida Panthers.
Then it's Dan Boyle.
Nope.
Nope.
No.
Not Dan Boyle, but it's also not the other Boyle.
Brian Boyle, I meant anyway. You know.
Brian Anthony Stewart.
Anthony Stewart to Florida, yeah.
And then the LA Kings had back-to-back picks where they picked
Tambellini and
Tambellini's the other one.
Future Ranger Brian Boyle and older brother of future Rangers pick Adam Tambellini, Jeff Tambellini.
Jeff Tambellini, yeah.
And then I think after those was Corey Perry.
Corey Perry. Sean Bell, I believe, was the last pick of the round.
Yeah, but you're missing Patrick Eaves, 29.
Patrick Eaves. Boston College's finest.
Yeah. But that second round has Louis Eriksson, Patrice Bergeron, Shea Weber, Corey Crawford, David Backes, Jimmy Howard.
Yeah.
That's a good second round.
Yeah. The seventh round of that draft, just from the seventh round.
Pavelski.
Yeah. Seventh round on. Pavelski, Dustin Byfuglien, Brian Elliott, and Yaroslav Halak.
And Toby Enstrom.
Yeah, I always forget about Tobias Enstrom. So did the NHL, fortunately.
Yeah. The Rangers picked a Czech player in the second round that year that only played one game for them. Everett Silvertips star. Ivan Baranka. Yep. I don't know how many listeners we've lost by rambling on the 2003 draft, but
we're actually up at 30, which is higher than I think. Which is our high, I think, for the episode right now.
Okay.
I think we got to like 34 or 35 at one point, but then again, we were talking about the Minnesota Wild on our show, but we're going to be covering the entire league.
Listen, they play in green. It's so obvious.
The side salad of the NHL.
I don't think Ryan Carter would appreciate that comment, though.
Listen, I'm going to make it even better for you, Mark. Listen, their jerseys are green, which is the lettuce, red, which are the cherry tomatoes, and cream, which is the dressing.
How bad is it that the cream actually looks like Caesar dressing in a way?
I know. They dress like a salad.
They kind of do.
The Leach trade was 2005. The
2004 deadline, and that was Yarko Imanen, Maxim
Kondrachev, and 2 draft picks. Michael Sauer was the last draft pick.
And then the other draft pick ended up being Lauri Korpikoski because they traded up with that pick.
Yeah.
Traded with Calgary, and I think Calgary took Chris Chucko with their pick.
Do you remember how we got the draft pick that we used on Ryan Callahan?
That was in a trade with
That Alexei Kovalev?
That was but that was the Chris Simon trade, right? With Calgary?
Nope. It was the Mark Messier trade to the San Jose Sharks.
Oh shit! When they traded his rights, that's right.
Because back then there were compensatory picks, so they traded Messier for a 4th, and the San Jose Sharks, by not signing him, were granted a compensatory 3rd, and the Rangers used that 4th round pick on Ryan Callahan. A year prior, they traded Mike Richter to the Edmonton Oilers, a thing that a lot of Rangers actually forget as well. Mike Richter was part of 3 NHL franchises because he was picked by the Nashville Predators in the expansion draft.
Yep.
He never the other NHL franchise.
Sorry?
What was the other NHL franchise?
The Edmonton Oilers.
The Oilers.
Oh, I forgot all about that.
Brian Leach his rights were also traded. I believe in one offseason his rights were traded.
It's possible. I don't remember that one. I just remember the Richter and the Messier trades because it's always fun to bring up as a little bit of trivia.
Yeah, the Richter one in Nashville, I always remembered because I remember reading all about that.
Because he was a free agent, and they somehow he was still eligible for that expansion draft, and he ended up not signing with Nashville.
And there was a compensatory picks that were in there.
And the following year in Nashville, there were 4 players on that team whose sons were Ranger players at the same time. Niklas Andersson.
In what year?
1999-2000, the Nashville Predators had 4 players on their team whose sons were part of the Rangers organization at the same time.
99 and the first season in Nashville, 98-99.
The second one, 99-2000.
99-2000. Let's see here.
3 draft picks and a trade acquisition.
99-2000 Predators.
We're trying to do this without looking.
Yeah, I don't want to look at the roster because that's a giveaway.
I don't want to do that either.
Vladislav Nikov's dad, Yevgeny.
Oh, geez, wow, yeah.
Elias Andersson's dad, Niklas. Simon Schellberg's dad, Patrick. And Ty Ronning's dad, Cliff, played on the national team.
Cliff Ronning is the one that I should have gotten. The other ones I probably wouldn't have.
You know, Tyron. If I was thinking about the players then, not the players now, being in the Rangers organization.
Yeah, well, no, you have to think of the players then to get the players now. Cliff Ronning was the one that I should have gotten because I knew Cliff Ronning was a National Predator. Yeah. The other ones, Nemesnikov's father was a journeyman.
Well, one of my first videos. Sorry, Steve. Go ahead.
Cliff Ronning was also a Vancouver Canuck in '94 when they lost to the Rangers.
Yes, correct. Because I was going to tell you, one of my first videos was I thought about doing a segment called "Did You Know These Players Were Rangers?" And one of the ones I used as the cheat was Ty Ronning, who was Cliff Ronning's father. But
son.
That's what I meant. Sorry, the other way around. Jesperi Kakaniemi. So,
Steven, I've been having to school him on saying this name.
I hate this name. It's so hard.
Jesperi Kotkaniemi.
Yeah, you say it like that, it just rolls right off the tongue. All right, so there were 3 Vancouver Canucks that played for the New York Rangers, who also played in the '94 Stanley Cup Finals. Who were
Pavel Bure.
Oh, sorry, 4 I meant.
3 plus Pavel Bure.
All right, so Pavel Bure.
Was it the goalie, Kirk McLean?
Kirk McLean.
Oof.
I know the other 2.
I don't know much about the Canucks in '94, to be honest. Trevor Linden played on that team, but he never played for the Rangers.
Correct. He played for the Islanders.
Yeah. One of my favorite players as a kid, by the way, because the names with Dutch heritage were always
Nathan Lafayette,
who who is tied in points scored at the Madison Square Garden with the 3 of us.
and Sergio Momesso.
Wow.
Sergio Momesso reacquired by the Rangers. So he was a Ranger twice.
Okay, so here's a question. Who has more NHL points, Henrik Lundqvist or Joel Lundqvist?
I believe it's Henrik.
27 against 26.
Yeah. And Joel was supposed to be the better prospect.
Well, he was drafted higher, of course.
Yeah.
All right, I got one that'll probably stump the both of you. 5 players in the history of the NHL have scored 90 or more points in the same season and won the Selke Trophy. Who are the 5?
Won the Stanley Cup Trophy?
No, the Selke Trophy.
Oh,
as you said before, Anze Kopitar is one of them.
Barkov?
No. Kopitar is 1. Mark got one of them.
Bergeron.
No,
he
not
never
even
had
close.
Are they recent or?
No, only Kopitar is the most recent one. The others, you're going to have to go back a little bit in time for.
Can I look up a list of Selke Trophy winners without the points?
That'll be a giveaway.
By the way,
one
Nick,
of them will be a dead giveaway.
Okay.
Pavel Datsyuk.
Yes.
Yzerman?
No.
Fedorov?
Yes. He's won it twice.
Sergei Fedorov. Why do I keep doing that? And we got one more.
Bobby Clark?
No. Right time frame. You're probably not going to get the. You're not. There's two guys that you're missing. One of them.
It's one of those guys.
Is it?
It's like
Is
Mike
it,
Brown, something like that name.
What did you say, Mark?
It's Mike Brown, I think it is.
No.
Mike something, right?
No.
Is it Guy Carbonell?
No.
No.
Guy never scored more than like 50.
Good offensive player.
Bob Gainey?
No.
I'm running out of Selke winners here, man.
I know the name, Filk. You're gonna tell me. We did this on one of our Q&As.
Doug Gilmour? No.
Yes, Doug Gilmour is one of two to score 100 points in the same season and win it.
Ron Francis?
No.
No.
The last one you guys are probably not going to get because he was a sidekick type player.
Yeah, no, I remember that. He was a sidekick type player. He played with I forgot what great we did this. As soon as Steven's done, because I remember we did this. So
you
can tell me the guy's name. I'm gonna kill myself.
Can you give me the team at least?
Chicago Blackhawks.
Oh man. Graham?
I'd be shocked.
Is it Graham?
What? No, not Dirk Graham.
Oh man.
The 80s. I remember that.
Then I have no idea.
Troy Murray.
That's
Troy
it.
Murray.
99 points in 1986 playing with Dennis Savard.
Wow.
And here's little tidbits about those. Sergei Fedorov is the only player to score 100 points and win the Selke Trophy in the same season twice, 94 and 96. Fedorov in 94 became the only player to score 50 or more goals in the same season and win the Selke Trophy while winning the Hart Trophy and also scoring 120 points. Gilmour in 93 was the first player to score 100 points and win the Selke. There's only one other player that has scored 40 or more goals in a season and has won a Selke, and it's a recent player. If you guys can nail this one, this one might be easier, but
wait. So repeat the question.
There's only one other player besides Sergei Fedorov to score 40 or more goals in a season and win the Selke Trophy in the same year. Who is the other player? Recent guy, last 10 years.
Ryan Kessler?
Correct.
Nice.
2011.
No.
Speaking of Fedorov, do you know what Fedorov and Kotkaniemi have in common?
They both banged Anna Kournikova? I'm kidding.
I mean,
we can neither confirm nor deny that.
Anna Kournikova is my age.
I share a birthday with Anna Kournikova.
I share a birthday with Jack Eichel. Ugh.
Oh, how's your neck doing?
Band name.
No, Sergei Fedorov and Jesperi Kotkaniemi both signed an offer sheet with the Carolina Hurricanes.
I was about to say. I was about to say that with the Fedorov thing, because what they argued
to the 1998, 97, 98 season.
What they argued with Detroit was that he shouldn't be able to have a clause in the contract that if he makes the conference finals.
So the structure of the offer sheet was that he would get a $12 million bonus if the team he was on reached the conference finals, which at the time the Detroit Red Wings were a lock to make it to the conference finals.
Mm-hmm.
The Carolina Hurricanes were banking on Detroit not wanting to pay the extra $12 million. Of course, they did, and they won the Stanley Cup, so it was all worth it. But I think he made $38 million on that offer sheet.
By the way, Steven, just because we were discussing this earlier about Donald Fear getting involved with the Jack Eichel situation.
Who?
Donald Fear, the NHLPA.
Oh, okay.
That was coming out this week. That the switch on the agents.
I should have said I share a birthday with Bill Gates.
But is that like is there any way the PA could just make a resolution to this? Or
no, because the NHLPA and the NHL, like the players and the owners, signed an agreement, and you cannot just break up a contract. And this is part of the agreement between the players and the teams that the team has a say in how certain injuries are treated. By the way, this is the main reason Elias Andersson flew back to Sweden 2 years ago, because he had a broken foot and he wanted to rehab in New York. But the Rangers did not allow him to rehab in New York. They told him to stay in Hartford, and he was alone in Hartford. He wasn't playing because he was injured. He wasn't practicing because he was injured, and he wanted to rehab in New York, where he shared an apartment with Mika Zibanejad. But the Rangers held firm, and a year later they got a 60th overall pick for him. So good job!
Yay! Going downgraded 53. Ranks anyway. But with this, I mean, the NHL can't step in, and the NHLPA can't step in and say the player wants the surgery, they should get the surgery.
They could start a conversation with the Buffalo Sabres, but they cannot force the Buffalo Sabres to allow Eichel to have the surgery that he wants. That's just not how it works.
Wow. Okay.
This is the thing. There's an agreement in place between the NHLPA and the NHL, which is the owners. The NHLPA is responsible for this.
Okay. This, by the way, is the reason why it's good to have a friend that knows the CBA like the back of his hand.
I struggle to manage my finances, but the CBA I know.
Although I struggle with the 2000. Well, we could also, as we know, Phil can rattle off everybody on the cover of NHL video games.
From 97 to 2014, I know all of them. I actually 2015, I know 2015's as well. I believe 16, no.
15 was Stamkos?
15 was Bergeron.
Oh, Bergeron.
Yeah.
I stopped playing NHL games in 2014 because that was the last year you could be a pro mode with an existing player.
Yeah, that was the last one I bought before 21.
I love doing NHL be a pro mode with 17-year-old Leon Draisaitl, for instance, because you get to play out the career of an actual player. I'm 36 years old. I don't have any aspirations to one day make it to the NHL. I don't have any desire to create myself in a video game and pretend that I'm a hockey player. Let me start a career mode with Shane Wright in the OHL and work my way up to the draft, or a projected 7th round pick. Let me play with an existing player and let me work my way up. But no, be a pro mode. You have to create your own player. And I wish I was 20 years younger, because for the first time, there's actually a player in the NHL with a last name that's pronounced the exact same way as mine. Warren Fogle.
There you go.
Warren Fogle.
So
and no, I was rooting for Buffalo at one point for one night. Actually, there were, I have nothing against the Buffalo Sabres. I really don't. And I kind of want them to be good again.
Yeah.
It's just, oh man.
Fans right now are just like they're beyond unbearable at times. It just, they keep coming in, and they're saying all this stuff about what they're demanding, what they're gonna get, and this and that, and my GM, you don't. Adams doesn't have the leverage you think he has.
Adams has no leverage.
But Buffalo's teams are really good at missing out on shit.
Yeah,
like 4 Super Bowls in a row for the Bills, first overall pick for the Sabres in 2015. They're really good at missing out on shit.
Yeah.
And never forget what the GM said.
Sorry?
The GM said Jack Eichel is a great compensation prize.
Yeah, look, if they get Jack Eichel for a decent return, I'm all for it. But I don't think the same. Look, and John knows this. I've been harping on this for months. The return for Jack Eichel is going to be similar to what the Rangers gave to Columbus for Rick Nash.
You've been on that for a while, and I got to hand it to you. It's exactly You said it on, obviously I have it on the tagline, but we also got the podcast going for iTunes. That Statboy Steven from Wardy NHL is joining us. But you said it on there too. And I think you're 100% correct. I do not.
Ryan Strome, Ryan Strome, Philip Chytil, Matthew Robertson, first round pick is a package that the Sabres should take at this point.
Yeah.
And
LA's not offering anything anymore. They're out. Vegas doesn't have the cap space to do it. They'd have to move.
Yeah, and
would have to move at least, I would say, 8 to 9 million in cap to make. Actually, no, they'd have to move at least 12 to 13 million in cap to make that work.
Yeah, but if the Vegas Golden Knights make that trade, Riley Smith and Alex Tuck are part of the trade.
We did have this earlier, Steven. The round beer or shot. Thomas Hertl was a better and more realistic trade option for the Rangers than Jack Eichel.
I think at this point, 99% of the players in the NHL are more realistic than Jack Eichel. I'm not sure Thomas Hertl is the answer for the Rangers. I think, and with all due respect, I think he's just the flavor of the month because there were some tweets sent out a couple of days ago and everyone's jumping on the bandwagon. And yes, he's a good player. No, I don't think the Rangers are going to get him.
I don't think so either, but I think the Rangers could use that as posturing.
Look, I would have loved Sean Couturier, but he signed an extension with the Flyers now, so he's out. I honestly, look, the one scenario that I'm really hoping for is that Montreal doesn't match the offer sheet for Kotkaniemi and that he doesn't sign an extension with the Carolina Hurricanes. Because if you think about it, if I'm Kotkaniemi, the reason I signed that offer sheet is because it guarantees me $6.1 million for 1 year at age 21 and another $6.1 million next year. If I'm in his position, I don't sign an extension. I just let them either send me a qualifying offer for $6.1 million, which I would sign, or they let me go as an unrestricted free agent, and I can sign wherever I want.
Yeah.
Kotkaniemi is in a great position, and honestly, this offer sheet, I love it because I hear all these, especially older fans, are like, "Oh, you know, the Carolina Hurricanes are a joke and they shouldn't be doing this." Listen, the reason I watch hockey is to be entertained. This was freaking entertaining.
Oh, it's entertaining, but you know what's even more entertaining is when they turn down the offer sheet and he goes to Carolina and you have no idea where he's going to play or go.
Yeah. Look, Kotkaniemi, I mean, he still has some upside. He's only 21 years old. But honestly, I think Philip Chytil is better.
Right now, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Can the Rangers move on from Ryan Strome, bump up Chytil to the second line if they don't get Eichel, and then sign Kotkaniemi if he goes the free agent route next year for a relatively low cap hit, say $3 million a year? Could work. Kotkaniemi, like I don't want to play this card all the time, but Kotkaniemi's Finnish. He knows Kakko. They played together in junior hockey. So same with Rasmus Kupari. I'm not sure how much that impacts a team's decision to go after a player, but I think it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't hurt. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But I think Ryan Strome is gone within a year anyway. The longer I think about it, the more I feel that they cannot afford to keep Ryan Strome.
Did you see what? Phil, did you see what Anthony just put in the chat?
Yeah, Zach Parise is basically an Islander at this point,
which we knew anyway.
Yeah.
Again,
but what's he going to sign for? $2 million a year because they only have $2.3 million in cap space left.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to even be worth that. I think that they're probably going to give him a deal for maybe about $1 million and maybe some bonuses.
Is he over 35?
Yeah, he is.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Then he can sign. Then he can sign a contract with performance bonuses. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Rangers can upgrade from Ryan Strome. The question is, though, you already know what you got with him and Panarin. So
that's a really good point. You know what you have in Ryan Strome. You know you have a 50-point player on your second line playing with Panarin. You caught lightning in a bottle with the Panarin-Strome chemistry. What are the odds you're going to get that again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I've continued to say when people bring up guys like I like Hertl, and I think he would be good there because of cap flexibility. But is Hertl so much of an upgrade over Ryan Strome that you're willing to risk that chemistry with Panarin to bring in Hertl? You don't know how Hertl and Panarin are going to play together. You don't. And that's why I say,
I'd replace
trade to upgrade.
I'd replace Strome with Barkov, no question. But
stop.
Replacing Strome,
I'm going to tell you to stop right now. He's not going anywhere.
I know. It's just to drive the point. I
get that. That's the point. That's the point I'm making.
I wouldn't replace Strome hoping that Hertl is gonna perform the same way with Panarin. At that point, I would much rather just hang on to Strome, hope he signs a team-friendly deal. But the Rangers have some tough decisions coming up.
If you get Ryan Strome for $5.5 to $6 million, I think you take that.
5.5, I do, yeah. 5.5.
I go as high as 6.
Yeah.
Because look at what other second line centers are being paid. Kevin Hayes, who's had 150-point season, got $7 million from Philly. That's awful for him.
I thought it was 7.5 or something like that.
Sure, but $7 million is too much.
Speaking of Kevin Hayes, the Rangers would have been better off if they had kept Hayes and traded Kreider.
Probably. Yeah, probably. I don't know how he would have played with Panarin, but probably.
I wasn't the biggest Kevin Hayes fan. I kind of found him to sometimes just lose it.
He's another one, though.
But do you know
days where he would show up in days just where in stretches where he would just disappear for.
Yeah, but do you know what I hate even less than Kevin Hayes? Chris Kreider's contract.
Yeah,
I like that even less than Kevin Hayes. So.
I don't like Kevin Hayes' contract, though. I really don't. Would it look better if he was putting up 60, 70 points playing with Panarin? Of course. But there's no guarantee that he would do that.
It's still better than 6.5 for Kreider, in my opinion.
Oh, well, 6.5 for Kreider was a bad move. And I've said this, and I know I've said this to Anthony and other people in group chats that I'm in, is that they should have traded Kreider at the 2020 deadline. And I knew that they weren't going to because they wanted that playoff spot for whatever reason, but they should have traded him then. I know that they tried to at the 2019 draft. Colorado, they wanted the 16th overall pick from Colorado. Sakic said no because he had Newhook in his sights and ended up getting Newhook. And yeah. So
Detroit reaching for Moritz Seider set things in motion that cost us that pick.
Yeah. Because if Newhook wasn't there and he was already taken, then you probably could have gotten that pick from Colorado.
Yeah, and I know the player that the Rangers were interested in that range was Nils Höglander, by the way.
That would have been a good one. It
we
makes
signed
sense
the same deal as Chris Kreider, who's
Euro scouting with Bobrovsky.
Sorry?
It makes sense too. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say it makes sense because Bobrov, and I talked to Bobrov at the draft party. A lot of Euro scouting overseas, especially in Sweden, these last few years with Bobrov. So it wouldn't shock me one bit.
Yeah, I was at the Under 24 Nations tournament in Helsinki in 2019, and this was like a few months after the draft where we got Kakko and Höglander went to Vancouver in the second round. And I remember asking Gordy Clark, is there a player that you're looking for today that's not a Rangers prospect? And he goes, yeah, there's this guy on Team Sweden, a forward. He's really good. And I go, oh, Nils Höglander. And he goes, I cannot say. I cannot answer that question. And I was like, oh, okay, I know. But so later on, I spoke to Bobrov about it, and it was pretty clear that he was one of their targets. Had we not traded that pick for Jacob Trouba, he was probably going to be our guy. And honestly, the Rangers I'm pretty happy. What I know, I'm pretty happy with the players they targeted. Before the Rangers won the lottery in 2019, their target was Trevor Zegras. So I know their target in 2020 before they won the draft was Anton Lundell. So that they were onto something. They were onto getting a player. But look, if you ask me Kakko or Zegras, I pick Kakko any day. If you ask me Lundell, I pick Lafreniere any day.
Yeah.
I don't care if they're wingers. You pick the better player.
Yeah.
By the way, we're gonna do about 5 more minutes because I gotta get ready for a hockey game tonight.
Yeah, I'm gonna meet up with a
I
friend.
eat ridiculously early, not even close. But you know what? Yeah, and I think it was actually you that might have said it. That if the Rangers didn't win those lotteries, they end up with like Anton Lundell and Marco Rossi.
Well, yeah, that's what I said. I said that if they didn't win the lottery, they would have been number 11 in 2020. And you take Anton Lundell, and you can. I mean, sure, you don't have the winger dilemma, but you take a real good player in Lundell and you add him to this system, and you're still in a really good position with a player like Lundell. I like Lundell. I thought Lundell, when he was drafted, could have been a 60-point second-line two-way center. And honestly, the year he had in Liga this year, he turned some heads. He really did. He was probably the best player in the entire league this year. So,
by the way, I don't know if you guys can still hear me, but my camera just shut off. So,
no, we can still hear you.
Okay. I'm probably gonna call it because I have to meet up with Tyler for our own recording. We're late because something happened with the Mets, so he bailed on me an hour ago, but now he's ready for me.
Yeah, I mean, that is my plan to eventually have 2 shows as well. But I can understand he had a lot that he had to probably talk about this week with the damn thumbs down nonsense.
Yeah, that
and,
I think
that was actually my editorial too, Steve. So
yeah, I think the GM had a DUI or something.
Yeah, he just
you got to be kidding me.
So
no.
Anyway, I'm gonna leave. If people want to tune into our show, we're gonna start in a few minutes. So
yeah, check out Rangers Review on Wardy NHL, guys.
All right, see you guys.
Great having you. Take a listen.
Great having you, Steven.
So that's what's great about those guys when they're interacting also with us. And of course, yeah, like you said before, we were going to do probably another half hour. Then Steven shows up and bam, 90 more minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, Steven does rock. And oh my, you got to be kidding. I'm going to look this up in a second and I'm just going to roll my eyes.
Dave sent it. Actually, my friend Ishmael sent it. Mets GM, and this is from Anthony DeComo. Mets GM Zach Scott is facing alleged DUI charges. Team's taking off its next road trip. Mets statement: we were surprised and deeply disappointed to learn this morning about alleged DUI involving Zach Scott. We take this matter very seriously. Yeah. Can't catch a break.
You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. There is... Oh, it's just... Hold on. Why is Group Me asking me my birthday? Can this team ever just get out of its own way? Nope. Like, it doesn't matter who the owner is. We're supposed to not be doing this for anything. Okay. I thought it was going to be information about my game tonight, but it wasn't. But I mean, you got to be kidding me. And you know what? This is why I'm thankful that Dolan wants nothing to do with the Rangers. So they're not going to be the biggest mess. So that they're there. Anthony, I broke down the PTO for that. And Porenko. The Mets are just killing us. The Mets they're not supposed to be this anymore. I mean, how is it you're the GM and you get arrested for a DUI? I can understand probably why. He was probably fucking depressed, but still, it just, you got to be smarter than this. That's ridiculous. All right, guys. So, like Steven said before, they're going to start their show over at Wardy NHL. Great having you guys with us, especially everybody that was with us for 5 hours today. And I'm just get started probably after dinner, at least getting the Arthur Staple interview on here. And I got a lot of editing ahead of me for the next few days. Hopefully we'll have another episode of NHL What If as early as Monday. And you're going to have all of our stuff that's on here and all the shorts and the editorials. So, you know, again, guys, thank you very much. We are growing as a station, as a channel. We're doing it, and we're doing it because we love this. We're also going to do it because we want to try to make careers out of this too. So, but we are doing this for you, and without you guys, there would be nobody listening to us. So, thank you guys. Also, John, anything else you want to sign off with?
Don't drink and drive.
I know. Or if you do, don't drink too much and drive. So, MG, great to hear from you. There is a lot of all the New York stuff, but there's plenty of Rangers talk in this, so don't worry about that. Oh wow, hey, we're getting everybody going. Yeah, Sue, I'll see you this weekend. Say hi to the boys, say hi to Rich, say hi to Scott. And yeah,
Scarecrow, fourth welcome
I know,
back.
Scarecrow. And you guys can also we're on Spotify and iTunes now. So yeah, gotta get that going as well. So in case if you guys need to throw us on in the background when you're working and you can't look at us or don't want to look at us. And also I'll put on, I gotta get the Instagram page going, but I'll also put on the Gorton, no, the Gladiator spoof that we did before with Mark Bergevin.
Yeah.
And that one. All right. Thank you guys. We'll talk to you soon.
All right.